Nothing here is given.
Striker, all that is left.
Every loss meant something more.
Oh my goodness! There's the swing.
They have stunned this crowd.
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
It is playoff time here in the North American League. Today, we send 2 of our 4 teams to the Esports World Cup as we continue our journey to crowning a champion in Stage 1 of the NAL. Welcome back, everybody. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Mint and Laxing. Guys, if there is anything that we have learned throughout this week, if you watch the EML, spoiler alert, G2 does not make EWC. I mean, it's proof that anything can happen.
Yeah, it just goes to show. You can have a very pretty group stage, but that does not mean you are going to have a pretty playoff by any means.
No, and none of that matters. Right now, we're into the best of 3s. This is where the actual good teams prove themselves.
The actual good teams prove themselves. I like
kind of true.
But we had what I would like to think was 10 good teams in the NAL throughout the group stage, and they gave us quite a contest. But now we see our top 6, because that is what our focus will be on for the next 2 weeks. Of course, it's M80 at the top, who went nearly undefeated throughout the group stage, only dropping a single map on the very last playday of the stage. Dark Zero, Wildcard, 100 Thieves will be in the top of the bracket, and SR and For Fun Esports round out the top 6. Kyle, any surprises for you here as we finally get our complete playoff picture? SR, maybe? I mean, not in the top 4. That caught my eye, at least.
Yeah, I mean, the Rebellion being in 5th place, I think would surprise a lot of people with the talent that they have on the roster, right? They have a super team, and they just came in 2nd place during SLC, so of course, you would want to see them be in that top 4 in the upper bracket and give themselves 2 chances, but this is uncommon for SR. We've seen even during kickoff, they were able to make a run in the lower finals, so it is a bit of a surprise. We would have liked to see them, but I mean, at the end of the day, not really.
I was gonna say, I don't think it's too much of a surprise for me, especially if you watch kickoff. I mean, it was pretty abysmal their start, but once they got into those playoffs, once they got into those best of 3, I mean, it definitely was. Once they got in those best of 3s, I mean, it was just completely different ball game, and that's what I'm expecting going into playoffs now.
Right, it's all about the best of 3 territory. As we say goodbye to the best of 1 round robin, we now shift gears into a double elimination bracket where these teams will have a chance to fight it out, like you said, in best of 3s all the way through. Here's what it looks like today. M80, 100 Thieves, they'll start us off up above. Dark Zero and Wildcard, they will round out the top half. And SR and For Fun Esports, they'll be sitting down below waiting for the losers of these opening matchups. But we thought it'd be fun to kind of leak the script here, I guess, and walk through step by step your predictions on how you guys think this bracket is going to unfold. Lax, just starting with our opening matchup. It's M80, 100 Thieves. Who do you think is going to take that?
Of course, I'm sorry, and I'm probably going to get flack for this, but I have to look at the stylistic matchup, and when these two last played each other, it was week 2, and we argued that 100 Thieves was in control of that series, and now we're in a best of 3. Granted, M80 has looked really good, but 100 Thieves has showed a lot of potential, and again, just due to stylistic matchup, I have to go with 100 Thieves.
Oh my God, I'm so glad he said that. I'm so glad he said that, because I was going to be completely biased here and you were going to call me out for it. But the fact that you also think the Thieves, okay, well, we're not going with my brain today. We're going with my heart. Thieves.
Okay, so 100 Thieves, they move on, taking down the best team in group stage. A bold prediction to start. All right, Kyle, how about DZ Wildcard? What do you think's happening there?
Yeah, DZ Wildcard, we saw JJ have, or not JJ, we saw Spiker rather have a fantastic call on that last round. He ends up winning, but, or earlier in the game. Sorry, the Cafe. They won the 7-5 on that Cafe, and it was great prep. But again, I can never root against DZ. I'm going to pick DZ here. I think they're a machine. They move on.
I have to disagree again. You know, we highlight how well Spiker's been playing. We highlight the prep that the team has. And we're going into a best of 3. And you're already looking at how Wildcard prepped against DZ. Now they have a lot more time, a lot more ammunition at their back end. I got to go with Wildcard.
It's not all prep, though. We got to see one of the most stacked teams in the NAL.
They took down M80.
They did.
All right, well, for the purposes of filling out our bracket here, we'll say that we'll go with Kyle's prediction that Dark Zero will move on in the upper bracket and they will have a chance at playing 100 Thieves in that upper bracket final. But let's look down below because SR will now play M80 in that lower bracket matchup to determine which of those teams will go home and which will claim that 3rd Esports World Cup spot.
This is a tough one. Honestly, like I said, it's best of 3s. The Rebellion, they're a completely different roster. M80, again, we haven't seen what best of 3s look like, so I'm just going off of pure intuition. What I've already seen from SR, I'm just gonna have to go with SR. I apologize to M80.
So you're telling me M80 go from being the best team in the group stage to losing back-to-back best of 3s?
I'm not saying it's gonna be a blowout, but I know what's expected out of SR when it comes to best of 3s. We have yet to see what M80 looks like, and again, this is all a prediction. This all could change.
Is this like G2
Nothing's guaranteed. That would be unfortunate if that is the case.
Oh my God. That's a hard matchup to predict. That's arguably like a great game there. SR,
we built it up to be a great game.
We did. SR is inevitable. I'd probably go the other way. At Laxing on Twitter, right?
Oh, no. Oh, dear God. Well, let's shift gears to the other side of the lower bracket, of course, predicting that SR will take down M80 there. So with For Fun Esports and Wildcard, this one feels like it should be a little easier on paper.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. You want to say For Fun, right? No, we're going to go Wildcard here. I think we...
What?
No, don't you mess with me right now. We're going to go Wildcard right now. For Fun. They haven't gotten over the hump yet. I think this is Wildcard, though.
Okay, so then SR and Wildcard, they'll square off. Does Shopify Rebellion have what it takes? No-brainer, they take it?
Nah, they take on M80. They don't take on Wildcard.
Okay, so Wildcard win that.
Wildcard put them down.
Spiker's the truth.
So Spiker the Truth will take out Shopify Rebellion and say goodbye to the major runners-up in the lower bracket. So that leaves us now looking back towards the upper bracket. That means we have a contest between, Dark Zero and 100 Thieves squaring off.
Oh.
How about that one? Who moves on to the grand final and who has Wildcard in the lowers?
Look, Thieves, I rode with you. We got you into Esports World Cup, but Dark Zero, I said it before, they're a machine. Yeah. Dark Zero to the finals.
I'd agree.
Okay, Dark Zero then to the finals. Wildcard would then play 100 Thieves in the lower bracket final. Lax, give me a prediction there.
Wildcard's just hitting that much higher and above the belt, so simply Wildcard for that one.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, then to crown a champion, it would be between Dark Zero and Wildcard.
Wildcard.
All right, I didn't even have to ask. Okay, fantastic. Simple as that. We're not going to see any crazy surprises there, but I like it. You guys are split when it comes to Dark Zero.
I'm curious what chat thought.
I'm just never.
I'm sure I was getting shit for the M80 bit.
The double M80 prediction. So here's the script.
Not in the finals. Boy, what?
Here's the script leaked for everybody watching right now. Here's what could happen in the playoffs ahead. Wow, what a bracket. Dark Zero looks like they might be continuing that potential Salt Lake City success. I
said Wildcard. So.
Yeah, you said Wildcard. Well, maybe it's Kyle who's continuing to vote with his heart on all these picks.
I've just learned to never pick against DZ ever again.
That's fair. That's fair. Why would you? Well, let's dive into the action. Let's start things off today. We have, of course, M80 and 100 Thieves. One of these teams will book their spot in the Esports World Cup right now. And a story that, Kyle, I know is near and dear to your heart, so you've cooked us up a little treat. Hot and Cold was dropped by M80 and now has a chance for some revenge. Let's take a look.
He was a major winner just about half a year ago. He is now an inactive member of M80. Matt, you said it yourself. You woke up to the news you'd been dropped. You seem just as surprised as all the rest of us. The first thing I do is run to Twitter to see if that's true. Houghton got dropped?
Actually, just read it. Hold on. Hey, Matt, when you are up and available, can you give me a call? I got bad news that I need to share with you.
Patient back to the site. Same with Rival dropping down the hatch. Adam's ready for it, and so is the rest of 100 Thieves. 7-4 on Lair for our last game of the day. A full 3 points. Players over, at least one player by Top Rocket can't quite land the pre-fire. Kaysen gets them both. A little bit of a 90-degree flick there to finish things off.
the third. He saw Gomez's 12 kills and he said, "Not today, Junior." Gomez gets lucky number 13 to seal the deal.
The dinner plate was able to do quite a bit of damage and they all just fell apart. 100 Thieves able to close this one out. No overtime is required. Their destiny awaits in playoffs against M80.
Well, all thanks go out to Kyle's editor, Duck, for putting that one together. But a true story here of Matt coming into the stage, having been dropped by M80, picked up by 100 Thieves, and now, has the opportunity to really get revenge, to send M80 down to the lower bracket with a spot in EWC on the line.
Yeah, that's the point right there, revenge, right? Of course, this is the story for me, hot and cold versus former organization, because this is a tale that has been told many, many times. Matt, people are done playing with hot and cold. They throw him off their roster, and what happens? He always dusts himself off, joins a new team, and arguably has even more success. Now, it's going to be hard to top what he just had with the M80 guys, obviously winning 2 majors, but he goes to a team that was struggling, clearly missing a leadership figure in the team. Well, what do? They obviously get hot and cold on the line, and immediate success with him joining the roster. He now takes them, makes playoffs, and then now he has a chance to go against his former team, who just threw him away, and prove himself that maybe he shouldn't have got dropped. And what a better game to kind of set up, right, to make EWC, right? And I know as players, we like to talk like any game's kind of the same, right? You go into every game the same. But I know, Matt, I've talked to Hot and Cold. I've talked to Cold many, many times. This is the series he's wanted the entire stage, right? He wants nothing more than to go against his M80 boys and knock them down to losers.
Well, M80 are the behemoth of a team, the team to beat this stage. It's going to be a lot easier said than done, especially because of the addition of Savage, not just an incredibly capable IGL, but an EWC champ. He's coming off a victory with Team Secret just last year.
Yeah, that's the bigger headline, especially for this M80 roster, outside of just being able to qualify for EWC. It's that man right there you see lifting up that trophy, putting it actually in the trophy itself. Savage, he needs to be able to defend that title once they get to EWC, if they get to EWC, because you don't want to go to a major event, a big event like this, and not to be able to fight against your own, your chance to be able to fight for the title. So respectfully, Savage needs this win. He needs to be at EWC to defend that title. And then just the caveat of it, of bringing the team with him, being underneath a new banner, allowing M80 to flourish as well, and see again if they can bring home that Esports World Cup champion title to the home of M80.
Yeah, I almost, maybe a quick shot here, but I almost wish Savage would have received the invite maybe instead of Secret that we might be seeing from the EML side.
So if M80 didn't make it, it was just Secret that got the invite?
Well, just send Savage by himself, you know what I mean? Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, this is, of course, a big opportunity for both of these teams, right? M80 to have some success on the international stage with Savage, but for 100 Thieves to come into the Siege scene for the first time this year and to potentially make their mark by making the Esports World Cup, Kyle, they have an opportunity to do that right now.
Yeah, and obviously they would have wanted to do that last stage when they picked up that team that we all were kind of hyping up to be a competitor, but they didn't have success. They didn't get a single win, but now with the changes that they've made, they have a chance to not only get their first win this stage, now we're in playoffs, but now they have a chance to make an international event. And 100 Thieves, it's a giant organization. For them to come into Siege and be able to make these international events and kind of cement themselves in the NAL as a top competitor, I think is very, very good for our scene.
Well, Lex, you talked about how this is an opportunity for these teams to really, it's revenge for Hot and Cold, but tell me, how much this means for M80 as well.
Yeah, I think it's about bearing the hatchet for both sides of the coin. If you look at the argument for Hot and Cold, yes, he shouldn't have been dropped from M80. He was their IGL. They also made that change with Kino. There was big question marks going across the board. Now it's a situation where if Hot and Cold wins here, it's great for that side of the argument. Then everyone's like, we proved you wrong. Hot and Cold should have been there. You guys made the mistake. But on the side for M80 and the argument to be made there, they made the change with Kino. Then they immediately made the change with Hot and Cold, and they believe that that system needed to change. They needed Ashen. They needed Savage to create the early game success, to be able to fundamentally be a stronger team than what they had with Kino and Hot and Cold. So it's an argument there that whoever wins this series here really is going to walk away for those arguments to be made, to just have that one up over the other and be like, we were right, you were wrong, this is what's going to be. So it really is a big grudge match in that regard.
Yeah, I would pay attention to Twitter, probably.
Oh,
after this match, there's going to be a lot.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the bands to see where this one is headed right now. Of course, best of 3 territory for the first time, so not 1, maybe 2, but potentially 3 maps to go all the way. Kyle, talk to me about this. We got Labs, Bank, and Lair. We'll start with Labs. Do you think this is a good pick for 100 Thieves to get the upset here?
I mean, I see what they're thinking, right? It's a best of 3, so you're going to go to a map where, I mean, M80 hasn't shown this yet. This has been one of the maps that they have been banning a good amount. I think it's the second most that they've been banning, so they haven't showed it. 100 Thieves thinking they have the edge because it's a best of 3. What does M80's map pool look like? So overall, if we're just sticking with Labs, yeah, I think I do like this pick.
And it's an interesting one because, again, even for 100 Thieves, I mean, they lost it to Dark Zero, but again, the sample size for both these teams, it's really not there. It really is a big toss-up. And then you look at a map like Bank, that's another big toss-up. M80 hasn't played it yet, and what we know from historically from Savage, he was one of the best creators of this map for Secret, but it's that last map, Lair. That is the biggest one that I'm looking at that I do think inevitably we do end up getting to, where on the side of M80, they are 3-0. They're flawless on it, and the only team to beat 100 Thieves on that roster was M80, where they are 2-1 respectively. So that should be the one we are looking at the most if we get there.
Yeah, I think the Bank pick is also really interesting from M80 because that's a great point that Savage is very comfortable from his former team calling on Bank, and also the fact that Matt doesn't like Bank. I mean, it was one of M80, but when he was on that team, it was a map that they struggled against, even losing to Cruelty. Yeah, I just threw that out there. They did lose to Cruelty, right? So it is a bit of a struggle, so it's kind of funny that they're picking into that. And then, like you said, Lair, both teams love it. In fact, 100 Thieves never bans the map, and they played on it earlier this stage in a game that both of us were saying 100 Thieves shouldn't have lost, right? They were in control of that game. Gaveni just was a monster, right? He was a monster. Can he do that again? Probably. I think he's the best fragger in NA, but hopefully not today for our prediction.
Well, your prediction, as you said, was 100 Thieves in the pre-show, and it surprised me that you kind of both were leaning that direction because of the success that M80 had. But Lax, let's talk about the group stage they had ending on a loss and how that could actually be a positive here. I mean, we talked about this a lot with Savage as well, how they didn't have a loss all stage. They didn't really have anything to learn from. Could they take some lessons away from that 8-7 OT loss?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Savage said it best. You know, they'd rather lose in group stage than losing into playoffs. And I think that's a perfect mindset to have. I think just as a former player, that's where you want to lose first, not come into your first loss into playoffs, because there is a lot you're going to take from that game that you did lose against Wildcard, especially with how close it was. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could probably nitpick. I don't think they played a bad game by any means, but it's the small things in Siege that really cripple the bigger teams. And I'm sure, you know, whether it's misplayed of an operator, maybe they could have used a different operator situation, even just the teamwork of just fundamentally playing in certain positions better, that is going to be more critiqued and look at possibly going into the future of these playoffs and then extending possibly into an EWC.
So you're saying there's a chance because who lost that Lair?
There's always a chance.
Who lost that Lair was 100 Thieves.
It was 100
so
Thieves.
You're saying they did a little bit more learning for this series. I like that.
I think so.
I like that.
Well, Kyle, real quick, we talk a lot about how best of 3s and best of 1s are a completely different dynamic. You've been in that fire as a player, as a coach. How does that dynamic change, right, from best of 1s to best of 3s? How can a team like M80 or G2, like we saw earlier, right, be so dominant in best of 1s and then potentially falter in best of 3s? Like, what is the biggest change that players experience?
Well, I mean, your map pool gets tested a little bit more, and I think that's kind of what it was for G2 a little bit. They were doing a little experimenting, but I don't want to talk for them. Might have a video about that soon, but yeah, best of 1s. I mean, you're able to ban 4 maps. That's a lot of maps that you can ban. You pretty much know what map you're going to be playing the week before. So best of 3, you're a bit tested here, as we're going to see with M80 going to a brand new map for them. We're going to see how that test kind of plays out.
All right, well, we got M80 and 100 Thieves going toe-to-toe for a spot in the Esports World Cup. The winner will go to Paris in just a few weeks. So to get things started, we go over to Guz and Xenox to start the day.
Thank you, boys. Rise and shine. It's playoffs time. And as mentioned on the desk as well, guys, these matches today matter significantly. A spot at the Esports World Cup on the line. And as we've seen in other regions, well, you want to take all the chances you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to find yourself in that danger zone. You want to get locked in today. What a grudge match to start up proceedings. 66% in favor of M80. Strongly against the desk, who think that they could go out back to back. That would be quite the shock for the team that did so well in best of 1s.
Yeah, I don't know about those predictions for me. I kind of go with the socials. M80, 66% favorites. I'm going to back them in. They looked absolutely amazing throughout the stage. But of course, the discussion that the boys were having on the couch really was around best of ones, now into best of threes, how that potentially changes. And well, evidently we do go to a couple of maps. First up, Nighthaven Labs that, you know, typically we haven't really seen played as much throughout this stage. Of course, pick from 100 Thieves, but neither of them have won it this year. 0-1 record for both teams coming into this map. This feels like the unknown going into Nighthaven Labs as we head into the bands. For me, those still M80 are just edging out as favorites, but that is not to discredit 100 Thieves.
Yeah, totally agree. 3 maps expected in this series, and equally expecting the quality of the siege and the endurance of both of these two teams to really be tested. It's going to be a lot of counterplay and a lot of adjustment over the course of this series, and that's what makes best of threes so enjoyable to watch at this level. Kaid, Bandit, Monty, and Grim the Bands for this first half. M80 on the side of defense. But I totally agree that this is a little bit of a wild card map in the sense that we don't really know what to expect because there's such limited data. Both of these teams so frequently ban it out.
Would be remiss to not talk about Ashen, guys. I think it's pretty safe to say he's been the best player up to this point. So through group stage, through the best of ones, Ashen with a 132 EPS. Next best was Newers with a 117. That's a golf. That's a massive gap. Averaging, in fact, within the NAL region, Ashen is the only player to average over 1 kill per round with a 1.07 KPR. League averages typically do see 1 or 2 players respectively at the top, and then that's it, no more. So he's been the best in NAL. We'll see if he can continue that now heading into playoffs. Best of 3, he's going to be the one to watch for M80. For 100 Thieves, Adam, Gomez, they've certainly been performing to a very high level this stage. Adam is rated 6th throughout the league. Gomez is 12th, so still really good quality for both teams when you factor in Gavin is also in the top 5. There's no surprise with these two teams having such a good group stage that for playoffs there's high quality everywhere. As we get underway, Labs, M80 on the defense. Let's get this one underway. I'm expecting some really high quality siege though, really in both of the series that we have today. Nice result early on throne. Will be avoided. Now, active from Gunner and active from M80 to just trying to delay IT from being opened up, but 100 Thieves should get it, and they will.
Yeah, the absence of the Kaid and the Bandit, the expectation that we'll see pretty high frequency of the mirror on these primary hard breaches as a form of wall denial, but well navigated there by 100 Thieves, and circling back quickly to Ashen, highest cost in the league as well, 74%, but not trailing too far behind Hot and Cold. 100 Thieves against his former organization. Big storyline and grudge match heading into this particular head-to-head. And we know the impact that he can have on that team. And whilst obviously his fragging numbers are not going to be as high, it's not his primary role. The influence that he can have inside of the server is going to be certainly felt over the course of this series. So very excited to see the adaptability from their side in this particular matchup. As we eclipse the midpoint of the round, 100 Thieves starting to circle con side, and Gomez gets a freebie.
Yeah, freebie indeed. That's the best way to put it. Gomez with the opening kill. Remember, this side in NAL slightly favors the attack. Remember last week when we were on the show, because we had a Nighthaven Labs, and it was quite intriguing to see the statistics of the sides kind of flipped around from what we usually will see in other regions. It's under a minute left. 100 Thieves now with the extra player. Savage goes down, so less information available for the defense as well, losing that pulse. The saving grace right now for M80 is the fact they have Diffuser getting that kill, and he does still have a Nitrocell, 3 gas babes as well for Ashen. So they do have the utility to bring this round back, but right now it's the guns that are doing it themselves. Gunner gets rid of Spirit, so that forces Kaiser to push into IT, but he loses Adam. And Hot and Cold now suddenly the only one left, but he too gets one onto Gavin, and we're down to an early 1v1. 20 seconds left between Diffuser and Hot and Cold. Diffuser does still have a Nitrocell, but there's a decent distance between the two. As Hot and Cold will go for the plant, he then gets off, swings, beautifully played from Hot and Cold. 100 Thieves take the opening round.
And that's the brains on display there from Hot and Cold. Couple fakes. and able to catch out Diffuser, who was trying to close that gap, maybe bring the Nitro into play, but by doing so left himself in an extremely exposed position. And from that point, Hodden able to find a pretty easy swing kill. Credit to the rest of the team, bringing it to a 2v2, then 1v1 with a good trade. Because Diffuser actually was in a good position to salvage this round back. Savage got caught, obviously, at the beginning of the round, and then Diffuser fought back on that con side of the map. But the IT flood ultimately from 100 Thieves was sound. Potted cold with a couple fakes. Diffuser forced out. It's always nice to get a little 1v1 to start a series, just to shake off any nerves.
Yeah, not only that, but you know, think about these kind of best of threes, and well, certainly you're going to have swings of momentum. Yeah, throughout 3 maps of Siege, typically that's the way things go. Teams will get on a roll on a certain map. They might string 3-4 rounds together. Ultimately, where a lot of the best teams are typically separated, and that being really at the international events, but in this instance, with these two teams being so high quality, it's those moments. It's those 1v1s. It's those close rounds. It's the clutches. It's those big plays that will ultimately make the biggest of differences. You think about, there's a fair chance this could come down to, you know, map 3, going into overtime. And those little rounds here and there add up across a 3-map series. But again, a reminder that when it does come to top floor, Nighthaven Labs command server, it does have a 56% attacker win rate within the North American League, guys. So for all intents and purposes, that's kind of job done for 100 Thieves, whereas usually if we were in APL where it's closer to 60% defensive win rate, we'd be saying that's a travesty for M80, but not to be here.
Transitioning down to below then for the second round. And very info-heavy approach here from M80, bringing the Pulse, the Solus, and the Valk. So with that triple Nitro alongside the Warden, but again, the ability to potentially gather really good mid-round information that they can then look to play off. And again, with the kind of split they're playing with a couple of players up above Ashen Storage as well, that information can be leveraged nicely. As we see Gunner over towards Electrical, with eyes onto Spirits, who's down below first floor. 100 Thieves looking to posture horizontally. Not directly targeting this top floor clear for now. Case on to send a payload Gunner's way. Of course, in a position though where he is able to answer that. In the meantime, 100 Thieves have looked all the way to Exo. Pressure on Diffuser.
There's only one player at the moment in basement, although admittedly for M80, they can get some quick rotates in. But clearly for 100 Thieves, they're just testing the waters, just poking and prodding around the site. They're clearly not wanting to play into any kind of roam game. You know, Kaysen's sending out these payload calls like they're just candy being thrown around. He doesn't care. He's not biding his time with those. He just wants to keep M80 active. Spirits, though, does take a large chunk of damage, but Gunner found the opening kill. Trade was imminent from Gomez. 3 versus 4 keeps the defense slightly in favor. Heading into the final 50 seconds, M80 have an opportunity to bounce back in this second round. Still double Nitro, still got the pulse. So you got the Heartbeat Center to get the information. Triple stack push now for 100 Thieves into basement. Does also leave Savage on the Solus, getting free intel from above, as Gaffin finds the pick onto the Blackbeard, falling apart now for 100 Thieves as M80's basement looks absolutely rock solid. Here's your bounce back, but here's Adam to give it a shot. He gets a double headshot. 20 seconds, low on health, and still needs to find the kit, but suddenly makes it a 1% chance, and that's better than nothing, Guz.
Yeah, but getting this plant's going to be tough with Savage above control. Adam surely will not be able to stick this.
Well, I'll tell you what. No, he won't. Oh, well, small margins indeed. Well, Gavin gets over it, covers. Job done for M80. They arguably should have probably locked up the round a little bit sooner. Had him just threw a little spanner in the wrench, and it's 1-1. And hot start. And so far, 100 Thieves proving that they want to try and play their game. To me, that's kind of how the round played out. They didn't want to buy into what M80 were doing. They just wanted to do what they wanted to do in the round. And while it didn't work out and they didn't get the round win, I think that's a good sign for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they went for the path of least resistance, trying to hit direct from Exo, circumnavigate the roam. The unfortunate thing was they weren't able to clear Diffuser on the site. It allowed then for M80 elsewhere to reposition pretty effectively. Had they even eventually wrangled site control with the Solus above as well, that plant condition was going to be tough. So I think M80 for the vast majority of that round were in a very strong position. And they weren't even then forced into rotations or to play the peel maybe as aggressively as 100 Thieves were trying to make them do. So
5 seconds left.
I think they'll be fairly pleased, M80, with that response. Electing to go back above here for the third round as opposed to storage.
Yeah, that's intriguing. So control storage within the North American region sits at a 70% defensive win rate. That's the site that in this region teams struggle with attacking. Now we would usually call it the tertiary site, and it doesn't get anywhere near as well played defensively within other regions, but M80 are going to give top floor another crack. In terms of the changes for them in this round, there's actually only the one guy. So they drop the pulse, they bring the Wamai. Extra catch and certainly a little bit better on-site defense, but they also now lose a bit of information. As for 100 Thieves, they bring the exact same lineup here for this third round.
Yeah, they're going to back themselves in with the anchor play here, M80. Savage, of course, will take mental note of round 1, where he got caught on the con side lurk, and he'll ensure that his positioning is not as exposed this time around. I'd be intrigued actually to see where that catch is utilized. It could be in aid of the Rafters hold from Gav, for instance. That's where you can expect a lot of util to be dumped, or top blue. I mean, even conside, I mean, it's honestly a case of just being reactive to where the push actually does come from. Of course, there is a counter play on offer here from 100 Thieves with Thatcher above. A lot of util dump here with 8 flashbangs being brought in this lineup. Still a while away from working through that part of the checklist, though, just centered on the external hard breach for now, which has been rather straightforward. Ranged as well, available for Gomez to start opening up con.
Yeah, you mentioned all of the flashes available for 100 Thieves. Probably a good reason then for Savage to bring the line. Get these discs out. Certainly top floor, you don't need the pulse. The pulse is nice if maybe you want to lurk first floor, get intel, play some Nitrocell game.
That's a good early win for M80. No ranged hard breach remains, and that mirror is still standing con. So some good counterplay there, presumably the impact from Savage. Despite that, though, they still get first pick 100T.
Yeah, they lose the Azami towards Rafters. That's going to weaken the hold down for M80. Is this forced out of play? Well, it forces Savage to drop the hatch and go for a rotate. Ashen's going to hold over towards the Rafters entry point. No kills yet from the NAL #1 rated player through the group stage. As the time starts to dwindle, the push now for 100 Thieves feels inevitable, but Diffuser finds a quick double onto Hot and Cold and Kasten. As those two fall, 3 now remain for the attack. Diffuser, how about 3? 6 overall, and there's a 4th as well. It's not quite the ace, but it's his round. M80 bite back on the top floor.
Oh, Diffuser was put in a great position with that con wall failing to be opened. He was able to hold there and did a great job against the IT swing, especially looked threatening. That was a key fight to win. The others were a clean follow-up. 2 on the trot for M80, additional bans to be the mirror, which was used for hard breach denial, and the ace, which has been used at range on a couple of occasions so far by 100 Thieves. We very much have a game on our hands at the moment, good to and throw, and I think a good response from M80 to return to that second floor before storage and to actually lock one up.
We look back at the highlights from the round. Well, it started off well for 100 Thieves. They were able to get that opening kill, and most importantly, onto Gavin playing the Azami. Really solid opening pick, but Diffuser just plays the mirror window perfectly. They're not going to have access to that now, banned away by 100 Thieves, along with the ace. A bit of hard breach eliminated. Ace was played in all 3 of the opening rounds. Mirror played twice, but that was only on the top floor. We do now head control storage for the 4th round. So first time seeing this site. And so far, I think we've kind of got what we either expected or wanted from this game, guys. 1 multi-kill apiece. You know, 1 opening kill converted apiece, 2-1 scoreline. It's close. We had the 1v2 from Hot and Cold in the opening round. That round in particular was the most dominant round that we've seen thus far. 1 alive, 2 alive, then 4, courtesy of the 4 kills from Diffuser. Definitely has that element in the air that says this could go either way, and that was the expectation coming into a map like Nighthaven Labs. Every round is going to be so crucial.
Feels like the only ingredient we're missing in the mix right now is Ashen. Just a bit quiet on the start here. If he's able to find a way to activate and tap into that BL1 form we've seen over the last month, that could make things very, very interesting. Goes without saying that that shortfall has been more than made up for. Diffuser in particular on a couple of occasions has been put in really strong power positions. He has delivered when the team has required it. See how this particular round plays out again. M80 looking to bring big info into the round with the Valk and the Pulse combo. And that will open up potential play from basement, but that's already been accounted for here by 100 Thieves. Adam with quick entry with soft breach. And may well just be patient for the mid-round here in anticipation for any play down below. But that's not a major concern at the moment. Gunner second for electrical in support of Gav on rafters. Ashen also of note command side as well. So a 3-2 split from M80.
I think it's pretty clear 100 Thieves want to try and get this IT control at some point. Boogie auto breaches, open up the floorboards, and from there go for a storage plant. But I also feel like Gomez on the Solid Snake is almost like a failsafe. Can he maybe get also a backside control established on the Snake? Lurk entry, first floor through cafeteria. There's 60 seconds left. You know, pending what happens up here towards IT in this battle, he could then infiltrate towards control. Action gets called towards IT. A little careless considering the breach was well and truly opened by that point. It's 3 down for M80. 100 Thieves don't need Gomez at all. Apparently, he did find a kill onto Savage, but they ripped M80 to shreds inside of IT. We never even saw the site. The battle above was won, and apparently that was all that was needed. 100 Thieves bite back themselves, and we are tied 2-2.
Yeah, they laid an insane amount of pressure IT side, and I think M80 were pretty eager to end the round there, either in their favor or against. Hyper aggressive, looking to take those fights, wanting to maintain Rafters control, especially in the face of the Blackbeard, sensing if they lose that, they might not have been in the greatest of positions to actually try and peel back towards the objective. So it was a do or die approach really there from M80, particularly on defense, but 100 Thieves were able to get the job done on attack there. Nice work, good presence of mind. We're able to react accordingly and not get caught out by that hyper aggression through the late round. There's Ashen fallen, Dunner off screen in the meantime. Gav tried to play Tuck IT, but I mean at that point the round was basically over with Diffuser also in the grave and Savage getting pressured on site by Gomez. Completely fell apart.
10 seconds left.
100 Thieves pretty pleased with that result.
Yeah, their vibes have been good so far. Both times that we've been able to hear the end of round comms. Basement we go.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Last time out, this also got quite close. I mean, this is really what you want. It feels like two heavyweight boxers in the ring, landing blow for blow. I mean, the first 2 rounds, both close rounds, both kind of clutch rounds, one apiece. Then the next 2 rounds, both dominant rounds, 4 on life for both, and a multi-kill for either team in their respective round win. So we've kind of had a little bit of everything to begin inside the opening 4 rounds. 2 to go in this half. It almost feels somewhat destined for 3-3. And maybe this is a glimpse into the future as to what this series could provide for us. All 3 maps. Well, I wonder. It almost feels as if it's going to be a given with the way things have started. But as we know, things can change quickly.
That's a good early drone from Hot and Cold. Is there potential here for an expedited hit from 100 Thieves? It'll just be the double smoke for now. Maybe that's to just draw attention here from the defense while 100 Thieves look to clear above.
Yeah, fast rush on that top floor. They're not going to find much though. Savage towards meeting the closest target that they could run into, but he's probably the best one to avoid them, can get the information already back through Con. Gavin falls to Adam. Well, this is one area 100 Thieves have really dominated. They've now got 4 of the 5 opening kills on their attack side of Nighthaven Labs. So they are more consistently in these 5v4 advantages. M80 have had to overcome this a couple of times, only succeeding once thus far. We'll need to do it again. And it's also Gavin. Again, it's his second opening death.
Yeah, it's been their Achilles heel so far for M80. And once again, fighting from the back foot. 60 seconds now on the clock for 100 Thieves as they look to confirm the clear above. Still 2-2 split here. Oh, Lobby up close.
Oh, no. Oh, they needed Savage to stay alive as well. I think he got a little spooked by the blitz dropping down on him.
I got
Ashen gets a much-needed kill at that moment in time. Can he find another? Gomez falls to Gunner. Well, maybe job done there for M80, looking for the reprieve as they send bodies back above to get some fights to go their way because they were losing the first few. 3v3, 30 seconds. Gunner's vulnerable. But Diffuse is in a wonderfully tucked-in position at the breach. Is his position even known?
I doubt he gets cleared. Also, keep in mind, triple nitro for M80 and only 20 seconds on the clock for the attack.
If Hot and Cold pushes forward here and doesn't check this properly, that's Kit on the ground, and it indeed will be. Kit is outside breach. Spirit's pushing through in the backline on the blitz. Nitro Cell doesn't connect onto anything. Kaysen falls to the ground. It's only Spirit's left. Pistol gets one, but no time now remains to get Gunner and M80 hold on for dear life on basement.
Wow, that was a big effort to recover that round. I really thought that when Savage died Lobby's side, they'd be able to roll that momentum forward on the side of the attack, but good disruption vending side. The peel vending down through Exo was great. Love the close position as well from Diffuser, who ultimately was able to drop that kit. And that was the win condition in the end. He bought a little bit of additional time beyond that, but because the Diffuser got stranded outside, there was no way for 100 Thieves to redeem it, to get it back in their hands, to get it back down on the ground. Here's that moment. Great position, played close with discipline. Bought a little bit more time there. I mean, you could maybe make an argument that Spirit's dashing for the rares and then the Diffuser, but either way, Gunner was above, so he wasn't getting that stuck in red time. And M80 back in the lead. It's funny, given just how dominant 100 Thieves have been in that opening kill department, conversion for them has been a little bit troublesome so far.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
A chance to breathe for a second. Well, feels like the opening 6 rounds this first half has been an absolute flurry. Back and forth, it feels in nature, despite the reality being technically M83 of the last 4 rounds now going their way. But that's just a funny old way of kind of phrasing it. It doesn't feel like that actually is the case. It is still a 2-3 scoreline, and as I said earlier at the start of the 5th round, it feels as if 3-3 surely is penciled in as we head to command server for the final time this half. Can 100 Thieves knock this one over again? 1-1 on this site. Both have won it successfully. 100 Thieves have been very good in the early battles. 4 of 5 opening kills have gone their way, but now failing to convert in 2 of those. Where they have still been really dominant are the multi-kills. Spirits with a 3K, Kaysen with a 3K, Hot and Cold back in that opening round with 3 kills as well. So they do show that they've got the ability for any of the players on the roster to pop off in any given round.
Very much feels like we're splitting hairs between these two at the moment as they go toe-to-toe in the first half. It's been incredibly close. M80 only narrowly ahead. With the ace band out, they'll lean into the Habana for range hard bridge through Con, and Spirits will play frontline with Blackbeard. Triple Nitro again here from M80, seeing if maybe they can pluck some early damage or even an early kill. Just keeping this attack at bay for now. First will be deployed, but that won't land.
Ooh, Ashen, careful. 100 Thieves starting to prep. It's a long-range frag grenade by Hot and Cold. It does feel like 100 Thieves are a little bit stalled out here. I mean, 50 seconds, 5v5. This is now the slowest round that has developed in this half. Nitrocell just falling short of getting the kill. How about a second one, though? Was maybe Spirits was not expecting that. He is down, but not out. Can get revived and will, but now low on health, Guz. As a Blackbeard, Diffuser just has to find an elbow shot. 30 seconds too, not a lot of time. He pushes to the window, shotgun out, and that's gonna force Spirits in. Needs a little bit of help, needs the company to arrive, and they've lost 2 straight away. M80 are lighting up electrical. 100 Thieves knew that they were running out of time in this round and just had to send it in, but it's flawless. Talk about the most dominant round from M80 to close out the half.
Well, 4-2 right now, M80. They've got control. That last round is especially the most dominant one yet. What are you seeing right now, Mint?
Yeah, they're in control, but I think we were talking about this too. It kind of seems eerily familiar to the last time that these two matched up, right? 100 Thieves, for me, should be up 4-2 right now. I think there was 2 rounds specifically. It was that top floor attack with diffusers on the mirror with the Warden.
Yeah.
We're listening to the comms. It's a great call. They need the flood, but they didn't commit to the flood, and I think that's a bit of their problem right now, right? 2 people pushed IT, died with diffuser looking at him, and then he was able to turn around onto the mirror and get the other 2 kills. And then the last basement round as well. I mean, they got 2 opening picks, which they are dominating in this game. I believe they're 4-2 on the opening pick. I'm not sure what that last round was, but they're dominating on the opening picks, but they're not able to capitalize. Again, they get those 2 picks, and then they're flooding the last remaining roamers back to site. They know exactly what they're going to do, and then everyone just kind of falling on the cuts. So, yeah, just for me, again, 100 Thieves coming up short. Great job by M80, though. But, again, with those comms, I do want to mention, we do have a clip of even like their first round a little bit, but their vibes are high going into this game, and that's the most important part for me. They were able to expect exactly what M80 was doing with the double C4 onto the IT wall. They're hitting it with the EMPs. Adam's asking, oh, am I him? Am I him? Right? So the vibes are definitely there.
Yeah, I think we have an example of that to show you, so let's take a look.
Another one. Nice.
I got him. Am I fucking him?
You're him.
That C4's gone.
That was OP, bro.
He picked it up.
No, I destroyed it. I destroyed
okay.
that.
It's fine.
Yeah, and then, again, I think that's the little things that people don't pick up on. Again, that double C4 playing onto the mirror. Normally it's 1, and then you bring the Thatcher, but there was a double C4 there from M80, which was a good read. 100 Thieves, again, reading into that. That's that leadership. There's hot and cold that we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And then even for the side of M80, I mean, I have really liked what we've seen, even in that last round. I mean, it was great pressure on the player trying to come in through electrical. That Blackbeard, they just doubled up on him, and they just weren't. I mean, there was no headway that Spirits really could make. And it's nice to see Spirits having a good game because we know he's really been struggling. But what I am curious, when we get to the ban phase for the side of M80, what are they going to ban out? I think given the pressure that the mirror was giving the side of 100 Thieves, I think they alleviate that right away. Maybe they get rid of the Cade, maybe they get rid of the Bandit, and then it does fall into that secondary Walden out. But I would preferably see maybe, like I said, okay, they're doing the same thing. They are going the same route. I am curious then if the mirror then is going to be shown, and then they're going to have to deal with it the exact same. Because honestly, 100 Thieves, they were struggling with it. We even heard them in the comms. Why can't we get these mirrors? Why can't we open up these windows? So if they don't struggle with being able to get these windows, then I think it's honestly going to paint a very good picture for them.
Yeah, that's Labs, right? It's the story of getting the IT wall open every single round. But the biggest thing for me, M80, we got all the shields up available. Savage, probably one of the best shield players we have right now in the NAL. He's going to hop on Monte, and I feel like we're going to see a lot of it.
Yeah, dangerous here for 100 Thieves as we go into the second half. Guys?
Yeah, I mean, hard to say. I think 4-2 at the moment is a kind of position, guys, where for me, M80 feel like in a pretty good spot based on NA stats. Going into their attack half now for this map, what we've seen from other matches, other regions, other teams. Yeah, I think they're in a pretty good spot. They certainly closed out the half in the more dominant fashion. You know, we were kind of speaking about a lot of the rounds being close, and, well, for the most part, they were until the very last one. And then that's now 4 of the last 5 rounds. They've been able to control the game despite losing the opening kills, so they're doing well in that sort of mid-round, even their 4v5. It's easier to do that on defense, though. So now my concern is if 100 Thieves keep getting these early fights to go their way, that's going to make it quite difficult for M80 on the attack. So that's certainly one area where they will need to find better form heading into this second half.
Yeah, hard to disagree. So IT wall first up as boys on the desk were discussing such a key point of interest here on Labs for almost every site. where the attack will be eagerly looking to open up these walls, and the mirror acts as that denial in the absence of the Bandit and the Kaid, but 100 Thieves, unfortunately for them this time around, unable to really deal with the secondary hard breaches from M80, so props to the attack for dealing with that in a timely fashion. 2 minutes to go, and they haven't had to take much risk in achieving that early goal. Ashen still with 2 Reterras as he lurks Gen's side. Maybe looking to clear some on-site util, most notably the Azami and those Keepers. Potentially Alamines as well on the objective. Gavin can get to work on Vert on the Ram. And don't discount Gunner as well with that DMR in hand, and even shock drones again for util clearance. It feels like this composition from M80 is well thought out. And of course can layer that utility, the cap, alongside Savage on the Ying. How do they try and get this diffuser close to sight?
Oh, Savage. Well, that's an early kill onto Spirits. Good use of the Candelas. This can get them a bit of space. M80 can pull things back a little bit. They don't have to keep rushing through. You've still got 1 minute on the clock. Try and maybe force out some utility. But clearly Gomez is still trying to play active towards Rafters, not just peeling back, going to reinforce off, and that's exactly why. Good swing from Gomez, catches out Diffuser, thinking he can just flame him out. No, cop one to the head as 100 Thieves get active on the defense despite losing that opening player. Gunner keeps the round alive for M80, but it's slowly slipping out of their grasp. Speeds on over to control, but Gomez already there. Lay and waits. Swings the doorway, pops the keeper barrier, defends this now. 30 seconds, time running low for M80. Ashen and Gunner also don't have the kit either, Guz. It doesn't seem likely now for them, especially with Gunner falling.
Oh, unless Ashen can get another clutch, but shut down. That is a strong statement from 100 Thieves. Very clean defense. Their hold above was firm. And unfortunately, the key pieces of that attack for M80, whether it be the cap, the util layering, or the follow-up from Savage once he got CC stairs control, that didn't quite connect the way they would have liked. Gave Gomez good freedom rafters, the clear electrical side, etc. And that part of second floor over towards server as well was a little lacking. And 100 Thieves played it pretty well. Good swing there from Gomez. Savage, I think, trying to push forward with shotgun as well, really limited his options for some of the ranged encounters that he probably then faced off screen. And yeah, with that diffuser then stranded up above, there were pretty much no wing cons remaining there towards the latter portion of the round.
Yeah, 100 Thieves leading that one, I think, too, after a decent little streak of rounds going the way of M80 to close out the first half. If that hadn't got to a 2-5 scoreline and that streak continuing, I think it's
5 seconds left.
Pretty normal to think maybe the map is getting away from you. But they win out control storage. We now go top floor. Keeps the scoreboard close at 3-4. Get a reminder as to what's on the line for this match here in the upper bracket semi-final. Kicking off playoffs here. You win this series, you win this best of 3, it's pretty simple. You go to EWC and the upper bracket final. I guess the reward for both of these two having a very good group stage by finishing in the upper bracket is you get to play in this match. Both teams clearly not being separated at the moment. Savage goes on to the Monty. The first time seeing the Monty as well in this game, guys, so a change up in strategy. Of course, M80 only just now starting in the second round, but we didn't see it from 100 Thieves in the first half. They were more prone to playing the Blackbeard, even brought out the Blitz once. Now Savage is very prone to playing the Montang, and they'll go double stack shield too with Ashen on the Blackbeard. Fortunately for 100 Thieves, they do have 3 nitrous cells, and 1 makes a large impact. That is insane from Hot and Cold. A long-range snipe. And it's not just the fact that he gets a kill, but it's straight onto Savage who's playing the Monty. That is a huge opening kill.
You really cannot ask for a better start. That was absolutely sublime. Hot and Cold hits the perfect lineup, and pressure is now starting to seriously mount on M80. IT breach looks compromised. I don't know if Gav can traverse through that. It means that Ashen, now on the solo shield remaining, is going to have to try and extract value. Trading that top floor though into the Azami with hover on site is going to be mightily uncomfortable for M80. This is such a difficult position. Bit of util remaining on Gunner, but I think you just have to try and brute. Someone has to just make the heads up brute force play. You just have to take it upon yourself to find something. Desperately scrambling for a kill here.
Diffuser lurking on the first floor. He's also got Kit. And the way that he's positioned here, putting pressure towards Blue. They might go for a double pinch. They can do it with Asher, but he's at the moment smoked out. Spirits also does still have one gas babe available. Elects to use it, and he even now elects to slide on down the stairs. The flash from Diffuser will send him back up. Wants to deal with the barbed wire. Spirit's made his way back down with Ashen pushing through the gas pipe. I think Spirit's got a little uncomfortable despite having some help towards this blue hallway. Gomez, good swing, good kill. Adam falls, but Kaysen recovers, and so does Hot and Cole. We're tied. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to be 4-4. No matter how good a stage it has been for Ashen, he's not winning that. Make that 2 in a row. 400 Thieves. These two cannot be separated.
That was such an influential Nitro there, Hot and Cold. Putting his team in such a strong position. It forced the big pivot call from M80, trying to double stack on that blue side. And whilst it did net a kill, Gomez actually was the one to then step up and find a snappy trade, left Ashen on an island, and the rest of the push IT side broke down. Here is a replay of that Nitro, perfectly aligned. Oh, bang! Landed straight on his head. Savage concussed and down and out for the rest of the round.
That is such a good Nitro.
And another good Nitro to wrap it up. But yeah, that one outside might be the best one I have seen this stage. That was an absolute banger.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too. I was talking about the fact that they brought double shield, and then I was talking about the fact that, well, 100 Thieves bought triple nitrocell, and then immediately after that we saw the outplay. So a little tech pause here, how fitting, at 4-4, all tied, and gives us a chance to just sort of reconvene, a little breather. How are things developing? How have we got to this point? Clearly, what we've got, guys, is an APAC Nighthaven Labs. And for those unfamiliar, it means very defend-decided and attack will struggle. Again, North America clearly doesn't have issues usually on this map with attacking, but maybe a case of two teams that don't play Nighthaven Labs as much. It's not in their wheelhouse. And so they almost naturally default probably to defense favoritism.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it was the discussion point heading into this one when we saw the veto, and you look across at the map preference rank for both of these teams, which sort of takes into account how frequently they ban it, how often it's banned against them, how frequently it's played, etc., etc. It's 8th out of 9 for 100 Thieves, and for M80, it's not much better at 7th. Both teams in the double digits, banned 4, heading up to this particular play day. They just haven't really wanted to touch this map. It's gone largely hidden. 100 Thieves with the showing against Dark Zero 19 days ago, 3-7 loss. M80, you have to go way, way back, and it's really not relevant at all at this point. It was, funnily enough, actually a loss to Weibo back at SI. So such limited data and vision heading into this one, and yeah, maybe that is why it is trending a little bit towards the defense, but I think it has also very much enabled, as you would typically see in best of threes, and you made this point earlier, where there has just been a handful of big moments in this matchup that are determining a lot of round outcomes. We saw the Nitro from Hot and Cold. We've seen a couple of clutches elsewhere. Diffuser on a couple of occasions as he pops up has also been highly influential for the side of M80. So it's been a real bout so far, and it's incredibly challenging to foresee where it goes from here. 4-4 scoreline during this tech pause, a game crash, I believe, for Ashen. And so an opportunity to kind of just take a little bit of a breath and reset before we resume proceedings.
I was going to ask you the question of, and it's the old standard, has it been a case of the defense from both has been just really solid, or maybe a lack of ability to attack? And I feel like the easy answer is probably to just say a bit of both. I think that's always just naturally going to be the way that you'll end up framing this sort of match thus far. But in saying that, when you look at 8 rounds of Siege played, 6-2 split in favor of defense, the only attacking rounds that we've seen so far have actually come from 100 Thieves in the first half. Now, admittedly, M80 haven't had too many opportunities, only the 2 rounds played, but at a 4-4 scoreline, where this now sits is clearly defense has been favored, and with 100 Thieves on defense, you can kind of put 2 and 2 together with where I'm going with this, guys. I think 100 Thieves now clearly sitting in the better position if M80 don't show they've got the ability to win these attacking rounds.
There's a jump back in. 4-4 the scoreline basement side. Also, just to reaffirm the point that attack has found it a little more challenging than the baseline here for NAL so far. Of the 3 rounds where the open kill has not been converted, each of them has gone to defense. So we haven't quite seen the attack have those same problems in terms of conversion. Oh, pardon me, the defense and having those problems. They've been able to reverse fortune through the mid-round, whereas the attack on a couple of occasions it's been tough. I think a part of that has been some of the util layering, maybe not quite as precise as we would come to expect. And honestly, a lot of it has been really good anchor work from both sides on defense, and playing power positions and finding a kill or 2 to bring back a deficit. Hard breach proving to be a little bit of a complication here to begin for Diffuser. Again, with the mirror in play. Will slow down the progression of M80 naturally, and probably safe to assume that much like the first half, the mirror is likely to be banned after this round.
So far, the revenge tour for Hot and Cold has been pretty good here on Labs. 8 and 5, 2-0 in the entry battles that he's been a part of. Of course, basement the site this round. 100 Thieves, though, showing a lot of presence. Top floor, first floor only. In fact, Hot and Cold, that sits basement currently. And M80 getting a lot of this information, really putting the focus into their drone game.
Clear.
Slow entry from Gunner, Gavin on the top floor. So the Deimos and the Snake both combining to gain that intel, drone through, push through, get the information, try and force these rovers back. And it's Ashen, funnily enough, that gets the opening kill onto Kaysen, aided in the fact that that pressure's coming from the Snake and the Deimos. Ashen's able to slip through. Diffuser takes the battle towards storage. Gonna go for the rotate as Adam falls towards cafeteria. This is the statement from M80.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are looking to double and triple down. Push vending side, and Gomez still cafeteria. He could be a real difference make, but a tough position, caught in a pinch, 60 seconds, and now the death mark.
1-for-1 trade's not gonna cut it. Still down 2 players for the defense. Surely won't come down to Hot and Cold to maybe take this round away. Well, if he's gonna do it, he's gonna have to now do it from a 1v4. It's not gonna happen. M80 indeed show they have the capabilities to win on the attack of Labs, and with that puts the notice back served to 100 Thieves as we go 5-4. M80 now take the edge again, but that's probably been the premise of this story, guys. It's just back and forth. Both teams are not giving in.
Yeah, will instill a little bit of confidence. I think that particular site, basement, really does favor the Snake and the Deimos combo, and M80 looked incredibly comfortable with that kind of composition, the map control that they were able to take within the first minute and a half. Found the opening kill, courtesy of Ashen, and then they were ready. They were absolutely ready for the reaggress. 100 Thieves, understandably, instead of just kind of turtling and waiting for the round to be taken away from them, took it upon themselves to reaggress, but that was cut off so nicely. We saw Gomez as well, isolated cafeteria. They just did a really good job there, M80, in suffocating out that defense. Rewarded with the round win, and we prepare now for storage round number 10. Additional bans, of course, now in play. As theorized, the mirror now unavailable, so IT Wall especially is now going to be tricky for 100 Thieves to defend. Nomad, an interesting ban from 100 Thieves, selected on just the one occasion so far in the half, but again, maybe wanting to enable that mid-round aggression, late-round rotation a little bit.
5 seconds left.
And with that basement attack win as well, guys, we've actually ended up in a position where we've played 10 rounds of Nighthaven Labs. So, and both teams, it doesn't matter which team it is, every single site has been won either by defense or attack at least once. Not by both teams, but at least by one or the other, which has, I guess, shown at this point, I don't think there's an overwhelming sense when we go to a certain site, such as, say, Control Storage, which right now has a 1-1 split. 100 Thieves won it on the attack in the first half and then won it defense in the second half. So if anything, clearly M80 have not won this site yet. But every single site so far has been proven to be more than attackable, as Gunner gets a very early opening kill. 2 minutes 20. It's the fastest opening kill that we've had so far in this match. 10 rounds in, and M80 storm the building.
Fourth opening death as well for Kaysen. Just to note quickly, he hasn't won a single entry battle, and unfortunately, it could put M80 in a very, very strong position to sneak up to that map point.
0-4 entry, yet 7-5 KD, I think highlights that when he goes down, their chances of winning rounds clearly do falter. I'm looking actually at the opening death for Kaysen. M80 round win, M80 round win. M80 round win, 3 of 4. Will it be 4 from 4? Clearly, the young star has quite a big impact for 100 Thieves. They have not won a single round when he goes down first. They need to buck that trend right here, right now, as M80 make their push. Shield v shield.
A bit awkward.
One's a little bit more controllable though.
I mean, there's so much pressure being mounted at the moment. Can 100 Thieves sustain it?
The push, the double, they've got the numbers. Once they lost Gomez, Adam then falls. Completely outnumbered in the hallway as Savage goes for the plant. It looks like M80 will make it 4 from 4 when they get that opening kill onto Kaysen. Spirits, well, here is a shield, but we didn't see much of the clash at all. M80 have got map point on Nighthaven Labs. A quick little double round win on basement and first floor, and just like that, they now go 6-4 up, back-to-back attacking round wins.
Yeah, that was a brutal round from M80. That goes down as one of the more dominant we have seen so far, and it prompts the one and only tactical timeout available for 100 Thieves. They'll leave it to the death. An opportunity to try and recompose here. Again, certainly not the kind of team we look to be overwhelmed or stressed in these kinds of scenarios. I'm purely anticipating this to just be a quick refocus and a tactical call for what's up next. The tempo from M80 last couple of rounds, their ability to find these opening kills, Gomez falling not too far after, then they could lean heavily into the Blackbeard from Savage for safety. They did a good job in circumnavigating the clash, which had little impact in the round as well. Just a really well-drilled attack there from M80. It's back-to-back and map point.
Yeah, I do wonder how much of the Kaysen opening death into the M80 round win is either coincidence, it's only 4 rounds, or if it's clearly a big reason for the success of M80 getting rid of a high-quality player who's shown that he's had impact in rounds when he hasn't been that opening death. So if you go 0-4 entry, yet you've got 7 kills, which is second highest for 100 Thieves, I think it's pretty easy to suggest that when he doesn't die early in a round, he's going to go on and have an impact in the mid-round, in the late round, etc. So it's quite important that he doesn't really go down early. What has also somewhat flipped now when we kind of look at the bigger picture, Guz, is 4 of the last 5 rounds, M80 have actually gotten the opening kill, failing to convert only 1. So you think back to the opening 5 rounds, it was the complete opposite. 4 of 5 went the way of 100 Thieves. So no surprise to see that over time, as they've wrestled that momentum, they've found the success, now have 2 opportunities to close out the map. Don't forget, this is 100 Thieves map pick.
Yeah, I'm actually having a look back at Kaysen's entry over the course of the stage. Every single round so far, he sits at 50%. But the interesting thing is, there's actually quite a handful of rounds where he dies, yet they still go on to win the round. So I think it's pretty fair to assess that this is an abnormality at the moment to have seen every single death go the way of a loss. And again, that's not to pin blame directly on him, but just taking note that it hasn't really been a trend over the course of the BO1s so far. So a point of difference, and M80, to their credit, are punishing successfully so far.
Well, it's not even a blame, it's a praise. If anything, oh my goodness, Gunner jump scare from Spirits.
Well, that was hot and cold. Hot and cold with the yokai under the barricade, fed perfect info to enable that opening kill.
Jeez, I mean, that kind of scared me a little bit. Gunner, I think, absolutely would have gotten a fright. Well, needed that one. Absolutely, on the top floor. You get rid of the Joker payload, so not available now from the Dokkaebi Gunner as he enters the grave. He'll just have to sit back and watch this round, and that increases absolutely the chances of 100 Thieves getting this to 5-6. Opening kills have been largely converted. So far, only 3 rounds have not been converted.
Well, we haven't seen
Two of those 3 were 100 Thieves.
Not a single attack has been won off the back of an opening death. It has proven to be very challenging for the attack to fight their way back from these situations. But right on cue, Ashen catches Adam.
Well, the timing on that is just absolutely impeccable as you sort of make that point. But Spirit's down. Okay, we're just trading. It's a trade game here on the top floor. 1-for-1s, and it leaves us now equal. Tell you what, if you're M80, you're a little happier with that than being down a player. You do still also have the time. Can slow things down if you so please with 60 seconds left. But got to factor in, you're playing against the Echo. So time is something that 100 Thieves do want to see diminish. Hasten falls to Gavin, though, below indeed from Storage with the Vendetta, and it gives M80 the lead in this round. Surely they couldn't do it after having the opening death that's not been done yet on this map. Savage low health, holding electrical, waiting for this swing from Gomez, and he does ever so slightly as Hot and Cold falls. The Echo goes down and forces Gomez forward, but only to his death. M80 close out Nighthaven Labs. 3 rounds straight to steal the map pick of 100 Thieves. They now find themselves 1 map away from EWC.
M80 take 100 Thieves map pick to start off this best of 3, and things just got a whole lot more interesting now and potentially dangerous if you're 100 Thieves. But M80, I mean, this seemed like they had control of the pace of this map. It did get tied up there in the middle, but M80, they took the lead, then they didn't look back.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It's looking bad for our predictions currently right now. I mean, round 3 was just a great round from Diffuser. Great heads-up play, understanding 2 players are going to be able to push him from IT. He doubles up on those, then he goes into connector, and then ends that with a quad. But the bigger picture for me, especially once they got to that attacking side for M80, is they understood what 100 Thieves was going for. They were playing for those trades. They were going on the aggressive, and round 9 in particular is where that everything kind of turned, everything kind of made sense for M80, and they were figuring out is how can they single out players. In round 9, they did such a good job finding the roamers, attacking them, then going for the site, and then even furthering, extending that into round 10. It was really just about finding players that they could double up on, go for the pinch, go for a flank, and just constrict the defense and not really give them any bit of headway, any leg into those into those defenses, which is why they were so dominant on their attacking half.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. I mean, M80 on the attacking side's probably been the thing that has impressed me the most, what Savage has been able to do, and I think it's probably what we've talked about the most, the biggest change that we've seen. And I mean, look right here, Gunner, Ashen, and Diffuser, all the star fraggers on that M80 team, and I want to really highlight actually the Gunner and Diffuser, because last time that they played against 100 Thieves, it was Gavin, the former teammate of Hot and Cold, that was able to kind of steal that game away from him, and now Gunner and Diffuser are doing that up against, again, their former IGL. They're definitely showing out in that department. And not even that, I mean, the last round, again, it's so fun listening into the comms sometimes, and we got to hear them. It was a 3v3, and both Diffuser and Gunner are dead, but what are they able to do? They're able to make really big comms on the drones in that 3v3, which ultimately led them to the round win. And what do they say immediately? Thank you so much, Savage. Thank you for teaching us how to watch cams. So
did they actually say that at the end?
A little bit of a dig at Hot and Cold there, but he's showing out too. I mean, he should not be dropping double digits. He's obviously here to play, but he needs his fraggers to show up. Most importantly, where's Adam?
Right, 3 and 10, not the numbers that Adam wanted to put up, but you said, like, this is not the winning formula for 100 Thieves. Hot and Cold is a good player, but he's not supposed to be top fragging, leading the team statistically.
He's not, right? I mean, IGL, we kind of know this. I mean, there's a lot.
It's great with an IGL.
Sure, it's great. It's a bonus, but you have fraggers on your team for a reason. Again, we've talked about how Adam is kind of that glue piece for the team. He's Mr. Consistent. He's like plus whatever, 24, I believe, like leading the team by far. He was the kill leader at one point, but again, 3 kills, not good enough. Kaysen had a great attacking half, but where was he on defense, right? He kind of disappeared completely. Gomez, just the rest of the fraggers, and just in general, like, we need to see more going into bank.
Which I'm glad you highlighted Kaysen, because again, we've talked about Kaysen time and time again. Obviously, it's his first stage ever, and I would say it's been a pretty decent stage so far, but it's been kind of a little hot and cold in some situations where we've talked about we need him to have early game success to be able to, you know, carry that momentum through the series. But what we're seeing in this matchup particular and on Nighthaven Labs is he started out strong on the attacking half, but then immediately, once he gets to that defensive, and that's where we've seen him struggle, and where we've highlighted him, he hasn't been able to hit that same success. And arguably, we've talked about this as well, he's on operators, he's in positions where he should thrive, where he should be able to just collect multiple kills in these areas, but he's not able to contribute. And especially in the best of threes, we need to see that contribution happen a lot earlier and carry on throughout the series, because if you're just going to be dead in the water in the defense when you need them in most, especially even in that last round, like you said, in a 3v3, the weight isn't there and it needs to be there.
Well, this is also something that Guz and Xenox highlighted on the cast, talking about Kaysen and what was happening to 100 Thieves when he was dying first, how those opening deaths were getting them in trouble. At the same time, though, 100 Thieves, especially in the first half of that map, they were very successful with the opening kill. And when they weren't, like M80, they had to fight their way out of a hole, and they were surprisingly successful in doing that. How do you feel about Bank now, moving into this next map? It's M80 territory. I mean, what is the dynamic here that 100 Thieves need to change if they want to get this win?
Well, on the defensive half, this is a map where you can find yourself in no man's land quite often and find themselves struggling on the opening pick. So yeah, for them, I'd like to see them maybe try to bunker up a little bit more, but don't be afraid to get aggressive at the same time in those mid to late rounds. M80 is so good in those beginning of rounds of trapping players and getting picks. I think kind of let them have what they want a little bit, but then get aggressive on them before those executes. That's what I would want to see on a map like Bank.
Yeah, bigger picture for 100 Thieves is definitely being able to bunker and not finding yourself alone, because that is where M80 M80 is punishing you the most.
All right, with a win on their own map pick of Bank, M80 would guarantee a spot in the Esports World Cup. They have a chance to do that right now against 100 Thieves.
Well, I don't think it's going to be that easy, though, guys, as we head into Bank. Clearly, from what we saw in Nighthaven Labs, these two, not a lot separating. It just kind of felt like M80 got hot towards the end of the opening map, but it was largely back and forth, really, up until those last 3 rounds.
Yeah, this is such a close contest. It's still very challenging to envision M80 walking away with a 2-0. A third map feels fitting for this one, but M80, they'll be looking to lock themselves in right now.
So 67% on the social prediction. I think it was 66% on the opening map of Nighthaven Labs. But now we head to Bank, which is the map pick of M80, fresh off winning the opening map, where they, of course, won rounds 9, 10, and 11 to close it out 7-4. So, I mean, yeah, as I said, like 4-4 tied. The game was in the balance, and M80 were able to just win out the last couple of rounds. Feel like we've seen that picture painted many times over. As we do head to Bank, it's going to be the Monty and the Kaid first band out. And looking at some of the statistic when it does again come to Bank in the North American region, it's pretty 50-50. It's also the most plants. Oh, actually, I should have phrased this better. It's also the map with the most plants, 18. The next is Lair with 13. So a pretty big gulf between those two maps. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, this is a genuine 50-50 sort of map in terms of attack and defensive win rate, as the Echo and the Blackbeard also joined the bans. That means double shield ban to begin in this first half.
Yeah, that'll leave up the ranged hard breach, so that will be pretty impactful when it comes to those top floor attacks and allow more flexibility lobby side. So something to note when that objective is to ultimately be selected. But you're right, an even map here in the NAL, and expecting this to be another seesaw battle where key moments are really going to matter. We saw a couple of those on Labs. Ultimately, it was actually, though, probably just the overall team play prevailing for M80 as the desk highlighted fully in agreement with them. Their ability in that second half in particular to one, tame the regress from 100 Thieves, and then two, isolate picks and find 2v1s across the map was a huge strength of theirs. So we'll see if that's something that they can employ here on Bank. Focus on defense up first for M80, and it's basement first on the cards as expected, with a bit of a setup top floor, or pardon me, first floor here from Diffuser in a position to potentially peel down Hatch. Presence also from Gav admin Gunner Elevator, so looking to take the fight to 100 Thieves early.
Yeah, interesting to see the the Ram also get brought to this round, considering it is basement. Kind of just says it'll be top-down clear from 100 Thieves, deal with this first floor roam. Yeah, clear out positions like tellers and archives from above. Even if there's not anyone necessarily playing in those positions, you can get that information. Same with stock. You know, it's a good position to throw out those Boogie Auto breaches. So expecting Gomez to use all three of these early on. Could save one potentially if he so chooses to. Let's see what using all three early is going to be the play. Oh, I'll tell you what, that is an incredible swing from Gavin. And that's job done for the defense. You're more than happy to just find that early advantage and drop back down to site. That couldn't have gone any better for M80.
It's high risk from the defense, right? When you're playing just the smoke for the default denial without Goyo, without a Chanker, etc., you lose that early pick, or even if you were forced back on the peel in a 5v5, arguably still in favor of the attack. So for it to have gone that way, pick plus peel with the advantage now, M80 will be very, very pleased. The rest of the team can settle. They'll be in strong positions, and this is going to be a tough fight back from 100 Thieves. Sure, they've got great info on the Deimos, on Cole, plenty of hard breach still available. But as they look to probably posture here for an eventual default finish, a Razor Bloom for Ashen, for a Smokes for Savage, Nitro Gav. There's a lot standing in their way between them and winning the round, as you mentioned before. Bank very plant heavy here in NAL, but at the moment that win condition seems very unlikely.
I also like the fact that for M80 they didn't still put anyone towards blue stairs. There's no point. It's a 5v4. You've got that early advantage. You don't need to delay any longer. You've still got 3 gas babes available. You've still got to knight yourself from Gavin. The play here for 100 Thieves is looking a little bit grim. They know they don't have garage control either. There is one over there. Flashing towards red. Seems as if it's largely just going to be a drop focus. This is late as well from Adam. Very late. There's only 15 seconds. He will need to sprint this to really provide aid for the rest of the team. He will get a freebie though onto Gunner. Opens up that garage push. And M80 has started to collapse towards the site. Their best friend right now is the time. They need to deny. But it's over towards Bowl. The Nitrocell doesn't make its way over. It does! Oh, that was huge from Gavin. But a big missed opportunity for 100 Thieves to not shoot that out, because if that plant goes down, they win that round.
Yeah, that millimeters in it. They had the read, but just unable to shoot it out in time. Perfectly positioned. Certainly credit deserved there for the fight back shown in that round from the attack. Losing a player early into basement, 4 versus 5, reliant on good info. And the garage creep was always super high risk. I mean, Adam here, so late to the party, still had impact and found that trade. Rest of the team was able to push off the hatch drop. Defense was boxed gold side. If it wasn't for that nitro, they wouldn't have had a means to deny that plant. So ultimately, really, really well played. Certainly, though, a nail biter to open up bank. M80 with the 1-0 lead as we head top 4.
We saw a lot of those sort of rounds, didn't we, on Nighthaven Labs? Yeah, the sort of nail-biting rounds. Yeah, something that defines the round. A credit to 100 Thieves. Again, they almost kind of got themselves back into it. Yeah, Locus and CCTV basement on bank is not easy when you lose one early 4v5. Losing the Ram at that point probably doesn't actually matter that much anyway in terms of the operator, but you're losing a body. You're losing a high-quality player in Gomez. That's where the loss really would have hurt for 100 Thieves, and yet despite that, it was pretty close to almost them still winning the round. So for M80, it's more of a sigh of relief sort of moment, despite a lot of good being done early in that round to get the opening kill, fall back, play site, let the time dwindle down. It still got a little too close for comfort. We now completely switch up and go top floor, second floor here on the second round. And Gomez now finds himself on the Kali. Can honestly cancel out a couple of these defensive operators of M80. And the Sands 2 for Spirits does kind of lead a belief that the ROUs are going to play a big factor in the plant potential of this round.
Yeah, likely to be a util late here for the CEO plant. That would be, though, into the Jan setup here from M80. So critical that they have a means to deal with that mirror. And it lands successfully. They elect not to bring the Capital for the flush out in the crowd control. Because he's savage posturing in that position, Jan, at the moment. And he'll relish in that kind of playmaking position with the opportunity to deny that plant. As we saw just a moment ago, that mirror window still standing currently. And again, with Asher close, they've got a really nice cross established at the moment. 100 Thieves looking to try and dump utility. M80 not biting.
Asher is just sitting and praying that no one sort of rushes into him. Nitrocell from Savage doesn't connect. It can fall back at least to Janitor, but as you said, that little brief second of walking out, if he gets timed on a swing, he's probably dead.
I'm reloading.
Kateson, as we switch over to his POV, 60 seconds in the round, he'll go scout out towards stock. This one's a little bit slow.
Activating Selma.
And who that benefits, we're about to find out.
Oh, the triple catch.
None of them have connected due to the my magnets of Gavin, and that leaves the stock reinforced in terms of the wall, which provides a little bit of safety still towards this hallway. If you're M80, that's a big moment in this round.
They had no flashes left to dump that position. Neither player had flashes. The mirror window still standing. Jan, the setup here from 100 Thieves looks very, very weak. This is going to be incredibly challenging to trade out. M80 have all the power positions still in play.
I look at it as more as the setup for M80 is still intact and hasn't really been dealt with. Despite that, it's the opening kill that goes away with the attack. Pop-up from Asher, but only good for one. Adam 2 falls, 2 versus 2. Heading into the final 10 seconds. Huge from Savage, playing that hallway. Leaves it down to Kason. How about this for the rookie in a playoff match, 1 versus 2? into sight. It's being given over. He doesn't have the kit. There's nothing he can do. Ashen says, lol, M80 get the round win. They'll make it 2 straight to start on Bank. And maybe for the first time in this series, worry starting to set in for 100 Thieves, because that was a round where nothing, literally nothing went their way.
Yeah, confidence inspiring for the defense, but for the side of the attack, one of those ones where it's going to be a real head scratcher, and it actually goes as far as prompting the attack timeout. I think probably the right call when we reflect on that last round, struggling to deal with the Jan mirror window. We then saw the triple catch them out, I guess, for lack of a better word, over towards Stock, made that hallway clear a challenge. Ashen was running right on site, keeper barriers helped keep him up, and he was then able to play a good on-site anchor role late. Savage, as a result of all of that utility not flushing him out earlier, he repositioned and had impact late round as well. So the utility game from 100 Thieves proving to be very costly. That's the weakest util game that we have seen from them so far this afternoon, and can only assume that that would be a talking point for them, and obviously they'll be more than aware of that, better than anyone else, and looking to tidy that up now going forward.
We'll see what they can do out of the timeout here on Bank. Suddenly it starts to feel as if it's getting a little serious, doesn't it, 100 Thieves? Yeah, your free shot at EWC has almost come and gone, because M80 are now 5 rounds away from locking in their position at the event and forcing 100 Thieves down to that lower bracket. And it's not an easy task in said lower bracket either, guys, for either of these two teams, whoever it may be. And so while there's still a decent amount of time to go here on Bank, in terms of the overall series, we've gotten to a point now where we've played 13 rounds and it's 9-4 in favor of M80. That starts to gain quite a bit of separation. So very important out of the timeout. Again, on a 50-50 sort of map, Staff and open area is calling, and it feels almost must win for 100 Thieves.
And a failure to convert out of the attack timeout as well will, I think, only compound that. So it does feel like a very pivotal moment in this series for 100 Thieves to find a response. Open area hold, but a top floor extension by the defense of M80 facilitated by that castle. Catch again from Savage, having some influence early here. And don't discount the Mozzie as well in trying to strip away some of the info gathering potential here from the attack. At least so far the initial util layering here from 100 Thieves has been certainly more successful than at least the last round, with Stock exposed and some of the castle barricades dealt with on the console side. But won't deter this defense too much, and Diffuser wins that fight. You are kidding me.
He didn't even take a bullet until just then by Spirits. That's better for 100 Thieves. Stayed active. It wasn't just a one solo swing from Atten. They had a lot of players involved in that little push. A little bit of a 3-2-1 go moment for 100 Thieves. Goes their way. 4 versus 3. Drop down top main stairs now for Spirits. 100 Thieves have got themselves second floor control, so they've got the verticality established in this round, plus the extra player to their advantage. Although, when you kind of look at the lineup that they've got, I don't know if they could flash out Ashen and Savage from this Talus Archives position. It's not as if they've brought, you know, a Bark or a Ram, open up the floorboards, flush out said position.
Straight drop.
Great drop indeed, and that's a freebie then for Ashen. 100 Thieves turn their attention to the site, and so far so good. Savage in a 1 versus 2. Pushing out of Archives. Hot and Cold and Spirits seem like they've got a pretty good idea. They're going to go for the plant inside of open area, and Spirits has then got the cross. This is a pretty safe plant, but Hot and Cold getting out of this position is not safe. There's a fair chance this could become a 1v1 if Savage is quick to getting this kill, but Hot and Cold, talk about a timing as he pops up. First round on the board of Bank, 400 Thieves, and boy, was that desperately needed out of the tactical timeout.
Yeah, that was clean. The util early was great. It didn't deter the defense as much as I probably anticipated, but they were then able to make up for that with some good trade work early. Put themselves in a good position. They went a somewhat high risk there, but it was pretty well calculated. They had a decent read on the horizontal extension there, so elected to go for the direct drop. And whilst Ashton was able to keep pace for the first, eventually Hot and Cold was then able to get Plant down. And off screen, we could kind of just see the outline to the side. Spirits was actually repositioning to go up there towards stock. So even if Savage had have found that pick, which you could argue that maybe he deserved, and Hot and Cold got a little lucky in terms of timing, would have been so challenging to win that against the third angle late. So ultimately, good work from the attack. The trade work has just been really fun to watch so far between these two. And a good pop-up there at the end. So we return down to basement. Success for M80 on their first attempt defensively. We'll see if they can back that up here. In terms of the additional bans as well, we'll see the Bandit in compliments of the Kaid, and some of the range hard breeds dealt with Ace no longer available.
Well, 2-1. It's actually, I think, the way we started on the opening map of Labs indeed, although it's just a slightly different order of things. Back on Labs, it was the first round that went the way of 100 Thieves. Then M80 won 4 of the next 5. This time 2-1 split.
Reinforcing the 4.
So 3 more rounds to go in this first half. Can 100 Thieves
Camera feed up and running.
really play off of that third round and carry some momentum for a little bit? They probably haven't had too many momentum moments across the series. Only once if they won back-to-back rounds. Round 7 and 8 on Labs. And we've seen far more of these sort of round streaks from M80. They've clearly shown they've got the ability to gain and carry that momentum. Time for 100 Thieves to try and do the same in this first half. Follow up from that round. In terms of the overall 2 maps that we've played, numbers, it's Hot and Cold that leads for 100 Thieves, 14 and 10. Case and the only other one with double digits across the 2 maps. They need more out of Adam, they need more out of Gomez. Sends and a fast rush. Spirits on the blitz through square and electrical. Casing got tagged up through the ROU. It's Ashen that falls first. Good defense though so far from Diffuser, but shortly lights out. No, not just yet. Stayed alive a little longer and enough then to buy time for the reinforcements. The cavalry arrived for M80. The fast push unsuccessful for 100 Thieves. Adam now in the 1v3. As he grabs the case, he's now going to make his way down to site by himself with Savage, Gavin, and Gunner all waiting for him.
Yeah, fair play to Diffuser and stalling out so much time. And then Savage able to backstab in support. Adam needs to find 3 picks to equalize this scoreline. Looks incredibly unlikely. Sound cue given. Important now that M80 are disciplined. Don't feed ones into the DMR. We see it time and time again. Plant faked. Nitro not. Good work from Gav, and overall, a well-played defense from M80. There was so much pressure early in the round. I mean, that pocket play with the electrical hit, ROU straight into open, may have initially caught Diffuser off guard, but he just stalled out so much time. That was really, really well played.
In terms of the contest, you don't see this. The hold from the defense, you'll see. But the way that 100 Thieves kind of read into this play and know, okay, they're going to defend staff open area. They want to play that denial. Let's try and rush them. Almost as if it's the site itself.
It looks so...
Yeah.
That's actually a really good play from M80.
Yeah, he sustained that 1v1 directly into the blitz for about 8, 9, 10 seconds, which is phenomenal. And given how switched on M80 have looked with their trade so far, that was more than enough time to enable the support. So look, they've done a good job there, and 100 Thieves, I'm sure, will be disappointed that that shot call didn't pay off.
And again, it means for 100 Thieves, it's another moment in the series that they've not been able to go on and win 2 rounds. They've only done it once across the 2 maps. And that's ultimately been the difference maker. M80 again get a 2-round advantage, now only 4 rounds away. Putting 100 Thieves into that lower bracket and securing their place at the Esports World Cup. Of course, for M80, looking towards redemption. Redemption's probably the key word for them after what happened in kickoff. Lost to Wildcard, lost to Shopify Rebellion, and, you know, interestingly enough, you think about now here for stage 1, well, imagine if they do lose the 100 Thieves, then have to play Shopify Rebellion again. Do the old wounds get reopened up? They don't want to even question that as a thought. Get the job done here, lock in EWC.
All set to blow it.
The ace banned out, but the Hibana available, and so Kanto Wall is vulnerable. The denial from M80 in the mute will ultimately not be enough to prevent the wall from being opened up. Can they be held from lobby repel, contain players over towards that elevated portion, main stairs, etc. Another impact EMP to follow, and the wall thereby will be confirmed. Gunner in an aggro position, front desk. We saw him initially tease the breach, but he'll fall back and make a more calculated positional play. But the setup here from 100 Thieves, more lobby-centric than maybe what we've seen previously. They do still have that utility belt with the cap and the sense to go direct to site later on, and notably the defense not bringing the mirror on this occasion for the Jan hold.
And also notably, 3 rounds straight, the opening kill has not been converted, much to the demise of 100 Thieves. Now I say it, and we'll see if that follows again for a 4th straight round. Gomez shuts down Gunner, deals with the Denari, finds his first kill on Bank. Talk about a timely one. Hot and cold, pushing up Spiral. 60 seconds left. Clears out elevator. Diffuser sitting front desk. Could get double swung from both sides. Could get pinched. Goes for the pistol. Worked for him in the last round. Works for him in this round. Where's that second player? It was hot and cold. A little delayed, but he does get the kill. The trade is successful. Ashen has eaten one of the Jugger payload calls from Adam. Savage may have seen him, but does he know he slipped in? Yes, he has. It's suddenly a 3v2. One at the window. Gomez eats that shotgun for a second time as Savage sits him down. Adam in the hallway by himself as M80 on the verge of making it a 4-1 lead. It's another 1 versus 3. It's another round that 100 Thieves just feel inevitable at losing. At the very least for Adam, he will not go down to that razor bloom, but the bullets are still coming his way. 4-1.
It's really starting to feel like M80 are establishing a bit of dominance in this series now. They are looking very comfortable. And yet again, another round where the opening kill will not be converted. Gomez got the pick on Repel, that weakened front desk, so 100 Thieves saw that as their trigger point to push forward. But then Savage in particular with a big standout moment over towards airlock. Shut down hot and cold. He's been pretty good inside of the server today, 4-2 so far, and seemingly very eager to get one step closer to defending his crown at EWC.
Make it 4 straight rounds now. Again, the opening kill has not been converted. 3 of those, unfortunately, fall with 100 Thieves. They've also only got the plant successfully down once. I referenced at the start of this map as we head into the final round of this half. It's the best map in North America when it comes to teams executing by a plant, and 100 Thieves have only managed it once. We've also, strangely enough, not had a single multi-kill round. It's a very even spread lobby, unfortunately, and I don't really mean to highlight out Gomez, but he is the outlier at 1-5. Everyone else is between 3 to 6 kills. It really highlights there hasn't been an overwhelmingly dominating player, but Adam finds his 4th kill, this one onto Diffuser. It's another opening kill for 100 Thieves. They're going to end the half winning out the opening engagement statistic 4-2, but they've only they haven't converted on any of them.
Yeah, will the curse continue here? It will be a sight for sorry eyes if they're unable to convert another opportunity, and a 5-1 scoreline would put them in a massive deficit heading into the second half. We'll see if the fight back from M80 is sharp and on point again. Not just off of Ashen archive through to the main repel will not land, as Gav gets called on the second floor. 2-2 split currently from the defense, with good information on offer from 100 Thieves with these pre-placed drones. Should give them confidence on this clear, and decent read as to what that split formation is at the moment. And we'll see how they go about looking to break this down.
Going in.
I think it's safe to assume that M80 are not going to want to forfeit this too freely, though. Up above, they'll probably play for their lives. As Spirits will look to potentially clear.
Well, I mean, Spirits brings the blitz, very helpful at clearing out, you know, stock, janitor, etc. But he's going to continue to go very, very deep and try and catch out. Gavin gets that kill. It seems as if 100 Thieves will end this opening half on a much better note. A second round almost seems inevitable. Finally, success goes their way. Finally, it seems as if they will capitalize on that early advantage created by Adam. The one thing in this series we haven't really seen much of are these sort of 2v5s and 2v4 comebacks. The outnumbered players typically do fall without much of a fight as Gunner in the 1 versus 5. An anticlimactic end to the half, but not if you're a 100 Thieves fan. It's a pulse. It's a sign of life. It was a much needed round win. It's still, though, 4-2 in favor of M80.
M80 still with all the control right now, but 1 round back in the right direction for 100 Thieves. They still seem to be struggling, though. Kyle, what are you seeing?
Yeah, they are still struggling, and it's kind of going back to what their problem was even in the beginning of the season, where they're so good at getting the opening picks, but then they can't convert. I mean, here's a round right here on round 2 where their plan A doesn't work. They couldn't go windows because there's a mirror on the wall they couldn't clear. So they go for a plan B. They try to do stock, but he threw 3 ace charges, and there's Gav eating them all up right there with the Wamai. I mean, it's too free. They go for plan C, but Savage going out on top against Hot and Cold, that's really the kill that kind of won that round for him.
Yeah, they're definitely just going a little too slow, and it's becoming really, really telegraphed. I mean, the fact that they have a Flores there that could have just eliminated all of those Wamai discs, they get open that wall, they don't have to go to plan C, but then you go to round 4. I mean, again, very slow. I mean, arguably, Bank is the map.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he just bonked his head, just bumped and boom. But again, on a map like Bank, one thing you have to start out with is your drones. It gives you the information of how then you can approach the map, but they were taking almost a minute to understand where the defenders were, which they typically are on the first floor, and then they just meet headway. They're far too telegraphed.
Yeah, then another round on top floor again where they have like man advantage. They're just not checking close. Savage, okay, great play. He gets into that rat spot. They had absolutely no idea. He lets Hot and Cold pass Banana, doesn't shoot at him when he wasn't going to get the kill. Then he secured the kill, kills the guy on the windows again. Like,
I mean, thankfully we chose M80 as our prediction that they were going to win this matchup. I mean, it's important. But however, starting on their attacking half for M80, I think they just need to do the exact same thing that they did in Nighthaven Labs, is find out where 100 Thieves are and find out where those players are if they're roaming. Like both me and you said, we would rather see them turtle up, rather be able to bunker, play with each other. But if they are going to go out on a roam, I want M80 to absolutely expose them for it. I want them to make sure that they're walking away with the opening kills. Because once again, 100 Thieves had the majority of the opening kills, but were not able to convert them. Somehow, someone on 100 Thieves has to realize once they get that pick to just slow down and bunker up, play together. You can easily do it on a map like Bank.
It's so unusual, this pattern. I just want to highlight it. They have the majority of the opening kills, but they are down 4-2 right now. How do they break that pattern?
I mean, it's anti-bleeding protocols that we've talked about before, right? Slow down is usually the big one. Either slow down or go fast, but you got to do it together, right?
Yes,
a bad plan's a good plan as long as we're all doing it. We haven't seen that on Labs. We had some people going fast, some people going slow. Yeah, we need Hot and Cold to really reel them in.
What do you make of these bans here, Lax?
I mean, obviously for the execute alone, removing the smoke is going to be very vital, especially for a map, a round like CEO, or even inside open. Just getting rid of that Azami, alleviating that pressure is going to be big. So you can clearly tell M80 wants to go for these executes once they get to that late round, depending how that first beginning initial round looks like.
Yeah, I'm just worried again. When we watch them play this map, M80 with Savage, it looked like a lot of that old secret stuff. And what was he really good at? It was blitz. We got rid of Montaigne, which is a key shield, but I'm expecting a little bit more blitz or Blackbeard from Savage. Printer window jumps, fast plays, really good coordination from them. I'm kind of scared if I'm rooting for the Thieves.
All right, well, they are 2 rounds down right now, and M80, after missing out on the Salt Lake City Major, are 3 rounds away from making the Esports World Cup.
3 rounds away, but to be completely honest, guys, it could still be a mile away. There's 2 scenarios. Either M80 cross that finish line largely without any issues, or we see 100 Thieves create a headache of issues in this second half on their own defense, and just keep this chapter going a little longer, and then who knows, if we get to that third map, it could be into the throw territory, the choke territory. M80 want to close this out as quick as possible here in the second half of Bank.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if they continue to have issues on entry conversion. As the boys on the desk said, it has been an issue stage long. 100 Thieves ranked 7th. Oh, hold that thought for a second. 7th in the league at 65% conversion. M80 second, 77%. Now we'll see if that again transposes over here to defense. Bank. It was a big concern in the first half. And we'll see if it carries on here. As the guys mentioned, Savage expected to play shield heavy in this half, the Blitz or the Blackbeard, which will maybe help with a bit of tempo, bit of map clear, and establishing footholds of pressure around the map. In terms of this defensive hold at the moment, a small extension above, but fall off inevitable. And Kason on Q will drop down red, leaves Gomez in elevator alongside Adam.
M80 failed to convert one opening kill on Labs, and so far only one here on Bank. They're usually pretty good for the round if they can get that early pick. Right now, Spirits maybe thinking he could get it, but it's Adam on Tigana. That forced out Spirits to almost blow himself up towards Beepers, running forward into the Nitro, but he really wanted to get over to top floor, which is quite intriguing. Of course, the site is basement. Payload call onto Adam. They're trying to pressure him towards Lone. This needs to be a kill if you're M80, but Spirits jumping on down and saving the day, and Adam then gets the kill onto Savage. The round goes into disarray for M80, but the activity on the defense for 100 Thieves will pay dividends. This is the perfect way to start the second half.
Yeah, they've played a really positive brand of Siege in this opening defense. Love the double stack elevator, the reposition from Spirits. And whilst Adam falls, the round is still very much in the defense's
Spirits,
favor.
just go to site. Please, just go back to site.
he'll go back and pitch a tent. He'll be chilling. But it is the two best gunners on the side of M80 still standing. We'll see if they can make something work.
They've only got 30 seconds. The case has been reacquired. Shock drone thrown out from Ashen. Might just want to get that one into a better position. Checks over towards Garage. No one lurking there. Bottom of main stairs for Kason. Didn't need him. Gomez had the longer angle, and seems as if we should get a 100 Thieves round win to start the second half. Basement not really sighted until the final 20 seconds as Gavin pushes out of elevators into the lobby. Lovely swing from Kason. 100 Thieves will make it 2 straight. For just the second time in this series, they go back-to-back round wins. Could this be the launch pad? Could this be the sign of momentum?
Yeah, that was a fun little adaptation there from 100 Thieves. I don't think that they initially were all that eager in holding on to first floor. I mean, maybe they were with the double stack elevator. Tricky to say. We never really saw the POV and how they were kind of playing that position, if it was just for the contact and fall back. But either way, they found that pick, and then Spirits just guns it up to top floor, helps and support Lone late. He was then able to get back towards the objective, and by that point, the damage was done. Here is catching that as Spirits offers cover. Savage gets double teamed. And then at that point, 2 versus 4, little time, a lot of utilities still remaining on site, so there's very little opportunity for Ashen and Gavin to combine then. Ultimately well played by the defense, and just the kind of start you need in a matchup that hasn't quite been going your way today. To be authoritative in your first defensive round has to be a nice feeling.
5 seconds to insertion. Attack. Locate and defuse a bomb.
Gotta reload.
Basement's proven to be difficult for both teams to attack into. It's now been won successfully, 3 from 3. Top floor couldn't be won either on the attack by 100 Thieves in the first half. M80 will now get a go here in the 8th round. Receive the glass. An operator that certainly is not shy on Bank. But first time that we will see it in this particular match, and Gavin will be given the license. 6 smokes as well available too to try and feed and layer that utility for Gavin to play off. They're going to have no issues in opening up this stock wall. like we saw in the first half from 100 Thieves. Now, the good news, though, for 100 Thieves is they have the Warden on the board. Important for Adam to stay alive towards Janitor. What they didn't bring this round, though, is a mirror.
Glaz with the 3 appearances for NAL top floor bank so far this stage, 33% win rate, but the kind of operator who can help open a lot of space and layer pressure and allow you to play more advanced positions than you would otherwise be enabled, of course self-sufficient with 2 smokes in hand. If he's playing a risky game here over towards top square, but is able to open both sides successfully with his Exo, so that's now job done in terms of his primary hard breach. Diffuser in the hands of Savage. Do they try and find a way to incorporate a shield plant potentially into this? It's certainly risky. 100 Thieves go searching below.
Hunting. Oh, and they might find, is Ashton ready? Ashton is not ready. Kaysen, wonderful headshot, but the plant going down. Up on towards the side from Savage. There's no response at the moment from 100 Thieves. Well, they may have found the opening 2 kills of this round. The plant was successful, and as you said, the Nitro doesn't connect. Savage has even got his way over to square. They can play the post plant now with the smoke still up of Diffuser, with then the combo with the Glaz. 30 seconds. 100 Thieves need to be quick.
The rappel angle and the skylight angle here are going to be so challenging to contest. There's nothing really that they can do.
Down against the freebie, and the pistol from Savage. Adam will have to stick. He cannot get off it, but the angle was there, and M80 will steal the round. It's a snatch job on the top floor. 100 Thieves got baited into the fight down below with Ashen, and while they found the 2 kills, they gave up site control. It wasn't worth it. A crucial round for M80 to deny 100 Thieves the ability to win 3 straight.
There's the Nitro, and I was just about to pose the question, as we only caught the tail end live, would that have been enough to deny the plant? And whilst even then the margin was very close, I'm pretty confident it would have. If the plant gets denied there, I think the round likely plays out very, very, very differently. So that is super unfortunate for Hot and Cold. Just a slight miss.
You can probably say that's a round win for 100 Thieves at that point, because it would have been, what, 5v2? Kid in the open.
And it would have been a 4-4 score. That's devastating. That's a big blow for 100 Thieves.
What could that have in terms of ramifications for playoffs in general? That small moment.
10 seconds left before
because 100 Thieves as well. That would have been 3 straight.
5 seconds to go.
It would have been 1 to close the first half, 2 to open the second. They would have had the momentum.
The objective is to defuse a bomb.
But now it's M80 that are 2 rounds away from the Esports World Cup. They won Munich, but they didn't get the chance in Salt Lake City. Looking for that return to the international level. Of course, an SI that probably wasn't up to par either. They're looking to redeem, but it's about getting back there first. Now, 2 more rounds, and only 1 really needed for at least overtime as a security blanket. And this is the pressure round now of your 100 Thieves. Round 9.
This is where the pressure starts to mount for 100 Thieves. Already a player down within the first minute of the 9th round. Conspiracy as well. It's crumbling.
They don't lose these rounds. M80 don't have that same history as 100 Thieves. Once they get that advantage, they hold on to it and take it all the way to the end of the round. 5 versus 3. Kaysen, the rookie, a lot on his shoulders. Towards Stock, forced back in, loses that shield, now no longer has the cover. He'll be forced to drop, play the site, lays that Razor Bloom shell at the drop of the hatch. Could that have a play later? Will he answer the call? He will.
Swapping.
A couple more still available on the Dockerby though for Gunner.
There's just so much time afforded to M80, so they'll use that to drone. They'll use that to lay utility, ensure that Savage is in the right position to get value on the blitz close range. There's just so many good moving pieces of the puzzle, and that's the trigger point to drop.
And they're all just fall so quick. The Razorblade did get one, but it wasn't enough. 6 on the board for M80. One more needed to get back to that international level. 100 Thieves. It's been a decent stage so far here in stage 1, but it feels as if it's lower bracket territory on the cards. They need 3 straight. And guess what? In this series, across both maps, they have not managed that once.
They are absolutely now backed into a corner. The question will be, do we see fight here from 100 Thieves? As the Habana will join Ace in ranged hard breach out of play, and the Warden also to be banned. So that's going to potentially open up a big util dump set here for this basement site. So we'll keep that in mind and monitor if that's something M80 ultimately look to go for. As the tension continues to rise, M80 have had to put in a lot of hard work to return to this position in this form. And they will absolutely want to confirm their spot right here, right now.
I mean, I think for 100 Thieves, it's going to be the kind of series, guys, that they ultimately walk away from thinking, geez, we did a lot right. I mean, even here on Bank, talk about this streak, from round 4 to round 8, they got all the opening kills. That's 5 straight rounds. You got the opening pick, only converted on 2 of them. They've had the only multi-kill round and the only flawless round. It's 1-to-1 in plants. A lot of the numbers, when you look at the tracker sheet, if you were to kind of just take away the overall scoreboard, you'd say 100 Thieves are actually probably winning this game, and yet they find themselves 3-6 down.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able, you probably wouldn't be able to tell, or at least it looks very close in terms of just the raw summary for the player stats in this matchup. It's just been, again, the small moments, the 1%ers where M80 have just been a little bit better on the day. I think they've been able to so far show that the map pulls well for them. They've been able to flex their muscles a little bit. But now comes crunch time where the pressure rises, and once again, M80 sharp in the early round. It opens up the garage path for Adam falling on the Aruni.
Back-to-back opening deaths for Adam, unfortunately. In fact, the 3 opening kills that M80 have got since the opening round have all been on him. And again, M80 in this series, they don't throw these rounds with these early advantages. Savage deep early towards elevators. They might want to end this one with a flurry after getting rid of Gomez. The defense is starting to get surrounded. Spirits and Kaysen answer back with 1 apiece, but they also then lose Kaysen to the Bailiff as hot and cold against his former team needs to clutch up the 1 versus 2. Savage and Diffuser can take their time if they so please. You can use the drones. You've got the Kawan Hive Launcher. Get the information, but they've just acquired it through the shield of Savage. Diffuser puts an end to it. Well, not the greatest SI after being the Munich Major Champions and missed out on Salt Lake City altogether. But they're back, baby. M80 are going to the Esports World Cup. That global stage is calling. M80 are heading there.
I like that.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's go. Yo, this is Raid. C9 versus SSG. Sounds of Siege. Let's go.
And this is like a gadget?
I don't know if I can say it, but.
Oh, you can't say.
Alright, just like think. Oh, I'm not doing that. This is gonna look bad. I don't know, just think like.
Repelling in.
Yep.
Nice rival.
Reinforcing?
Nope. This is so hard because there's no category. Like, think Rainbow Six Siege. Is that a good hint?
No.
Oh, Alpha Pack.
Oh my god.
That might have been a giveaway, but. I didn't even see it.
Flashbang.
I like what you did for that.
Wait, give me literally 2 seconds. I literally have a great role play.
Go for it.
We're starting the role play now, okay? Let me do it again. Let me do it again. That's the best I could do for you.
Bye, sure, Tim.
Let's go, Rival. Per usual, Rival's the king.
Boom.
That's Rook armor.
Can I steal?
Can I steal?
What are you doing with 2 hands, dude? Like, what is that?
Frostmat.
Oh my god.
M80 are headed to the Esports World Cup, and we've got the defending champion of the Esports World Cup standing by. Savage is ready to go. Savage and M80 take the win. Savage, how are you? I mean, congratulations on securing that win. You now have a chance to defend your EWC title on a completely different organization. Tell me what this opportunity means for you.
I'm really happy. This one felt good. You know, I think maybe with our old team, the qualifications were taken for granted at some points because just how strong we were throughout the year that it wasn't really in our mind that we wouldn't qualify with this team. We did a really solid group stage, but I still didn't take it for granted that we would qualify. So I don't know, it just felt better. I think as well, like the fact that it was against Vivas, my former coach, as well, like, you know, something to prove a bit more. It was nice.
Well, Savage, I want to say congratulations. We didn't doubt at all after we, of course, we predicted M80 to win that game. I just want to know. I believe Gunnar, the rest of the boys actually have never been to an Esports World Cup, and you are a champion. We heard Gunnar actually scream. He's like, "Oh my God, I finally made it! I finally made it!" Is there any difference in preparation, kind of going into it as the champion, that you need to prepare, like, you know, Diffuser, Gunnar, some of them that haven't ever been to an Esports World Cup?
No, it's a shorter tournament. I mean, I guess, I'm saying no, but maybe yes. It is definitely a shorter tournament. There's a lot less room for mistakes. Yeah. You know, like 2 games, you're out. You need to go in confident, I presume. You need to go in, you know, not doubting anything, do a really good, strong prep, because it's not like SI. Most the teams that normally win is teams that grow into the tournament, right? Teams that lose and then they make it up from there. Well, for us, EWC was completely different, right? We didn't lose at all. I need to come up. So I don't know. I guess there'll be some in the prep to talk about that. That wasn't something that I thought about yet. Just you know, focus on qualifying first, and then we get from there.
Well, Savage, congratulations on being the first team to qualify for EWC, on top of also being able to defend your title. 2 questions. One question being, how does it feel to just bury the hatchet of all, you know, the question marks that were coming into the stage? Obviously, wonderful group stage. Then to be the first team to qualify for EWC. And then on top of just that, I mean, I know you say you didn't take it for granted, but just at how fast in the improvement and even the loss that you guys came to at the very end were all those big steps of being able to qualify today?
Yeah, I mean, we improved a lot quite fast throughout the prep into the stage. In the stage, we also every victory we took and learned from it. So I just think like we've had a great mentality into the stage, going into the stage and in the stage to not be just fixed on our defaults, not just fixed onto our things. You know, even we were winning, we were switching things up, and like the rounds that we were losing, we weren't just like ignoring it. We were like trying to improve from it. Especially the wildcard game was, you know, I guess not a wake-up call in a sense, but like just putting us back to earth. I think it was good for these playoffs, just to keep us working, even like exposing like some weakness of our clubhouse in specific, and maybe just our gameplay that we just like look to fix every time. Like I'm just really happy with the mentality of this team and how fast like the players have been improving onto my siege and themselves. Like just over every game, there's some great performance individual and as a team, and that's like what we aim for.
Absolutely. Savage, congratulations again, and yeah, thank you for your time as always. We look forward to seeing you out there in Paris. All right.
Thank you, guys. See you.
All right, well, we'll, of course, see Savage also down the road later this week. We'll see him next week as well as he fights for the NAL title. But M80, their Esports World Cup bound 100 Thieves just could not touch them. 2 maps, clean and simple, open and shut.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the 100 Thieves that we were kind of hyping up leading into this match. Even when we were listening to the comms, there was a lot of miscommunication in many different areas. I think, again, being telegraphed in some areas. I don't know what some of the issues were, honestly. I mean, it felt like the comms in some areas were there, and then in other times, it was just a misunderstanding of where they needed to go, lack of direction. And to come into that with the playoff on the line, I mean, it's nice that they have the cushion, but again, it's not the position that they really want to be in right now.
Yeah, I think the problem was they just kind of ran into a wall with M80. I mean, I love what Savage said there with, how quick they were able to pick up his siege, right? It was so like I don't even think he expected probably how quick. I mean, when you transition in IGL, it's a big learning process, right?
Yeah.
Normally that is something that takes time. You're completely changing up your style. So to see those guys now probably contenders for EWC, that is how good that I think M80 does look. Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to watch those guys.
Yeah, so M80 will move on to the upper bracket final, and 100 Thieves will catch them tomorrow as they take on Shopify Rebellion with their second opportunity to make EWC. So double elimination bracket, they will still have a chance, but now against SR, it is a whole nother beast.
It definitely is a whole other beast, and they have a lot of issues to work on. Not to say that SR doesn't, because even in their match, I mean, it relatively was close in some of their series. But again, SR has proven once they get to those best of threes, you've said it, Troy's inevitable at making events. It really is going to be another hurdle that they are going to have to get over, especially given the performance they had today.
Yeah, I'm just going to be honest. They play like they did today. I think SR is going to kind of eat them for lunch. So I'm a little bit worried, but there's time, right? You lose a game like that, the entire team's, you're going to get out of that team speak. You're going to go into your own team speak. You're going to have some honest conversations right now about what went wrong. You're going to be watching that VOD back. You're going to be studying, and you're going to come prepared and hopefully give your best fight for tomorrow.
Right, there's time, but 24 hours, right? It's not that much time to actually turn around and improve. But we get to move quickly to our next matchup of the day. Dark Zero and Wildcard go toe-to-toe, also with an opportunity to qualify for the Esports World Cup. These are two teams with quite a bit of history against each other organizationally between these rosters, and we have so much to talk about that. But Spiker, the man who leads this wildcard team, well, he's known for his spot-on calls, and we saw one of those calls in their last game against M80. Take a look.
Bro, I might just like drop kitchen randomly and just hit side, I'm not gonna lie. There's nobody canine, bro. Bro, I'm going to. Can you guys just make noise? Atro, just get ready to drop kitchen with me, okay? Let's just do this shit. Are you guys ready? Yeah. I'm gonna walk box 3, okay? 3, 2, 1, I'm dropping. Canine dead. Dirt dead.
Jukebox mirror.
Jukebox dead. Yeah, planning.
Core audio.
Bottom main.
Yeah, it's fine.
One down.
Maybe long? He's church.
I can call him. I'm holding blue. He's church double going blue.
Walking in blue. I'm holding blue.
And that. In blue.
Holy fuck. Let's go! Oh my fucking god!
Nice, dude. I can't hear you, bro.
I mean, just a big call from Spiker there. 7-7 match point, and where did he get it? He puts on Twitter with that clip, right? Where did he get it? He learned it from Hot and Cold at the SLC Major, so that was the dagger that was able to actually beat M80. Unfortunate for Matt, he wasn't able to take them down today, but Spiker was able to in that last play day. So really impressive, and obviously Spiker, he just deserves his flowers, right?
Absolutely.
All roads really do lead to Spiker in this matchup right here for DZ. Not only is he the IGL, not only is he involved in the game prep with Lagotness, their coach, right? But also he's something of a rarity here. He's one of the fragging IGLs that we actually have in our scene, where he's able to put up numbers no other IGL is. He's leading the league right now, actually, in numbers. So fragging IGL, able to call, it all comes down to Spiker.
Well, Dark Zero, Spiker now has to go up against a team that has to be the most well-rounded team we've ever seen here in North America. I mean, it seems like in every position, in every role, they are the best in what they do.
Yeah, I mean, they have all the key components for a successful team. It's the reason why they won SLC. It's the reason why they dominated the way they did, and especially when we're talking about what's on the line here of EWC. I mean, that is the big thing when you compare the old SSG, now Dark Zero, and with the new Dark Zeros, they didn't have that before. They had the Ash and they had the Benja, but it wasn't enough. They didn't have the Kino. They didn't have the NJR. They didn't have the structure. And again, this is a team that, even when you look at EWC, they placed top 4. And now with these two, they could easily win the entire thing. It's just getting over that hurdle of getting past wildcard. But again, it's the components that this team has that no other team currently NA has right now.
Well, I noticed Mint has gotten up from the chair because he's over by the telestrator. Coach Mint, spotted? Tell us why DZ are just this good.
Well, I'll let you know why they're just this good. Coach Mint here, and I'm going to break down why exactly DZ is having such success. These guys are machines, and we're going to see right here how synced they are in their last game versus Cloud9. They spot Pamazu the Thorn. It's going to be the big call from their IGL of Fultz, and at the same time, they're going to send Newers' Flores drone in at the same time as the Buck of J90 underneath. The Thorn's going to have to make a choice. Do you want to die to the Buck or the Flores drone? Unfortunately for him, he's going to choose the Flores drone. And then what happens after that? Well, Cloud9, they are going to start to press against the DZ take, which is really normal. And this is going to be a little bit of a gamble play because what are they giving up? They're actually giving up the Aqua side of the map. But you're doing this against Dark Zero, and Dark Zero, again, they are going to have the reads once they get the information. So C9, they're going to go for a little bit of a power. We're going to see Clash walk in, and this was a good play on NJR. The problem? Well, that's going to tell them there's 2 players, and Smoke is going to tell that there's 3 players on this side of the map. We're then going to see Fultz with the ace charge onto the wall, and he's baiting that they're still doing that take. And what do they immediately go into? Another trap. In almost no time, they're going to have Newers taking the Aqua side and holding the Rafter player from running back through the rotate. Kino is going to jump through the window with a flashbang, and at the same time, they're going to have the ace walking through the Rafter door. Oh, and of course, J90 from underneath, he's got that Buck. So what's he going to do? He's going to Buck up from underneath. Almost nothing Monk is going to be able to do, and we're going to see it being executed flawlessly from Dark Zero. So again, they get that pick onto Raptors. Newers is inside of Aqua, and he is going to easily clean up the rest of the round. And I gotta just tell you, I mean, this is also without Kino on shields, right? There's a whole nother layer of this Dark Zero team, but man, are they just so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's something that we've highlighted time and time again with this team is just their flexibility and versatility that allows them to thrive and be so successful. And not just even in Kino, not just even in NJR, it's the entire team can switch up their playstyle depending on the team they're going against, depending on the site that's in front of them, the operators that are banned. There is really no right way in how you want to approach Dark Zero, unless you're Wildcard, however. But with that being said, they do seem to always be prepared for whatever is in front of them, and they can switch up at any given moment.
Yeah, what I will say, Wildcard kind of does have the blueprint because they were able to play Dark Zero earlier in the stage.
They love playing against this team.
They love playing against them. And against them, Spiker actually has usually the head-to-head against them, which is actually great. They have good prep against each other, both really good prep-heavy teams with the Goatness and call out the coaches and want to highlight them. But yeah, going into this game, I mean, they're going to have to figure out, first off, what map they're going to go to. And then once they do, is the double shield ban going to be the blueprint? Because that's what we've seen used against them on Cafe. The double shield's being banned out, not allowing Kino to kind of be the forward press and be the entry. Then they layer back, they play off the C4s. We saw that same game plan in M80 on Cafe as well when they were able to 7-0 them, where they double shield ban and then utilize the C4. So I want to see them go to maps where they're able to follow that blueprint.
All right, well, let's take a look. You brought it up. Let's give our map bans a quick check to see where this best of 3 is headed. Consulate is going to be our first pick, and maybe the first time we've seen this map this stage. We'll see it as the first map of this best of 3.
This definitely is the first time we've seen this stage, and it's the first time that Wildcard has been allowed to pick it. It's banned on them, but 90% of the time, respectfully so, they are very strong on this map. Something I've always highlighted is just the way that they play their defense. They play very trap-oriented, and especially when you use an operator like Denari, for example, especially on the top floor, you can play back into exactly what you're saying, playing back into those layers. They get that early aggression, and then they fall back into those layers, into those traps, which then forces their opponent into losing situations where that's really where they exposed DZ. They understood the playstyle that DZ was going to have. They actually, on their defenses, wanted them to turtle so that they could push and pull the defense around and then collapse onto them. So at least for their attacking half, that's almost what I'm expecting here, is to be able to push and pull around the defense and then expose the gap and then go for the site executes.
Yeah, it's great maps for both teams. Consulate, you just highlighted, that is the map for the blueprint to work, right? Chalet for DZ, it's their best map. They took down FaZe on it in SLC, and it was previously their best map. It's all going to come down to that third map.
Labs.
And we'll just have to see.
All right, we will. Dark Zero and Wildcard, these teams love going head-to-head. We see it all the time. And the story between these two teams, well, today it will continue to build with an esports spot on the line.
Well, I have to agree with the boys over on the couch. Guys, I think this one has 3 maps written all over it. Just based on the map veto, based on the way things seem heading into Consulate, the first time getting to see at this stage, and certainly even across all of the regions currently in the ecosystem, it's got to be the least played map. Feel like I haven't got to cast this in quite some time. Dark Zero, heavy favorite with the socials, at least going into the first map of the series. But it is Wildcard's pick, and this is not a Dark Zero map at all. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, excited to see a little bit of Consulate. As you've said, it has seen a very low frequency globally, really, at this point. And for Wildcard specifically, a map that has been tucked away and hidden away for a long time. They've literally banned it once over the last few months. Against them, though, it has been banned on 25 occasions. So Wildcard have been very much waiting for this moment to show it. And as the boys on the couch were saying, that the blueprint, the way in which they kind of look to take down maps, generally speaking, as an overarching theory, is probably going to be pretty compatible with Cons. So, yeah, it has all the hallmarks of being a 3-mapper, but we'll wait and see, of course, how this series does eventuate. Maybe there is another 2-0 on the horizon.
If there were to be another 2-0 on the horizon, do you kind of just base it on who wins this console? Maybe not so much who wins this console, but considering Chalet, the map to follow for Dark Zero, 4-0 record, it's their second map preference. Yeah, like, I mean, DZ do take console. If they can upset Wildcard on the opening map, I feel like they're more likely to win this 2-0 than probably, say, Wildcard.
In terms of who's most likely to take it 2-0?
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like Wildcard certainly could win Consulate and then into Chalet to the job there as well. But when you kind of consider that neither of these two have actually won this map, and while obviously for Wildcard, yes, this has been a map that's been banned against them so often. They did show it against FaZe, lost it. That's the only result we've seen from them this year on Consulate. Kind of get into the thought process that if DZ could steal this map, get the win here, then Chalet looks really, really good for them as well.
The bans as well have concluded. Double info on the side of the attack with Solid Snake and Deimos unavailable, and then double hard breach denial with the Kite and Bandit benched for defense. So that may limit some of that clear potential here for Wildcard, the pacing, etc. Garnering that information, and it's going to make that mean that drones are even more valuable. Although with the Kite and the Bandit both banned out, that may alleviate pressure for the top floor, hard breach and basement. Faults finds the opening kill though. Strong start for DZ, and it's the Striker taken out of play for Wildcard.
Yeah, and I think getting these early picks of Consulate is going to be being quite a lot. Yeah, you're going to probably see at least on this map, and honestly Chalet as well. So the first two maps of this series, a lot of this sort of entry battle, a lot of these entry denials, these fighting in the windows, that's going to be quite a pivotal part of this series for DZ and Wildcard. Bay's finally able to get a little bit of comfortability at the top of Spiral. Newers falls to Spiker. We saw his wonderful clip on Clubhouse during the intermission. We'll go for the blind side of Expo. Kino's probably the closest one, and even he's not going to be able to get into a position to deny. Bay does go down. 3v3 post plant. Plant successfully down for Wildcard. Really quick adaptation mid-round. Sees them into a really solid position now. With Kansan outside, same with Adrian. There's a lot of presence outside of the building that Dark Zero need to go deal with. They're not ready for Spiker. Still down below at the bottom of Spiral. Kino's probably going to have to try and long arm this, but I don't think that's going to be possible. Directly below still is Spiker, and he hits the headshot. Spiker is active early inside of the server. As Wildcard now look very likely to take this opening round. One from below, one from above. They're everywhere. Wildcard on the board.
Yeah, had them sandwiched in there in the post. And again, Spiker playing a huge role in that round. He for me has been one of the most exciting players to watch over the course of this stage, and he's really peaking now towards the back end of this stage, right at the perfect opportunity where if he finds an opportunity and has the ability to make a heads-up play, he backs himself in, and his ability to execute on those plays is really enjoyable to watch. I mean, great job here, catch Faults. Then was down below, and with both Kansan and Adrian's second floor, there's no hope for Kino. Definitely no hope for NJR. The vibes good in the wild card camp early. Down to basement for round 2.
Spiker, the best planter in the business. Kino's actually the second best. So I hazard a guess in this series that we're probably going to see quite a few post-plant situations play out.
10 seconds left.
Again, first time getting to see Consul at this stage for NAL, so there's no statistics at all as to where it currently sits as of today and really as of this stage. And I don't really see too much value going too far back. Things always change stage to stage. But clearly a map that, I mean, ever since its reintroduction a couple of years back, it probably has started to fall out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, we actually had a quick look back at just how long Consulate has been in the pool, and it was a bit of a shock. Time flies. It's been nearly 3 years since Consulate was reintroduced.
Label as new Consulate as well, even though there wasn't a whole lot of changes. But yeah, it's definitely in that weird position now where it doesn't have the new tag really at all anymore.
Yeah, its days may be numbered until it gets reworked again. We'll see. As Kansan finds the open up, Vaults though with the trade with the Vulcan.
Monty.
Yeah,
Swapping mags.
you take that.
And on
DZ will be
Spiker.
pretty pleased. Yeah.
2 for 1. Basement the site, and Basement now a worry here for wildcard. We see the 0 in play. Adrian trying to get some information. Dark 0 for mine, I think a little bit better off now between the two teams. 4v4 heading into the final 90 seconds of the round. Still got a Nitro Cell with NJR. Impact, couple of gas babes, so decent utility. Bay's gonna go searching towards yellow, actually slowly makes his way up. There is actually one in piano, that's J90. This could be a crucial 1 versus 1. If they can deal with this, that eliminates that first floor pressure, but Bay is not going to be able to lurk over to his position. J90 is now fully aware that someone is aggressing on his location.
He's in a bit of a pinch, but catches Kansan. Bay not in a position to try and immediately hit the trade. Could be on for more here. J90 when he gets the second, that's job done. Ultimately traded. Nua's now in position to find Bay and does so. This has been good offside play from DZ. Adrian will sneak forward, but a 1 versus 3.
I was going to say, Adrian clearly aware that there was that re-aggress, maybe numbers not quite towards sight, so he's just being able to push up, but NJR does not get jump scared all that easily. Okay, so Dark 0 able to get the second round, 1 for 1. This is kind of how things started in our first series. If we kind of draw our attention, or our minds, if you will, back to the M80 100 Thieves matchup, you know, it was kind of 1 for 1, a little bit back and forth. Eventually, yeah, that arm wrestle went the way of M80, and certainly then to closed labs, then into bank, it was all M80, but it started off as the arm wrestle. A lot of close rounds. Maybe not so much a super close round here, but a big round for J90, defending his position on this first floor towards piano, where he was pretty much by himself, gets 2 kills, traded, but then Nua's eventually arrived in time to then get the 3rd kill.
Let's go. Good shit.
Yeah, decent round defending basement on Consulate, 1 to 1.
Yeah, certainly a good effort there from Dark 0. And again, given the data driving this map, I think it's very much just an opportunity for Dark 0 to try and get a free punch. I don't think there's a ton of expectation for them to go on and find success. As we've been saying, and the desk affirmed, 3 maps does feel like a pretty likely outcome in this matchup. And so that should just alleviate any kind of pressure for Dark 0 in this matchup, who probably just back themselves in, play pretty default, and see that, you know, maybe if they catch wildcard off on a bad night, that could be enough to give themselves a lead in the series potentially. We'll have to certainly just wait and see as this map develops. Could end up being a bit of a grind for both teams. As we head into round number 3, split site, we'll see what approach wildcard opt to go for. Early positioning would indicate a map clear, potentially all the way from top down. Spiker can drop yellow on the blitz and play the front line.
I'm trying to get as much info on this map as possible, guys, and so far I'm not coming up very well, by the way. I'll touch on this again because this could be fast-paced from Wildcard. Spiker has gone from the roof to the basement all the way down yellow stairs.
Yeah, it won't be top down. They're going to immediately hit basement, and it's just fault service stairs.
Well, it kind of keeps DZ guessing on a split site where they obviously need to still defend towers, but Wildcard going more so for the basement site. Darks are very split. Second floor, first floor. It's only Fox that's really kind of defending basement at the moment. He's going to be able to get a lot of information, but can he get the intel that the plant's going down below inside a server? Spiker will not get that plant. Newers was able to deny from the first floor, had the angle on the blitz, and therefore now Dark Zero not only deny the plant, they had that extra player. That now no longer. J90 falls to Baby Shark, who finds his second kill with this game. Wildcard recover the diffuser. Now, if they want, they can start to push up server stairs, and that's exactly what Kansan has gone to do. Gets rid of Newers, plant will be successful. I love this pacing from Wildcard, and it seems as if it's going to work out in the third round. Split should be theirs, only NJR. But with Kansan down, maybe a 1v2 is still possible. We'll need to pick up the pace as he converts onto Kansan. Goes for the kill. Oh, lovely headshot onto Bay. And it creates the 1 versus 1 against Baby Shark, who slips over to Visa. Yellow ping. Headshot connects. NJR with a huge clutch. It doesn't get any better than that from NJR.
Wow. 1 HP. The eyebrow raise, and not even a reaction from Dark Zero. That's just every day at the office for them. What a clutch. I mean, that's just another good example of a player who knows he's in such a small percentage. He has such a small percentage chance of winning the round, but he commits. He doesn't hesitate. He goes for the play and was able to catch the timing. Shame for Baby Shark. He tried to find the vert, then I think he repositioned, obviously tried to protect his life, got caught in the middle ground. And NJR just so cool, calm, and collected. That's a big round. This is a map where I expected Wildcard, even in this early stage, to have probably been a little more dominant than they have so far. So, a yellow flag raised early. 40 seconds, NJR was able to bait out the first with a good long arm. And then Baby Shark right here goes for impact, so tries to find vert. Then elects to jump out, go Visa side. There was yellow ping information.
I love the...
And they just can't believe it. I don't blame them.
The stats, by the way, guys, that I was kind of referencing regarding Concept, trying to find as much information, it really just does not get played, except for... yeah, I mean, there's not really anywhere that it's overwhelmingly played. I'd say for the most part, looking at a lot of the numbers, it leans towards the defense overall. We did see even back in kickoff for the North American kickoff, I kind of had a look at it as well. We only saw it one time, but it did lean defense too. So, I mean, I think the best case example, what I would go for in this half is that 4-2 split that we kind of talk about. I think that's going to be what Dark Zero are looking for. Get to the 4 rounds on defense as a minimum. So far, not too bad. I mean, you got 2 locked up. Dockerby ban and the Goyo ban and the Adrian opening kill for Wildcard. One thing though that's been very noticeable in this first half, the pace from Wildcard has been at an incredible level. 2-2 split now for the opening kills, but these opening kills have been early, and these plants as well, guys. Minute 19, minute 15. So keep that in mind here as we head to CO meeting for the first time, and this is a site where you can plant quickly.
Yeah, the DZ are certainly looking to try and aggress early in these rounds, and as you've noted on a couple of occasions now, Wildcard have been able to have a read and punish that. We'll see how they now look to exercise their advantage in this round. 5 versus 4. Admin across. Ranged hard breach in plenty of util layering on offer late. Love the inclusion of the glass as well in this setup. Spiker can, again, with smokes in pocket, be self-sufficient. And they're in a position now where they could even consider console side. But clearly the admin side take is first preference at the moment. We'll see if that changes at all with the clash in play. And oh, Spiker falls. So NJR plays under yellow skylight. and Spiker presumably just not expecting him to be in that position.
It feels like maybe another nerve-wracking round. No Newers, no Spiker. Spiker, of course, started hot. He got his 3 kills all in the opening round. And boy, were they impactful, as that's the only round Wildcard have won so far. 60 seconds. Not a lot of time left now for Wildcard. That early pace that, again, they tried to show has now been stalled out.
Oh, there's a real lack of explosives here as well into the clash. No frag grenades remain, and just the one Grim Bait. They are completely starved of utility for the final 40 seconds of this push.
And that push is probably going to have to be one where they flood together and hope that they can hit some really good shots. And that's going to mean the Vault on the clash, shield up. Kansas will talk about a really good shot, but Kino finds the double with the SMG. And suddenly a 2v3 when you've still got to deal with this clash, and the Shamika launcher of NJR can certainly make that floor lava. There's no gas beams left for Kino, so he'll just stay shotgun, play the close angle. He can swing at any time, but holds his nerve. A little shoulder peek. It goes the way of Canton. Needs to hit the next shot rather quickly, but he's so low. Dinner plate will do the job from NJR. 1 second remaining in the 1v1, and Baby Shark just doesn't have the time to close the gap. It's another round for Dark Zero as they make it 3 straight. They go 3-1 up. And it's 3 different sites as well. Wildcard are really pushing the limit here. They're doing so much right, but they're just not getting the reward, and they therefore call a tactical timeout.
It's certainly a respectable effort from Wildcard to wrangle that to 1v1. The clash is still up, and literally 0 util. This entire push is completely dependent on positioning and trade. We saw the clash initially start to slow a little bit. It was a good clear onto Kino, and Kansan was very narrowly close to dropping NJR as well. If he hits that spray, obviously the round goes completely the other way. So Wildcard showed good fight in that round, and generally are showing good fight here on Constellate so far, but it's small margins, it's 1%ers, it's a classic tale of a close best of 3 where they are losing out. And Dark Zero with 3 rounds straight are making a little bit of a statement on a map where I think there was very little expectation on them showing up on. So this has been a strong performance from DZ thus far, and well, the onus is on Wildcard to invest heavily in that tech timeout, which they do, and clearly identifying that 2-4 scoreline as being a target.
I kind of look at the timeout more as in relation to the fact that it's 3 straight for Dark Zero, but it's also from Wildcard's perspective, in my opinion, I think they're doing a decent amount right, but they're just not able to, get that execute point down pat. Take a little bit of a breather, talk things over. 2 pretty important rounds still to be played. Again, it's your map pick. So it's never a nice feeling when you do find yourself a couple of rounds down, but I do have the expectation this should favor defense, but it's a game of 2 halves. We won't know. Maybe Dark Zero have got some things cooked up on their own attack. And with that timeout now used by Wildcard, well, they're not going to be able to stall out any momentum later in that second half, so really do need to close this first half out on a positive note. One thing that's been very detrimental, though, I think, for Wildcard is just losing Spiker at various points of these, 3 rounds that have played since the opening round. We head back down to basement. Interesting for Dark Zero, they will skip Expo Piano after what happened in the 1 round that Wildcard won. I think that's the smart play. And, of course, possible considering they've played all 4 of the sites here on Consulate. Baby Shark with the opening kill. It's another one for Wildcard early.
Another one, yeah, again, but it's DZ that are dictating that by playing ultra aggressive. Faults as well, then caught out. It's better from Wildcard.
Well, I mean, they played the clear well, but Dark Zero, as you said, have kind of, I think, allowed this to happen. They've played into it.
Well, they have to double down now. There's no point anchoring in this position. They will look to try and make more aggressive plays now in a hope that they can get this round back, but it's low percentage.
Well, it feels like the NJR Nitrocell is probably their way back into this round. Going to get something from below. Even if it's just 1, then it's a 3v4. Suddenly you're not, ultra outnumbered towards the execute point of the round.
I was hoping you could get a bit of info here from Kino. Here we go.
Oh, is he good? No, he holds it. To be fair, he blew that immediately. I don't think he actually gets the kill. Maybe some damage on the radius of the explosion. He does retrieve. I mean, these are the rounds that Wildcard have to be winning. Otherwise, it becomes a very sore point for them here on this map. Their map pick. If they go 4-1 down after a 5v3 advantage post-tactical timeout, incredibly demoralizing.
Yeah, it would be.
Hansen will rip the floorboards up. 50 seconds. Next kill, Baby Shark steps up. He's been pivotal in this 5th round out of the timeout.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Wildcard largely doing a good job at containing this defense and holding both Spiral and the back push. And it could well be flawless. 30 on the board.
It's the most dominant round that we've had so far on Consulate. It may even be flawless if NJR doesn't hit this shot through the hatch. It gets Baby Shark down to a very small health margin as the plant is successful. You can put this one in the book. Wildcard will win the 5th round. A really solid round from them. Excellent first floor clear. Dark Zero just got outnumbered pretty quickly. Spiker on the blitz didn't go down early. And that Nitrocell, which was held for quite some time, still does not have any say in the round. Flawless, Wildcard, much better out of their timeout.
Yeah, doing a good job in containing that aggression. Again, a large reason why the average entry kill time has been so early in the round is DZ continuing to aggress off site, sometimes then doubling down. And whilst it's been actually, for the most part, pretty well contained by Wildcard, that first initial pick, it's been the delayed trade or the mid-round aggression where they have had some struggles so far. So a better job there. And again, to illustrate that particular point, round 5, so successful conversion, right? Baby Shark gets the opener onto Newell. There's been 2 other occasions, both in rounds 2 and 4, where they got that opening kill. They were both within the first minute of the round, and then they went on to lose. So maybe that was also a point that was discussed during the TAC timeout, something that was identified and relayed. And they put it into action there in the 5th. So a solid response from Wildcard. They reached the benchmark and have now well positioned themselves to potentially equalize the half.
Yeah, and what we do now as well, we go to round 6, Expo Piano for Dark Zero. We only saw it back in the opening round. Leaves the door ajar now for Wildcard to make it 2 straight, tie things up 3-3. But also an opportunity for Dark Zero to respond on this site, which they did lose in the opening round. That was the 1 minute and 19 second plant by Spiker. So that was a very fast-paced round from Wildcard. Now, looking at the lineup, it is going to be an incredibly different lineup to close out the half on this site. They bring the Sens, they bring the Zofia, the Ace, the Nomad. The Twitch, in fact, is the only operator that is remaining from that opening round. So they're going to cook up a second strategy. On the flip side for Dark Zero, they themselves will bring a couple of different operators. They drop, well, the Goyo's dropped for them, but they cannot bring the Goyo. They don't bring the Castle. So this time they get to bring the Azami and the Mozzie.
Spike is postured to be the initiator in this round with the diffuser and the ROUs on Sense. But he gets nitroed from below. What a play from DZ. The diffuser will be claimed, but yeah. Well, we've seen some good nitro cells. We've also cast our minds back to that first series, the hot and cold one that missed. That one was pivotal one missed, but you're right, when they have had influence, they've been massive so far this evening. Midpoint of the round, Wildcard looking to pressure site now directly.
Yeah, I mean, the directness of this round from Wildcard is going to put a lot into the hands of Baby Shark. Hansen, can they hit shots? We'll talk about Newers making the impact to close out the half. 2 crucial kills. He got rid of the Sens, and now he gets rid of Baby Shark. A 2-player advantage for Dark Zero leads them towards the light in closing this first half for the defense. With J90 tucked in nicely, he could be good for 1. And that 1 will be converted onto Bay. 1 and done from J90, but that was all that was needed due to the earlier work in the half. And they find themselves now looking for that 4th round. Flash into bathroom. Good clear from Adrian. As Adrian and Kansas will need to go together. To close out this half, they would need to win a 2v5. Well, they got 1, but 4 to go. Not expecting, no, indeed, Adrian was expecting Folds to play close at Yellow Stairs. Hang on a second. Is there one last twist? Indeed, there will be. It's suddenly down to the man that started it all in this 6th round, and he may just end it. Kansas will get off the case, and Newers will indeed end it. 2 crucial kills to start the round, and 2 very crucial kills to end the round. 4-2 to DZ.
What a way to finish that half. Dark Zero snatching one from the jaws of Wildcard. 4-2, a perfect example of the close rounds that they've continued to win.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if you're seeing this as a 4-2 half, if you're actually watching this game, these rounds have been so close where one gunfight swings in the other's direction, and then we're possibly talking wild card in a 4-2 half situation. I mean, even for the fact that they almost brought that back, thank God for the heroics here from Newers to be able to convert that into a quad kill. But again, this game has been relatively close. There hasn't really been a clear favorite for me. I think both teams have been doing an extremely good job, whether it's been on their attack or defense. I like what I'm seeing from the side of Wildcard. Like I said, pushing and pulling the defense around, finding some gaps, finding some players, trying to isolate them. Their 2nd round they won, they did a very good job. And then for Dark Zero, I mean, it really has been a lot of heroics from these players that are keeping them in the fight here.
Yeah, I'm watching this game, and what I'm seeing is the mayor is in town. Of course he is. Even on this round right here specifically, this was one of the rounds that Wildcard should have been able to close out. And as we were listening to their comms, they actually thought they should have had 5 attacks. And, you know, I'm not going to say everything's going to go your way, but this is a round you're going to look back and you're going to wish. I mean, Bay, the weapon, the storm, whatever name we want to call him, how we're feeling that day. I mean, he was whiffing big time. And then here, there's no call. He's not aware, I guess, that we have the mayor walking upstairs. It's not even that round. It's the top floor round as well. He read into exactly what they were going to do on that CEO round. They're going to go for the long desk play, and they're going to rotate a guy to yellow skylight. Where's the mayor? Underneath the skylight, kills that player. He's holding the position for Spiral. He clutches out with the Tachanka, his favorite operator. I mean, DZ are looking good today, but you are correct. I mean, this is the most defender-sided map that we have in our pool. I think Wildcard's still pretty happy to get 2 rounds.
No, I definitely think they're still in good position. And I think, again, it's a situation where now they're on defense, and something that I highlighted going into this series, or something that I really like that they do on defense, is they play into those trap operators. They use that Denari. They use those Goyos for late round when people go for executes, pop those. But again, it's that early aggression. They get that first pick, and then they fall back into those layers. So I'm hoping they don't deviate off of that.
And they're not deviating off the blueprint that we've just talked about earlier in the segment. How did they beat Wildcard? It was mainly on this defensive half, and they get rid of the shields from Kino. We're going to see them get rid of both. They are. They're actually going to leave the Montaigne up, which I like. Those are the aggressive shields. Montaigne's going to be available, so yes, Kino, look at that, hopping right on that instantly. They're still going to be able to go for the normal full clears, but it's going to be slow, and they're going to still be able to utilize the rest of their game plan. Yes, Valkyrie ban, great job on the side of DZ, but they're still going to be able to use the Solus. They're still going to be able to use the Pulse, and I still expect a lot of vision from Wildcard.
All right, well, Wildcard down 2 right now, but on the defensive half to see if they can make this comeback happen.
Yeah, and I guess the good news for Wildcard fans, guys, is it's not as if it's the comeback of large proportions. You know, 2-4 half now go on defense. I think they'll still be pretty comfortable with where they sit. And interesting to hear as well from Mint in terms of the comms where, you know, Wildcard probably thinking, and to be honest, like, I somewhat agree with them, is I don't think them being on 2 rounds is where they should be based on the overall general play.
Yeah, again, like Lax was saying, it's just been a couple of key moments in a lot of these rounds where a gunfight goes one way or the other, and that could be the difference maker. Yeah, certainly some volatile moments in that first half. I'm really intrigued to see what does the pacing look like. It was quick in that first half, largely dictated by the defense, but what does it look like in the second half? Dark Zero with the Monty, anticipating them to go for slower map clears. Wildcard, if their blueprint is to translate here into this match, expecting it to be largely trap heavy and stall out heavy. So if DZ don't rein in that pace, or at least are cognizant of that, it could potentially be costly. So we'll see how that does develop over the course of this half. And Again, is it going to be super quick pace like the first, or is it going to be more tempered? And I think tempered is the expectation if Wildcard are to be pretty contained here and looking to play into the late round.
And don't forget, Consulate's the kind of map as well where you can play aggressive on the defense. And speaking of aggressive, it's straight in plant towards Piano for Kino. He's going to sit this gas babe, and he should be able to get the plant successfully down, but he's not going to get up after it. So he gets the plant down, but they do lose the Monty. 4 versus 5 means for Wildcard as they find that opening kill and don't need to deal with the shield in the post plant, but it's still a post plant nevertheless. Spike will get straight on it, immediately straight off it as he's eliminated quickly by Fault. Newers was down, finished off by Bay. Again, with that timer ticking down, they are just going to start to throw bodies, but up close, Bay able to defend. Adrian will not be denied, and Preston, he sticks it the whole way through for Wildcard. Well, they're not going to allow Dark Zero to do to them what they tried to do to DZ in the first half. That quick play, that quick plant, it didn't quite work. Unfortunately, Fakina was never able to play the post plant, but he did make the right play in just sticking the plant and entering the post plant. Unfortunately, his team just couldn't do the job 4v5.
That was a chaotic round. Certainly didn't anticipate DZ to try and execute so early into the round, and whilst ultimately they were able to stick, I think the post-plant position ended up being a little suboptimal. 3 players stuck on the outer, no one able to play for a late sweep top floor. That then opened up the opportunity for the counter defuse, and then it was covered horizontally really nicely by the rest of the Wildcard defense. Made it tricky for DZ to fight from yellow side or fight from lobby. Those were some difficult crosses to navigate, and ultimately it opened up the window for the counter defuse to be a success. Good work from Wildcard, and always a nice feeling, I think, early when you're able to play out a post like that, because they're very chaotic. There's a lot going on. Comms need to be clean. Everyone needs to be on the same wavelength, and I think from what we could see positionally there from Wildcard, it was very much the case. So credit to them in sustaining the pressure of that first DZ attack. Into the 8th, we go to the top floor, and this operator lineup from DZ is pretty tantalizing. With the Rayora in play, probably indicative that it will be admin side. Her barriers, her gates, traditionally will be used to help cover those lines of sight. But it is the kind of comp that is versatile, so don't be shocked if they do end up going console direct here. It's going to be up to Wildcard again to withstand this pressure, and it does come down to a mid-round plant. We'll see if they're able to deny it this time around. They do have triple nitro, and the Tachanka for stall out.
Track sting is deployed. Track sting is out.
We've seen 4 plants in 7 rounds of siege. That is a very high volume.
Undeployable. Something's blocking.
We'll see if that continues.
Panel deployed.
Although 2 of those rounds of the 4 plants, they were counter diffused anyway. Oh, that's lovely entry. Talk about that entry into bathroom is successful. Headshot onto Spiker. Another opening death for him in the last couple of rounds. But the trades are coming back from Wildcard. And then looking away, Newers wasn't expecting the push from Kenton, and Wildcard just clean up. Well, that was devastating. Make that 3 of the last 4 rounds for Wildcard. Don't get it twisted. This game's tied up, but they've got all the momentum, guys. We were staying at 4-2. At least I mentioned it, and as Mint pointed out from the communications of the team, Wildcard felt like they should have been leading this game. Well, now we're tied, and now we're going into a Dark Zero timeout.
Yeah, it's clearly been a suboptimal start to the second half for DZ. Wildcard dominating, at least in that 8th round and the 7th, probably not too far off having a similar label by winning it in a post plant. So clearly there's been a breakdown from DZ early here. They tried to go for that heads up play through bathroom, and there was just the one trap operator up from the side of Wildcard in that particular round, but the Razor Bloom was hugely impactful. They then weren't able to get value from the console repel. It was a little bit all over the place there from that attack, and Wildcard doing a good job in staggering it. 60 seconds eclipses. Not a very long period to talk about such a complex game, of course, but we'll see if DZ are able to capitalize and rebound.
I mean, so far only 2 attacking rounds have been won here on Consulate. doesn't then bode well for Dark Zero. It does it as we head into the 9th round of the 4-4 scoreline, where attack rounds have been hard to come by. Basement we go. Well, this is where one of the attacking rounds was successful for Wildcard in the first half, round 5 basement. And that was the flawless round as well.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now, Kino gets to stay on this Monty for one more round, guys. How much of a factor is that too? With what we've seen in the first 2 rounds, we know that Monty ban is going to follow after this round, so you will lose access to the Montang. Does that make it harder for Dark Zero, or maybe pivoting away from the shield play might actually better suit them going then into the rounds after the 9th round?
Laser device sensor activated.
Time for some home improvement.
Watch out. Enemy device nearby.
I'm starting to get the impression that, again, DZ here might be looking to go pretty direct. I think the expectation early was with the Monty on board that we'd see probably more map sweeps from them, but it hasn't really been the case so far. Breach open, Kino planting again early.
Yeah, quick, very quick again from Kino. Nitrocell did get thrown out, but it doesn't stop Kino. That's the main factor, but they do get 2 kills regardless for Wildcard. Again, just winning these early battles on their defense. It's posing to be the problem for DZ. While they can get these plants down, they just can't seem to then be in a position to defend it. They've been completely swept up, down to just J90. Adrian's on the case, and he just didn't even really need that much cover. All 5 stay alive. It's the 2nd time in this match that Wildcard will go flawless on basement. They make it 3 straight, 4 of the last 5 rounds, and clearly now looking very, very confident to take this map of Consulate.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot in the tank here for these DZ attacks into Consulate. Potentially, we're now at the point where their lack of experience and comfortability on this map is being a little bit exposed, whereas for Wildcard, again, they've only literally banned it once. It's been firmly banned against them, and they're flexing their muscles here in the 2nd half, even after that tactical time out for Dark Zero, unable to be successful. It's now their 2nd direct attack facilitated by the Monty plant that, well, has gone down, but has completely fallen apart, where the Monty then unable to have huge influence in the post, and then the rest of the systems breaking down. Wildcard have done a really good job in fighting back in both round 7 and round 9. It is pretty infrequent for post plans to be successful for the defense. Of course, it is fairly circumstantial in, you know, the site, the round, the man count, etc, 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 but they've shown good fight on both occasions, and I think truly deserved of winning both of them. So credit to Wildcard, 3-round streak. Tech pause called, and Dark Zero will just stew a little bit after what has been a bit of a shock to the system in the last few rounds.
Yeah, the tech pause probably aids them a little bit more. I think with the current scenario at play, you know, it's interesting after the round ended and immediately we went into the pause. Half a second thought, wait, hang on, are they getting a 2nd tactical timeout? But obviously can't communicate during the tech pause. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie though, this is one of those, I almost don't even really want to use the word comeback in some ways, because it was only a 4-2 half to begin with. So it's not like, you know, it's not like Wildcard were down that significant. I mean, it was even 3-2, so it wasn't even a 4-1 comeback either. And pretty evident by a lot of the statistics that, yes, Wildcard were 2 rounds down in the first half, but they did so much right, and they were looking, I think, largely the better team. They just couldn't close out certain rounds. In the clutch, absolutely, that's where I think in the first half, Dark Zero were far better. Well, so far, we've now played 3 rounds in this 2nd half. No clutches at all from Dark Zero. So you take away the clutch, you're just now seeing a little bit more domination from Wildcard, and in these post plants too. Like you said, we don't see it that often. Certainly 2 out of 3 rounds to get the plant successfully down, but then lose the post plant. And that's not common territory. And so I guess in some ways you could say for Dark Zero, well, we're getting the plant down, but we're still losing rounds. But in either of those rounds, they never looked likely. They immediately lost Kino both times essentially, and then everyone else was falling so quickly because Wildcard were very active in making sure that they brought the pressure in the post play as soon as it begun.
Yeah, quick update for everybody. Due to the ops crash, we have been required to remake the lobby. So bear with us. Should only take a couple of minutes to get the players back in and input the history. So I don't think we'll be too far away from resuming proceedings in terms of a bit of a snapshot for how the players are performing so far inside the server. Kansan leading all comers 11 and 5 over 150 EPS. So he's been having a great day at the office. Also +2 on entry and critically 100% cost as well, which is a metric that very few players will typically have. Triple digits so deep into a match is very, very impressive. So credit to him. To contrast that against Dark Zero, for instance, NJR and Newer's the only two above 100 EPS at the moment. NJR going 6-4, yet to have an entry duel. Newer's 7-6 and has had some pretty impactful moments over the course of the map so far. It only has to be said. 2-2 on entry for him, but those cost numbers in contrast are much lower for Dark Zero. The highest on their team is at 50% shared across 4 players. So they're individually having pop-off moments and certainly having influence on the matchup, but it hasn't quite been as extensive, as consistent as Wildcard. And I can't help but probably shake the inclination that the last 3 rounds and how strong Wildcard have looked defensively has probably helped skew those numbers in their favor.
Yeah, Kansan this stage rated 15th, which, yeah, for the most part is pretty high up there, especially when there's 50 players in the region. 15th is quite solid for Kansan, but he's playing above that level in this match as he kind of read his stats. Easily being the best player inside of the server. On the flip side, if you kind of look towards Dark Zero this stage, don't forget, Newers was the second best player throughout group stage. J9O, the 3rd best player. NJR, the 7th best player. And J9O, 4 and 8. Faults, 5-7. So, I mean, yeah, for the most part, I think probably J9O is the only one for Dark Zero that statistically is not maybe performing to the level that we saw from him during group stage. Looks as if, at least based on what I can see in the background, I don't think we're too far away from getting back into Consulate. Apologies for the tech pause. I mean, look, I don't think there's much of a history in terms of technical pauses really changing games too often. I mean, we've been around the block a long time, guys, and if anything, tac pauses will always have more of an influence. Tech pauses, you can't really say anything. You can make the argument, and it's very valid, that technical pause probably hinders the team with the momentum, but it's not as if you're sitting there in your Dark Zero stewing in your thoughts, feeling all that good about what's been happening. If anything, that can make things worse. You start to almost doubt yourself even more. So it really just is entirely dependent on how you want to frame things. As it stands, it's now round 10, and it's 4 of the last 5 rounds to Wildcard. They've really amped up that domination that we saw in the first half, where they just weren't converting into round wins. Well, now they are, and now they're 2 rounds away from taking Consulate.
5 seconds left.
This round feels critical for Dark Zero in trying to break this momentum, and I wonder what the approach will be. So they bring the Sense and the Capitale. They could go for the bench side plant. They haven't shied away from playing very direct so far. Last time it was the straight vault and hit to Piano. Plant successful, but faulted in the post, and GI just joining off the back of the last round, which was another direct hit, basement, straight through garage. Planned a success, but post once again fractured. So what do they do this time around? Do they invest in some clearance above? They have, again, the tools to do so with the ranged hard breach of NJR. And at least looking to deter those above, because with the Solace in play, getting this plant down is certainly not impossible. There are some blind spots, but it's tricky. And Wildcard have shown such good ability, even with the plant secured in retake. And I think that is going to make Dark Zero just a little unnerved at the moment, a little unsettled.
Just
Pin
watching
it down.
timer.
Yeah, Kino visa side. Yeah, I'm keeping a very keen eye on it as well.
143 is the latest opening kill that we've had, and we don't beat it as Newers sneaks in a 147 kill onto Adrian. We keep the fast times going here in Consulate. Out of the tech pause, a rare opening pick for DZ, but not so rare for Newers. He's actually got 3 straight now for his team. And of course, without that Monty ban, it means that Kino can still play the shield. Newers searching. Oh, one did present. Unable to find this next kill for Newers. Dark Zero have not had success in this half when they've gone for the plants. I think it's actually better if they just go for the kills. This is seemingly where they're finding more success.
Yeah,
Baby Shark falls, running towards yellow stairs. 2-player advantage, minute left. Must win for DZ.
Lovely position. Jano no position perfectly for the Monty as that defense flushes for the rotate yellow stairs to get that free 2-player advantage and time on the clock for Dark Zero to equalize.
And it's really only the gas babes left in terms of util available for the defense. Of course, Kansan can get some information as to Kino's whereabouts towards CO. Now the drop in towards Piano. They should be aware of this. Bay gets the kill onto Falls. ROU shield screen goes up from the stands of Newers as Kino finds his plant position. Will it be safe? Again, there's no utility, so no nitro cells, no impact. Only shots from below would have been the play. That doesn't happen. Kino gets to now play the post plant for the first time. It's a 3rd plant successfully in the half for DZ, but Spiker keeps things interesting, and with Kino down, it's a 2 versus 3. Surely Wildcard couldn't do it again. Looking for their 3rd counter defuse.
2 stack above here from DZ.
Well, the 2 stack above is fine. They've got the vert. And again, there's no utility. So I don't have any problem with this. As long as they don't die, they should win. The 2 stack above was fine. NJR did go first floor, and there's the pinch. Spiker now knows he's got 1 pushing from yellow. He still needs to deal with Newers, but Newers was always in the best position. Time runs out. We're 5-5. We're tied here on Consulate.
Well, Dark Zero shake the curse of the post plant. It was a much slower tempo clear. They used the Monty to flush them down those stairs. J90 with the cutoff. They afford themselves the 2-player advantage. Then able to go for the plant. Solace not below. Nitro not below. Bay went for the spray and missed. And then we entered the post plant, which has been so unfavorable for Dark Zero so far, but they invest 2 above.
Just
Monty milks, but we have them.
They secure the round. And they
this is the interesting thing. So you ban the Blitz, you ban the Blackbeard, and then you ban the Glaz. You don't ban the Monty. And as we know, Kino likes to play shields. Kino's shield play, when you kind of look across this stage, largely is towards the Blitz and the Blackbeard. The Monty, don't get me wrong, of course, is a shield. Often he will play it, but Blackbeard Blitz is where you will typically see him shine. The Monty, though, now left available. Yes, you do get rid of the Glaz, and yes, it did feature for a round. 1 round. I mean, whereas the Monty now is about to feature for the 4th time. Could this end up being a potential error for Wildcard? Round 11, 5-5.
You know, Ella, you might have a point there.
Well, the question will be now, can they build that into something bigger? Round 11, break point. Always a high-pressured situation as both teams eagerly try to get to that map point first. It's DZ shape up admin side, maybe with a split below here. All Fulton's core. Packs from Zofia. Opportunity doesn't present itself for a pick. Wildcard doing a good job to not overplay their hand.
Yeah, but he gets a bit of space getting into lobby like that rather than being stalled out.
And I say that back down. Oh, it doesn't matter. It was ultimately cleared. Okay.
He's back out again. J90 towards balconies. Auto canister's a little late. That gets opened up. Auto canister will delay any potential push through, but I don't think J90 was ever just going to go for a quick entry. This is actually going to be our slowest round officially here in Consulate as we pass 143. 5v5. We are in uncharted territory, guys. No round has gone this late with still all 10 players alive inside of the server at round 11, 5-5. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better round. CO meeting, Vulcan canister dealt with. Kino clearly wanting to go towards that default plant inside of meeting. Pressure from DZ on the first floor with Newers. The skeleton key can certainly have an impact in this round. And yeah, no, he doesn't even need it. He just gets Baby Shark. Free kill. Surely not thinking about a plan already, because you've got to factor in potential nitro cells. Vault gets rid of Cancer. That's a huge kill, because that's one of the two nitros. You're down to the Shamika launcher of the Tachanka and the nitro cell of Bay. As Kino goes for the plant, they have the cover, the cross, and there's no utility at all thrown his way. A successful plant from Kino. And with Adrian falling, Dark Zero now march towards map point.
Yeah, it'll be desperation from Wildcard at this point, but there's so little they can do. The most difficult post they find themselves in, and it's still a 2 versus 5. 20 seconds. Fault's close. Kino peels. Spike it down. Bay trades, but he too falls, and that, for me, has got to be the best round that Dark Zero have played so far on Consulate. Loved the map clear. I love the X factor of the buck below. They knew they couldn't just go for a one-dimensional slow push into that trap-heavy and denial-heavy lineup. They would have been bled out by the time. Great work from Newers. Solid initiative there for Kino as well. That was a massive pick. They held good angles, good util coverage as well. The belt from Faults was on point. And we just... They were faultless in that round. That was really clean from Dark Zero, and they have grinded their way to map point.
Incredible considering where things were looking. The job's not done just yet. It's a single map point, and if this goes to OT, then there's the reprieve for Wildcard.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wildcard are going to switch up a little bit here in terms of their strategy. They're going to completely double down on a combo that they've kind of split up throughout. So the Solus has never featured with the Vigil and the Pulse. Now the first time that they'll do that, they're going to just bring all three. We've seen rounds where they bring just the Solus with a bit more of a bunker, and then we've seen rounds where they go for the aggressive Pulse and Vigil. And talk about an incredibly crucial opening kill. Somehow, Kino's dead. Bay finds the Monty of all players on the opening kill of this round. Basically, a spawn peek. No Monty whatsoever. Critical opening kill for Wildcard. And information available for Kansan opens up the barricade. Nitrocell, lovely teamwork. NJR never saw it coming. Even with the radar. You ain't seeing that one. It seems as if overtime is all but certain. Unless something changes quickly from Dark Zero.
Try hiding now!
That's a start. But elsewhere, Newers falls. And Jane, I know, now up close, shotgun fight. Freebie for Kansan, and OT now beckons Faults in the 1v4. Good response from Wildcard as this match continues to heat up.
Lovely shot from Faults, but he's not going to get any more. Not with Kansan that close. Okay, let's go OT. More rounds needed on Consulate, because you know what? This map, we haven't seen this stage, so we need as many rounds as possible. Wildcard know that this is not going to be free in OT. And they also know, and probably where there might maybe just a little bit more stress, guys, is that Chalet's not going to be easy either. That's a solid map for Dark Zero. Dark Zero right now have the chance to still take Consulate in overtime and go to their more favorable Chalet. Wildcard need this map.
Yeah, look, they didn't shy away from the fight in that round. It's a great initiative early and
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
loving that positivity on display. The sides will not swap for round 13. Wildcard to continue their rally on defense, and Dark Zero will look to try and break that on attack. Down to basement we go. It will be the second appearance, I almost said third, second appearance of this site.
10 seconds remaining.
Because last time we saw a direct approach from Dark Zero. They tucked and got the plant near breach. Capitulated in the post. They bring the Monty again, but with the Ram in play, that would suggest that there's going to be more emphasis off-site and a greater emphasis on establishing Vert onto that objective.
Well, the first 4 rounds, the opening kills were not being converted, but that ended up being the outlier. Since then, only 1 round has failed in conversion. Opening kills have mattered quite a lot. NJR is wondering where's he even getting shot from. He gets taken very low. That must be so frustrating. Not only do you waste a bit of time trying to open up that breach here for basement, which is the site, but then you get taken very low, and he needs to be cautious because they need those exothermic charges. They don't have secondaries. They don't then have another option. That could have been a disaster for Dark Zero to start overtime. It's already bad enough as it is, but it could have been far worse.
Drone is ready to go.
He can at least play more passive now, drone heavy. Be cautious in protecting his life for the late round. Quad Nitro in this round from Wildcard, and 2 still in play for Spiker and Kansan with the pulse available. He'll be able to look to counteract the Vert potential here from Dark Zero. Looking to actively gain information currently. And spot a player up above.
Oh my god, blow it.
Nope.
What?
He's thrown it on a hard surface. He identified it immediately. That's why he didn't blow it. You could see on his face as he threw it. An error was made. Can't take that one back now.
Clear. Well, I mean, there's a minute left. Both teams have probably not really had the round they would like. Couldn't get hard breach opened up. Blown Nitrocell gets nothing. In fact, well, 4 Nitrocells in this round that you kind of pointed out earlier, cousin. But they only got 1 left. 60 seconds, still 5v5. It's been a strange one to start OT. It probably hasn't followed the script as what we saw back in regulation. They're going to revisit main breach here now that they've finally dealt with the shockwire batteries. Here's the exothermics of NJR that are still up because he stayed alive. As Volts gets the opening kill, he's then traded quickly, and the trade game now begins. NJR will open up that breach. The one and only Nitro left from Spiker, but he pushes up Spiral, so he's actually quite a distance away, and that push forward. Kino, what a pistol shot! The entry Monty? And at least Spiker well and truly away from the site. Same with Kansan. Knew his wonderful headshot, a solid read, and he gets them both. Map point again is there for Dark Zero, but I'm not thinking this one's done. This probably needs all 15, the way this game's going.
Wow. I think Wildcard would probably be the first to put their hand up and say that there were some critical errors made in that round that ultimately proved costly. Getting no value from the Nitro cells in that round was a bit of a disaster. The Pulse had limited impact in terms of the read that they were able to gain in that round. And then, I mean, the late round, it completely fell apart. Wildcard were understandably left in a position where they had to send 2 above to try and contest the Vert. Adrian gets plucked at pillar and basically a line through their name then in round 13. Fair play to Dark Zero. They have looked ultra competitive here on Consulate. Now 1 away from securing a 1-0 lead in the series. And if they are able to do that, we could have back-to-back 2-0 best of 3s to determine the first 2 teams from NA to qualify for EWC.
And we head to CO meeting as well back in the first half. Wildcard did not win this site on their attack. But it was only played once, so they've only got to see this once. And it actually came down to the 1v1 with NJR winning for Dark Zero.
Wow, reinforced!
I still have a feeling another round's needed here on Consulate after this. With the way it's played out so far, 7-6, Dark Zero getting on the chance. Couldn't close it out at 6-5. Can they now close it out at 7-6? And we had the rehost, which also got rid of, unfortunately, a lot of numbers. But right now, Newers and Kansan both tied at 14 and 8. 4-3 on the entry for Newers, 2-0 still for Kansan. And his cost has now gone from 100% to 85%. Newers is Newers and NJ are the only ones going positive at the moment for Dark Zero, and yet they have a chance to win this game. It's just been that sort of match.
Yellow ping for Kansan here. That position vacated before he's able to capitalize on the break clear. As we can see, Dark Zero have elected to peel back. They have the Tachanka and the smoke in play in combination with the Thorn and the Aloe. Even 2 Brow can offer still that util as well. So again, the time is going to potentially be the biggest enemy for Wildcard if they aren't able to find something down below on the vert, if they aren't able to start teasing out this utility early. They elect to put that buck below, similarly to what we saw from Newers previously from Dark Zero, but Newers himself is actually there to contest. Can he catch a timing? No. Kansan's switched on.
And getting those opening kills. Loading mag! Kansan's also probably been Wildcard's best. We'll talk about the battle of the 2 best players, I think, in this match. Critical for Wildcard. And J90 will fall to bay. It feels like that round 15 indeed will be required. Wildcard have already seen off one map point. It seems like they'll see off a second unless Faults can win a 1v4. He brings it to 3 now with that kill onto Adrian. The plant goes down inside a meeting. Faults creeps up through long desk into the hallway. Knows there's one to the left side, but also knows that Kansan's pushing up service stairs, and that plant successfully goes down. 15 rounds required on Consulate. It may be the map pick of Wildcard, but it hasn't felt like it. But they get to once again go on defense. That was an incredibly good shot from Faults. Air jab will displace him. He sees the kit. It feels like it's in reach, but it's arguably not. With Kansan below and Baby Shark able to also push close by, he never had the chance. Never had the chance at all. 7-7. And for the final round of Consulate we go.
Yeah, this has been sweaty palm stuff on map 1. A real back and forth between these 2 teams. Well done to Wildcard and being able to break that site down. Kansan was fundamental in that. Again, it was similar to what we saw previously for Newers from DZ with the buck below in clearing that, and he achieved that role. So fair play. Then help open up the side a little bit more, give them freedom. Clock was less of a problem, the denial utility had less influence. Wildcard will be pleased with that result, but immediately to lock back in over to Expo for round 15 as the roles swap once more.
Raising our defenses. The defense active.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, here you've got from here, because we've seen both teams be able to win an attacking round in overtime. In fact, 4 of the last 5 rounds now have actually been in favor of the attack. Dark Zero winning 3 of those. So if you kind of go off recency bias, your answer probably would be Dark Zero. They've been more than comfortable at getting plants down. They still have access to the Monty.
I think the map clear we saw last time out on this site was back in round 10. That's certainly a stark contrast to the direct approach. That map clear they did from admin across last time was really strong. And I suspect they might go for something similar here. And that makes me a little nervous for Wildcard. How do they try and fight their way back? Because again, they got cut off by J90 Yellow Stairs when they tried to peel. They didn't get the Solace activated, didn't play Garage. They didn't have the direct plant denial. So, I mean, there were definitely things Wildcard could have tidied up on that occasion. So we'll see if that's the case this time around. I think if we see a similar round play out, the onus is very much going to be on Wildcard to be the ones to tidy up their defense.
Feels like as we've entered overtime, the pacing has also just slowed ever so slightly. These rounds far more critical, far more on the line. Chalet to follow after this, that's a guarantee. What's not a guarantee is Nighthaven Labs. If Darkzero win this round, we may not see Nighthaven Labs with their pick to follow. Wildcard defending this second floor. Baby Shark drew Kino's attention, and that allowed Adrian to sneak up. It's 2 for 2, as equal as it could get. And while they do lose the Monty, it's a 3v3 now with the defense splintered. Triple stack on this second floor for an Expo Piano site.
And no diffuser for Darkzero. So that makes it really tough to fight their way back into the round.
I don't think it's going to be a plant round. I think it's just going to come down to who wins this 2v2. With false low, a lot of pressure onto NJR. Bay over towards Vending. Swing, headshot. NJR lost his battle. False needs the 1v2. Baby Shark and Bay just need to hold their nerve, and Wildcard will get out of Consulate alive. Not only do they hold their nerve, they get back first floor. There's 60 seconds, but if False can get this kid, he does give himself another avenue, but so low on health, guys. Surely not possible. It's going to take a monster effort.
Yeah, and he's going in blind to the site. Wildcard have successfully peeled West Corridor, Lounge respectively. So they have Ice Spiral. This is tough for Foz. This would be an all-time clutch if he can pull this one out. At least has a bit of info gathered, but it's not a whole lot to work with.
He spots one, needs to hit a quick headshot. Now knows where the second is. He does actually have the information as to both players' position. Can he get a plant position? There is an impact. That impact, if it connects, no. User just open up a line of sight. We will get the plant successfully down. Needs to hit the headshot. He won't find it. It's 4 from Bay. It's Wildcard that will win 3 of the last 4 rounds. They overcame round 12. They saw off defeat in regulation, and they win 2 straight to claim their map of Consulate in overtime. 1-0 up in the series and 1 map away from the Esports World Cup.
Hi, it's Baby Shark. I'm playing for Wildcard, and this is Fractures.
Let's go! Baby Shark! Baby Shark!
That's my dream, the game I fell in love with. But I wanted to sign the contract and tell to myself, okay, I did it. 1 month ago, I was not even pro, and 1 month after, I'm literally like qualifying for a main event, playing in front of one of the biggest crowds in the world. The best thing that could ever happen for me.
Always good to get a little insight into the backgrounds of our players and their histories. We had that good piece on Kino a while back, and we got another one apparently with Baby Shark coming up. But alongside Bay and Kansan and Spiker and the whole crew, Baby Shark and Wildcard have led the way to a map 1 victory, a very competitive start in this matchup. We knew this series was going to be close. This has map 3 written all over it, but 8-7 back and forth map 1. Perfect start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good testament for both these teams, especially we haven't seen Consulate yet. I like the way Consulate was played from both teams. However, Wildcard, knowing that the Esports was on the line in that series, they did get it done. And it came down to that big 3v3 in the end on that top floor where each individual 1v1 really was gonna, whoever was coming out of those were immediately winning that series.
Yeah, it did come down to that. And I think we got it right here.
We do have it right here. Yeah, this is exactly. I mean, both me and you were kind of like standing up, like who's winning these 1v1s once it fell into 2v2 with a player coming in from top spiral, going to long desk, and then the other player fighting from French at the bomb side. And yeah, once that fell into Bay's hand, he ends up inevitably putting it into a quad. And that's another thing. That was a big highlight point that we were talking about with the side from Wildcard. The fact that they had 7 multi-frags in that entire series, whether it was triple kills, whether it was quads, it was big heroics from players dropping bombs in some of those rounds.
Yeah, and they needed the heroics, right? I mean, DZ were putting up a ton of heroics on their defensive half, so we needed to see Wildcard kind of do that. And for me, the game came down to information. Dark Zero were banning out a lot of the information operators on Wildcard for their attack. Well, what do they do on their defense, though? That is what Wildcard does. They rely on their information. DZ got rid of the Valve, but they were still able to abuse the Solus and the Pulse. And I think we have a couple clips here to kind of show you somehow they're using information. But starting on the CEO round, which I think we're going to see first. Oh, nope, it's actually the last round we're going to see first. This is going to be using the Pulse to counter out the Solid Snake. So yeah, NJR, he knows they're there, but so do they. That is why Wildcard prefers to use the information on the defense, because they're not banning any of it out, right? They got to get rid of the shields on Kino, which we highlighted earlier, and they're going to abuse that information extremely well. In my opinion, the best in the league at abusing that information. Where I question Wildcard just a little bit for their strategy was they did ban the double shields, but then they banned the Glaz third. And when do they win a lot of their defensive rounds? It was when DZ went quick, right? We've seen DZ go for a Aurora play on top CEO, and they were able to kind of figure out where it was. They brought the right operators for the job on that. The Tuber out to counter out the Aurora, the Thorn to counter out the yellow side. And then on the Garage, they used the Pulse, they used that information operator that I was talking about. They're able to use the Pulse and kind of see where the rushes are going. That's where Wildcard excels. But when they got rid of the Glaz, they left the Montaigne up the entire rest of the game, and that is when we saw DZ start to slow down, go for their normal clears, and that's when we started to see DZ actually try to bring that game back, and it got a little scary there. So I question it just a little bit, but at the end of the day, Wildcard, that's their home turf, and they were able to get the win.
I mean, I will say, I think it's something for them to be exposed to realize in the future. Maybe that's something that they do look into to get rid of, because, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Once the Monty was actually able to be utilized, that's when Dark Zero really started to find their footing. They were able to play on that tempo and then use that momentum to carry them. So I do think for Wildcard, it was important for them to realize maybe we stick to that game plan. We force them off the shields, force Kino onto a more traditional style support player where he can't be the head point, because then we would also see Newers come in and then carry those rounds in the later half.
All right, well, we go to Chalet. This one is Dark Zero's map pick to find out if we are, in fact, going to that decider. Guz and Xenox, take it away.
Well, we kind of came into this series, guys, probably alluded to the fact if Wildcard win Consulate, Dark Zero then maybe likely to win Chalet. Do we still hold the same feelings now with the fact that Wildcard did win Consulate, and we do head to Chalet with Dark Zero needing to win it?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment still at this point, right? It's not like Wildcard completely stomped map 1. Obviously, none of the numbers have changed since in terms of Chalet and the strength that are expected from Dark Zero on this second map. So for me, a third is still likely, but you know, Wildcard seemingly do have an ability over a pretty long period of time now to really show up in some of these big moments. So there is a potential here for them to achieve the boil over, and a 2-0 walk away from this would be quite something.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. The social prediction was favoring Dark Zero for the first map, but favors again for Chalet, although I think this time it's a little bit more fair considering the record that we have seen from Dark Zero on Chalet, really from the start of the year. They're undefeated. They have not dropped this map from the 1st of January to what are we now? Well, 10th of July, at least here in Oz. I'm not too sure what it is over in North America. I think it is actually.
Still a night, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably, I don't know. Either way, 2-3 record for Wildcard, 5th preference map. You know, so well, it's not as if they've never played this map before. And in fact, the last time they won it was against Falcons 60 days ago. So clearly a pretty solid performance there over in Salt Lake City. For Dark Zero, their last win was only 27 days ago against Five Fears, etc. Still, I would rather back in the team that's undefeated on the map.
Bands play out Castle Mirror, so very utility heavy focus there from the side of Dark Zero. And as expected, Wildcard pigeonholed into the double shield ban on Takino. Excited to jump back into the side of the server though. That first map was really tantalizing. There was certainly a couple of moments where it felt like either team had the opportunity to maybe pull away, but it didn't eventuate. All 15 rounds were required. Wildcard scathed through with an 8-7 victory. But the numbers are certainly much more in favor of DZ on this second map, as we've outlined, and I'm sure they'll be eager to bounce back. And probably, I actually do wonder what the assessment for Dark Zero would have been on that first map. Would they have been pleased to push it to 15? I guess they probably would have been, but to the same extent, probably sensing that they may have been able to, you know, scalp it in the end as well. So yeah, it's only an interesting state in this series, and eager to see how it develops. Information, massive talking point on the desk, and we're going to see it fully fledged here from Wildcard in this opening defense. Both the Solace and the Valk in play, and also to note the Izami available. It's pretty atypical on Chalet for it to make it through, but of course a compromise with Castle and the Mirror Band down instead.
Hold on. I have intel on the enemy location.
Early information for doers with the radar and stolen snake. Well, it was a very fast-paced consulate. I'm not expecting Chalet to slow down all that massively. I could see that pace translating to this map. But for those that are just tuning in, certainly it's getting a little bit later on the east coast of North America. Our earlier series today, M80 got the 2-0 over 100 Thieves, 7-4, 7-3. They will make their way to the Esports World Cup, and it sets up an amazing lower bracket quarterfinal game, Shopify Rebellion versus 100 Thieves. And that promises to be a fun game tomorrow. And of course, for fun, Esports awaiting the loser of this series. As it stands, might be Dark Zero, but they head to their map pick of Chalet. Slow start here in the opening round. Spike are fortunate to still be alive with the Solus, 1 HP. Bedroom and office, we haven't really seen just yet in the opening 90 seconds. 90 seconds now to go. Halfway through this first round.
Yeah, standoff at the moment. Both teams with counterintelligence.
Oh, Kino. Yeah, get him off the shield.
Good read on Tage. Yeah, alleviated from shield duty for this opening round, and he comes up clutch with a sharp shot for the entry. Minute 10 on the board now remains.
Still a bit of follow-up work to be done, but it seems as if that's now coming to fruition for Dark Zero. NGR with the LMG gets rid of the Azami. Spiker low. They've still got 2 adrenal surges. Yeah, this is a clean start for Dark Zero. Newers then goes and gets 2 towards Mezzanine. Spiker has to quite literally answer this call, as he is on 1 HP, and there are, well, I was going to say more calls maybe coming his way, but no, it's Jade I know, and it's Dark Zero. Flawless start on Chalet.
Yeah, we'll see if that is indicative of what's potentially to come here on map 2. Not going to jump the gun too early, though. It isn't the first flawless round that we have seen between the two tonight. There were, in fact, 2 back on Consulate. And even the first round in isolation was a wildcard attacking round win, and then Dark Zero bounced back. So again, it hasn't really been too much of an indicating factor as to how the map may eventuate, but certainly a positive takeaway. Kino, you could argue, got a little lucky there. I don't think he necessarily had first contact on that fight, but still hit a sharp shot. And fair play to get the entry for his team. The rest of the push was succinct, and Wildcard weren't really able to leverage the information as much as they would have liked in that opening round. Kitchen Dining, next site of choice. And I do wonder at what point, if any, we do end up seeing the Monty integrated here from Dark Zero. Maybe it's not as comfortable the selection necessarily for them here on Chalet comparatively to other maps in the pool.
Camera feed up and running.
Only banned against them on one occasion. Most teams actually opting to ban out the Snake and the Blitz against DZ, but Wildcard opting to throw that Blackbeard into the mix. Allows well a talking point back on Consulate, and it's Kino to fill that role in the second round. We'll see what kind of influence that may have. And again, DZ opting to go double info, the Deimos and the Solid Snake, to try and make this roam more of a challenge for Wildcard.
Reloading. Nothing to report at my location.
IED active. If it runs on batteries, I see it.
Double stacked on this first floor for Wildcard. I know Dark Zero can hit with pace as well.
Located a bomb.
An easy slip through garage.
Threat detected.
There's one over towards West Main Stairs. That's Baby Shark. He's on radar. His position is known, but no follow-up from anyone else for Dark Zero. Newers will go himself on the Solid Snake. Baby Shark gets the intel. There is one that's pushed into basement. No surprise. Triple Nitrocell in this round, but only one of those is on the first floor with Baby Shark. Kino makes his entry known towards the mezzanine. Gets rid of Adrian. The Dark Zero going for the mess hit in through Piano to clear out the defenders that are on this top floor, which now Baby Shark has made his way solo to provide a little bit more of a defensive support. That leaves Spiker to now go basement. Side a little bit vulnerable. Canton though has dropped. He can play the Nitrocell. But Kino is just lighting up on the glass. Maybe him playing Monty back on Consulate was a mistake after all. 4 kills to start in the opening 2 rounds for Kino. Playing the Dockerby and the Glass, and he's hot. A 5 versus 2. It flawless in the opening round. It might be back-to-back flawless. Spiker the only one left. Indeed it will. Oh, you couldn't get a better start here on Chalet. And to think that on the opening map of Consulate, it came down to an 8-7 victory for Wildcard. A 2v2 cars could have easily been a map win for DZ into back-to-back flawless. Wildcard are very fortunate. They have that first map up their sleeve straight away into a tactical timeout.
Yeah, fair play to Kino in that round. He has just marched his way forward. Great opener. And then relaying the comms there for the bathroom hit. They tried to progress. Left Baby Shark on an island who had to try and pop up and make a play, but Kino was clued in, ready to go.
Yo, let me get
and again,
nice, let's go.
and again, Spiker got isolated on the other side of the map. So, look, very, very positive start for Dark Zero. Their game plan is working absolutely perfectly at the moment. And I do wonder if this tack timeout is going to prompt a bit of a radical shift here from Wildcard again. Opening 2 rounds, they've been playing heavily on the Sol's Valk meta, trying to gain information, maybe trying to enable Nitros, and it just hasn't worked really at all. I don't think their inability to read the push has been the problem. They're just straight up losing these medium to long range gunfights. Positionally, they're being outmatched. We'll see if that attack timeout again prompts a change in philosophy going forward. So the Valk will persist, but they switch out. The Solar Spiker will be freed up onto the Warden instead. And they introduce the Echo, so Kansan will be in a position to play that information on the Yokais. Of course, you can position them above, you can play a little bit more proactively off that. And you also then have Plant Denial if you're able to play an Anchor role late. But I'm pretty skeptical that Plants are going to be a main win con here for DZ. They're seemingly very comfortable in commanding map control and looking for the kill con instead.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I know it's early days, it's only 2 rounds in, but I mean, back-to-back flawless into a tactical timeout. Yeah, maybe does have that inkling that this one might go to all 3 maps. But Chalet is attack-sided. Certainly it is as well in this region. Kino, well, he goes straight back onto the Monty. If that's not a warning sign to suggest to not play the Monty here on Chalet, I don't know what is, because Glass Dock could be worked far better for Kino in the opening 2 rounds. Immediately hops onto the shield, dead straight away. Fortunately for Dark Zero, New is able to get a kill back onto Spiker, who starts 0-3. The Warden down early, which is not a good sign for the defensive wildcard. Don't forget, out of the timeout, they're definitely looking to try and get on the board defensively here at Kitchen Dining on a repeat attempt.
Baby Shark could get pinched here. He has to be really careful. Lurk below Newers. Cross-held West Main as well. Good timing, good comms, good connection there from Dark Zero. Grinding back an advantage. NJI take it low in the meantime, but he'll survive, but only temporarily. Unfavorable fight there up above against the Verd, and that's the advantage for Wildcard in this position. Still 3 players holding above on the 2nd floor. Presumably Kansan still has Yokais up 2. Yep, I can see at least 1 being flicked through, plus Valk info, so there's a lot for Wildcard to work off here. Not the best of positions for Dark Zero at the moment. The pings. Oh, these are devastating.
Well, you can have the YOLO pings and you can have the vert, but if you don't actually hit the shots, it doesn't really accomplish a whole lot. Smoke thrown out here from J90. Oh, he just catches the spray of Adrian. 1 bullet falls to the head. Volt comes in to try and save the day. Can he win the next battle? No. Bay with a double pinch. That does allow Noahs to go into Dining and go for the plant. No one actually going to deny this will become a post plant. If he can actually get away from the vert position safely and play the horizontal cross, he actually drops into Wine. This is an intriguing move from Noahs. Will Wildcard expect this position? Right now, based on the way that they're moving towards the side, the answer to that is no, but as they get closer to the kit, it will be the only option. But to be honest, guys, time is slowly running out. Someone's going to get on that kit. Nitrocell to clear out the close angle near the kit, but not below it. As soon as Noahs hits this next shot, that's it. Round's done. Immediately, round is now over. That drop does nothing. Dark Zero make it 3 straight. What a wonderful heads-up play from Noahs. He knew that both of them were above, got active, got the plant down, and played the post-plant perfectly.
Yeah, he commits to the plant in such a strong position, well thought out, and then disciplined down below. Naturally, taking Wildcard a long time to get back towards that diffuser, leaving themselves with no margin for error. And New is able to capitalize and again putting on display why he is rated one of the best in the region. 3-0 start for DZ, doesn't really get much better than that. Highlight package of the last round. It was actually Newers as well through the mid round right here that brought the advantage and brought the round on their terms. And despite a lack of vertical control, he was eventually able to slip through the plant. And there was nothing that they could do without hitting an immediate trade on an off angle. So that's the tactical timeout burnt for Wildcard. They trail by 3 and things not looking pretty here on map 2.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected this going into Chalet, didn't we? We sort of touched on it, really, even at the start of the series. So far, it's following the script. I mean, Consulate probably didn't follow the Consulate script, but the series is following the series script. You know, 3-0 for Dark Zero. Their attacks have been, really clean. I think this is the kind of game where they're pretty happy with their performance thus far. Wildcard called the tack timeout, didn't work. Okay, nothing's really working for Wildcard. They finally got an opening kill, finally had a decent start to the round. Adrian had a good round, he picked up 3.
Doorway barricaded!
We see bar games now for the first time. Wildcard are just gonna try something a little different, move away from kitchen dining. 7-0 for Newers. I mean, I know it's early on here. We're only 3 rounds into Chalet, but kind of combining Consulate and Chalet, Newers goes to 21-10. The only player above 18 being on 21. 4-4 entry. So even though he's +0 there, he's active and engaged. He's the only player with an above 1 KPR, 1.17, which is actually really high. If there's an MVP of the series so far, it's been Newers.
Bomb spotted!
The Valk being pretty hard countered in this round, but the IQ round out Canton.
Oh, that's desperate play. When things aren't working out, so when things aren't working out, you try something a little different. Canton 0-4, wildcard lose another player early. It almost feels like wave the white flag territory in the first half.
And midpoint now of the round, the Dark Zero have a strong handle on this map so far. They'll look to just dot their I's, cross their T's, and work their way through the rest of the checklist. Mez clear up next. Faults with the util belt. But wildcards spring into action. Base, Spiker lurk below. Maybe some flank potential, but it's pretty limited as Dark Zero just kind of walk up and take free real estate. Fault just drops. Oh, at least gets caught though.
Needed that next one. Adrian probably had to win the battle pass stock. Yeah, they're all just falling apart. Spiker finally got one. The only kill that he's had so far, but it's 4-0 Dark Zero. We are into speedrun territory on Chalet. 4 straight attacking rounds. 3 or 4 opening kills. They've had 2 flawless rounds. They had the one and only clutch go their way. They're winning in the multi-kills. Guys, I mean, this is just dominant. There's no other way to put it. They've done nothing wrong so far, Dark Zero.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always funny how best of 3 can play out where one or even 2 of the maps can be quite one-sided, just the way in which the veto may develop. And probably expected that a little more so as well on Consulate. Obviously not the case, 15 rounds acquired, but is it shaping up here? Map 2, Chalet, DZ. I think it's fair to say as you have a bit of a speed run effort at the moment. No sign of slowing down. Nighthaven Labs, though, the 3rd map if required in this series, and seeming likely at this point, probably won't be the same case. That should probably go back into the realm of potential 15-rounder, and will hopefully be a close conclusion for this upper bracket match. EWC slot on the line to join M80 as the first 2 teams qualified from the NAL. The wildcard continue to get desperate. It feels like they are trying everything they can, throwing everything they've got at Dark Zero. Nothing is landing.
I think they would have always felt like Chalet was going to be a difficult ask.
Loading new magazine!
But maybe not even this difficult. As you said, nothing's working. Especially after how close and competitive Consulate was. Both teams looked evenly matched. There was nothing separating them. Yet now you go Chalet, a simple map difference, and Dark Zero just look otherworldly in comparison to Wildcard. For what it's worth, Nighthaven Labs would be, well, and it looks like it will be, the ultimate map to finish on. A 4-2 record this year for Dark Zero and a 3-1 record this year for Wildcard. Pretty similar stats as well. So it gets us probably then back to another even map between the 2 teams. Chalet seems to be so far the outlier. Now things can change in the second half.
Tracker on the prowl.
2 more rounds to go until we even get there. Dark Zero look like they're on for a 6-0. Pace has slowed down a little bit here though. Back onto the top floor for Wildcard. This is now officially the slowest round that we've had in this half. I don't know if that's a good news situation for Wildcard or if Dark Zero are just planning something sneaky.
I think they're trying to find a one, isolate Bay, but it doesn't quite work out as Faults gets pounced upon. Baps didn't have the read that I thought. Kino delayed trade attempt, 60 seconds on the clock, mind you. Side on the other side of the map.
Oh, he's gonna have to pick it up. Should be able to get this kill onto Bay. Oh my goodness, Kino, that's not the spray. He's been pretty much perfect this game, but not that moment, not that round. Wildcard will get 1, and 1 then can potentially lead to 2, and if it does, 2 defensive rounds on Chalet. It's a 55% attacker-sided map in North America. So 2 defensive rounds would still put Wildcard in an okay position if they start well in the next half. And the next half is coming up very, very soon. Round 6 suddenly becomes ultra important for both teams. Wildcard's ability to get a second. And I think for DZ, they just want to get to 5 and get back to winning this comfortably, as they were up until about a minute ago.
Yeah, credit to Bay in that round. His bar stock hold was great, opposing side of the map, but either a misread or a missed time, or maybe a little bit of both. Faults jumped in uncontested, and then Kino tried to creep for the trade, but got the jitters. Then opened up an opportunity for another kill up through Library. And Bay able to close.
Oh my god, bro. I got so scared.
I assume that was him saying he was scared, and don't really blame him. I mean, you've got Dark Zero looking to hunt you down, but he did a really, really good job standing tall, and has set the stage now for a round where they can at least remain competitive. They must win this.
If it goes 5-1, I think, yeah, Dark Zero just probably closed it out. If it goes 4-2, it's a game that's in the balance. And that's where, for Wildcard being 4-0 down to begin with, they would take in the balance well and truly going into the second half. Attacker-sided map, get you 2 defensive rounds. Okay, job done. What can we then go and do in the second half on our own attack? That will be the question Wildcard will ask themselves. So Kitchen Tiny, again, it's the 3rd attempt for Wildcard on this site. And you couldn't ask for 2 polarizing plays of this side. A flawless in the second round, followed then by the newest 1v2 clutch, the plant, and then dropping the hatch and playing from wine. Couldn't be any closer. How is this one going to pan out?
It's the first time they'll be attacking this site without the snake, mind you, so they exchange out the snake unavailable for the Grim to combo with the Dokkaebi for info gather, so we'll see what kind of influence that may have. As expected, the IQ will persist though. Anticipating the Valkyrie and a correct call echo as well. So NGR will certainly want to value his life in this particular round. Poking and prodding at the moment, J90 with shock drones. Pre-placed as well in position here from Dark Zero. Posturing at the moment for potentially solar side / trophy early, looking to cut the map in half.
Going Selma, get ready for the breach.
Kino gets to work on that hard breach. And looking to drone forward. In terms of the split from the defense this round, it is 2-1. Those 2 below, both with Nitro Cells, Spiker and Bay. And they'll be relying on the info gathered from others to try and facilitate that.
I mean, if I'm Wildcard, I'm thinking in the next 20 to 30 seconds, do we find an avenue to actually get aggressive ourselves here? Try and cut off Dark Zero before they get into their set play, which they've been doing really a solid job of in this half. You know, you think about these little jump-ins towards Solar and Trophy. Well, there you go. Adrian gets active. Over towards Mezzanine, though, of all positions, against Newers, gets rid of the Grim. Newers was sensational this half, but 2 deaths in the last couple of rounds leaves him vulnerable. Baby Shark, no kills. He'll go 0-6 throughout this opening half. Losing the Solus as well is not good for Wildcard. Leap over Canton. Well, he gets shot mid-air from Kino. But the Nitrosol from Spiker, and suddenly an explosive end to the half. 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds left. Spiker, full health. Adrian still with that Nitrosol, but if he pushes down the stairs, NJR was watching. What a vault in from NJR. The double kill for Dark Zero to go to 5-1. Smiles on the faces of DZ as they know now 2 rounds away from sending us to Nighthaven Labs. What a way to close the half.
The Mayor with a clutch to close it out. Hobson Trophy destroys Wildcard, as DZ seem to be doing on Chalet right now. It's 5-1. It feels like Dark Zero can do no wrong. Newers is leading the way. I mean, it's a beautiful show from this team right now.
It really is a beautiful show. It's a great display of how well they are on this map. I mean, they're currently flawless on it, and it's for a reason. I mean, their attacking half in particular have been so strong, but Newers in particular, round 3 was just so good. And Newers, I'm kind of surprised they got caught off guard a little bit by Newers, given the fact, like, not only does it create ghost pressure, but he's always lurking around the map. And then in this round 3, it was such a heads-up play to be able to drop the hatch, plant the diffuser where it was, because there was no long arm in that. They had to take that engagement. Maybe a little bit of a blunder of the Valkyrie dropping, but nevertheless, I mean, just great overall plays from Dark Zero, but specifically Newers.
Yeah, I'm so glad you wanted to highlight Newers, because I was just thinking, is he like not top 3 in the NAL right now? Like, he's got to be. He's got to be in the conversation at the moment, because I really feel like he's been so good for this team, specifically now that he's on the lurk role for Dark Zero. The roles have kind of freed up a little bit. He's always hitting the backstab, and I mean, 14 and 10. 14 kills, though, I believe, or something. He's top fragging up there. Don't worry about the stats, guys. Stats are a lie. The stats are a myth. Let's not believe that. But the impact is obviously happening in the server. And Dark Zero, I mean, they just look really decisive on this map. And it just shows how comfortable that they are on this map. I mean, in that bar round clip we were watching a bit earlier, they were, once they got the top floor, there's no step B. Let's not do vert. Let's not figure out where they are. Let's just hit the site, right? And they just hit the site, and they just trusted their gun. So, yeah, I mean, right now, Dark Zero, they just look so dang good on this map. And double shields were banned on Kino. I don't know if this is maybe a map that you don't want to do it on, maybe bigger maps. But Kino also is top fragging for this team. He only went Montane. He only went a shield once so far on attack. So, I mean, yeah, they're just looking way too good.
I will say, like, regardless where the bans go, there's one thing that I really like Dark Zero does on their attacking half when they ban the defenders is they get rid of that castle. It's not really a normal ban or traditional ban you see some teams do. Like, you'll see the Azami go away. You'll see a Mirror go away. You'll see a Walden out. But it's that castle that I really... okay. It's that castle that I really do enjoy on their attacking half, because when you think of how strong castle is, especially on those top floors, just being able to deny piano, to deny... deny bathroom, deny piano, deny any of those top floor windows. I mean, it really puts a lot of pressure on defenders, which is why, like, I feel like it helps their attacks really flourish, where we're going more traditional bans here. So I don't know. I'm not too surprised by these bans, but I do like the bans specifically coming out of the side from Dark Zero on their attacking half.
All right, well, Dark Zero, they now shift over to defense, and Wildcard, they're the ones who have to make something happen on attack, because Dark Zero 2 rounds away from sending us to map 3.
Well, I love you, Lax, but you just spent a minute talking about Castle. It didn't get banned and it didn't get picked. And so far from what we've seen in this entire game, it hasn't been played at all. I don't know what you're waffling about.
Hey, maybe we'll see it and then you'll look stupid. I wouldn't speak too soon.
Well, right now we might not get many rounds to actually see it, because 5-1 up, Dark Zero go defense, looking to close this out. Send us to Nighthaven Labs. They've been, I mean, pretty much perfect. I mean, the one saving grace for Wildcard is going into their attack now. Can they emulate what we saw from Dark Zero? Attacker side of the map in the region, but 0 kills from Kansas, 0 kills from Baby Shark. You know, you go into this second half, 2 as well from Spiker. Not really filled with a lot of confidence.
No. Certainly not the most confidence-inspiring half from Wildcard, but maybe their attack can shape up differently if they have the same conviction from Dark Zero as the guys on the desk said. A big stand-up point with just their ability to hit the site direct. And they found that opportunity, no messing around, no hesitation. And they find the opening kill here in round 7, keeping Kino at bay, who had the license to not play shields in all but one round and was actually pretty good with gun in hand. On the Warden this round, taken out pretty early on in the piece. It's solo side structure at the moment from Wildcard. Spiker with Kit. And he has just gained really good info. West main across into site, red ping now available, but it's straight on the Newers, who despite getting pinged, able to find the double, make it 3.
Yeah, I think we can wrap this one up pretty quickly. Newers clear MVP on Chalet.
Loading new mag.
This is going to be a little bit disappointing though if you're Wildcard. You know, it's one thing to lose the map, but it's another thing to just get completely demolished. Poor old Spiker by himself now in 1 versus 4, facing the prospect of being 6-1 down, and Nighthaven Labs is calling. And we're not too far away from picking up that phone. 5 map points for DZ. And to think on Concealate, it came down to a 2 versus 2 in the 15th round. And to think that Dark Zero had 3 round chances to close that map out. And had they done so in one of those 3, they'd be on their way to EWC. Instead, they're on their way to Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, it's remarkable how much a map can change up a matchup at a head-to-head. And the record for DZ here on Chalet is great. And they really just look at home and super comfortable inside of the server. 5 opportunities to close it in regulation. It's inevitable at this point. Labs is calling, it's knocking on the door, and Dark Zero are eager to jump into that 3rd and final map, which all the numbers suggest should be a real banger of a final map to close out this series. Still got to officially get there though, and we go over to
Baby Shark
10 seconds
had
left
the
before insertion.
Brands World Cup game on this match of Chalet. That's why he's doing them.
Yeah, maybe he was thrown off by the... I think there was a saved penalty or something from what I saw. I don't know if something's happened since. But...
No, nothing has happened since.
Ah, still 0-0.
Yeah. No, it's not 0-0. Come on.
Oh, really? Is France leading now? When I last looked, it was...
France have won, okay? France have won. I apologize.
Okay. Well, he can lock back in now.
That, but this is also not a World Cup stream, so I don't care. Now, and also, that's what I was kind of alluding to, is going into Nighthaven Labs, Baby Shark might enter the server now.
It's not distracted. Fair enough.
Unless Wildcard can win 5 straight and get us to overtime now. Is that a possibility? I'm not so sure.
Nothing is impossible, but it would be something. Dark Zero looked so good on this map. So the sense up here from Adrian. They have protection from the jump out, and J90 does get caught. Good pinch from Kansan, who's been a little unlucky in a couple of key moments across this map so far. He nets his first kill. Solid pressure from Wildcard early in this round. As Spiker scouts sight, and we know how much he loves calling a heads-up play. We'll see if that's able to translate into something.
You know what's interesting as well with that opening kill? I was about to mention it before it, but that is the one area Wildcard have been very, very good at here on this map. There's only been 3 opening picks for DZ. They've won a lot of these rounds, 3 or 4v5. They're going to have to do it again here. Match point, 3 versus 5. Plant to go down from Spiker. Not a lot of success here on Chalet, but it looks like at 6-1, Wildcard are finally going to get around to go their way in a very convincing fashion. Last time they won was on Bedroom and Office in the 5th round of the first half. Dining here in round number 8 seems like will also go their way to give them round number 2 and just give them a small sign of hope. I think we're past the point of Gaspave's fault. The round is about to end. Baby Shark just keeping him trapped towards trophy stairs. Longer angle for Kansan. Adrian had the cut back up towards Solar covered. Flawless. Well played from Wildcard, but the reality is you've still got to now win 4 straight. It's a start, but will it be a journey?
Oh, we're seeing smiles. I mean, if anything, they could try and keep their spirits high and ensure that their fundamentals and the comms are in check. There's no harm in giving this map what you've got and just trying to play some good siege, which may help bleed into the 3rd map, if that is ultimately to be needed. Good last round, though, from them. The introduction of the Sense was intriguing. Ultimately, it wasn't really needed. Good pinch Mez. Spiker with good info side, and then they were able to rally themselves into the objective with some pretty simple cutoffs on the top 4. So credit to Wildcard. Dark Zero to rotate over to Bar for the follow-up.
Always start when you get these kind of 6-0, 6-1 sort of start, score lines. that sort of round, you kind of just brush it aside. Inadvertently, yeah, incredibly well played. Flawless, did everything right. Opening kill, got the plant. Literally couldn't have played that round any better. And yet the overall match says it doesn't really matter. We're all just kind of holding bated breath that we're going to Nighthaven Labs. And that is where this series will be settled. But for every comeback, it starts with a round, then the second round, and then the third. And it takes 3 or 4 rounds until we feel finally convinced that the comeback is on. One round at a time mentality needs to be installed for Wildcard. They got everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Loading new mag.
And as I said, 5 of the last 6 rounds, they've gotten the opening kill. They've had the early advantages. They just have failed to convert on 3 of them. So they've had good looks. As we head to Bar Games, DZ wanting to close this out quickly. Interesting, no hold actually inside of Library from Dark Zero. Spiker aggressive, spots the deployable shield, deals with that one quickly. Newers goes down. Baby Shark has found a second. Newers can't believe it. It's another opening kill for Wildcard.
Baby Shark was in another postcode then. I don't know how that play's been facilitated, but fair play. They shut down the danger man. You took about top floor and J90 flushed out.
Hang on, we're not done on Chalet yet. Bolts is taken low, but he did at least find that kill onto Baby Shark. Wildcard are in a very good position here to get themselves to a 3rd round. Although they are out of the ROUs from the Sens, so they won't be able to play shield screens for the actual execute. And when you factor in the Shamika launcher of NJR, you've got a Nitrocell for Kino. Bolts can still get some kind of information. This is not impossible for Dark Zero, although losing Faults certainly doesn't help. Oh, Kino. Well, that's a freebie. Hang on. He plays for more info. No, the timing. As Adrian just gets off, he now then has to force that kill. Kino just keeps on sprinting to try and make up the ground. NJR, good kill onto Bay towards the big window of games. And as Canton falls, it's only down to Spiker. Wildcard have thrown away that advantage. He's stuck outside as well, and there's only 30 seconds. Oh, wonderful play from NJR. No funny business here on Chalet. All 3 maps are indeed required. Nighthaven Labs will be needed after all, just as we expected when this series began. We expected Consulate to go the way of Wildcard, for Chalet to be Dark Zeros, and boy was it. Let's head to Nighthaven Labs.
Well, Dark Zero come alive on Chalet, and they dismantle Wild Card on Dark Zero's map pick, and now we go to map 3. A very different feel on this one, Kyle. It was not the back and forth competitive game we saw on map 1. It was, well, open and shut, and it was Dark Zero absolutely steamrolling Wild Card.
It was. I mean, it was almost like a normal best of 3, right? They're winning their map pick.
They win their map.
I wish we would have saw that in the earlier series, but sometimes that's just how it is. Yeah, I mean, Wildcard should have probably ran away with their map a little bit more than they did, but ultimately they ended up winning it. Here, DZ, this is their best map, Chalet, and they were looking really good.
Well, and a huge difference between map 1 and map 2, not only in Dark Zero stepping it up, but in Wildcard struggling a little bit. We saw Kansan, a 17 kill performance from him on Consulate, and oh, what happened here on map 2, 3 and 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big difference going from 17 kills to 9, then to 3 to 7. And it's not just on Kansan. I mean, the entire team was getting dismantled left and right from the side of Wildcard. Dark Zero just had the game plan. They understood exactly what they wanted to go for on their attacking half. And again, they really showcased it there. However, you would think being in deficit that way, not looking too great, vibes would be down. It's the total opposite from the side of Wildcard.
Yeah, we heard from them after a round win that actually the vibes are pretty decent right now. Take a listen.
Yeah! Yeah! Guys, I'm on the board. 2 kills that round.
Good type 9-4.
I mean, you like to see the spirits still up. I mean, that was after what? It was like 6-2 at that point, and they still had that. Like, that's a good sign.
And then they got clutched on. And even if you remember in the last round of that series, they pretty much just full sent it in games. They just wanted to get the game over with. They didn't want any other head scratchers going on. They wanted to keep that mental there. And that's so important in a best of 3, which these teams know this. These players know that it really does come down to the mental because it is a long series. And as long as you can get to that last map, you can have the best mental going into it. It really can set you up for success going into that very last map.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's a team that I want to be on. A team that's going to have fun even when you lose. I do not want to be on a team where everyone's kind of just whining and like, what's going on and things like that, right? So, yeah, things are looking on the up and up for Wildcard. I'm happy with that.
You're happy with that performance despite the mess
I'm happy with the attitude.
I'm happy with the attitude.
Absolutely.
Because we are going to go into a really good map 3, right? We're going to be talking about Nighthaven Labs, and that's a map that I think is in Wildcard's wheelhouse a little bit. Chalet, look, throw that out of there. It's a best of 3. That's Dark Zero's best map. We tried our vision game. It didn't work against them. We tried our shield bans. It's not going to work on a map like that. But Nighthaven Labs, it's a little bit more step by step. So I feel like they can kind of go back to their game plan.
And if you look back even in SLC, when they did play it, DZ won. And typically when we see those matchups go back-to-back and you go and revisit that map, typically the team that loses learns the most from it and does end up implementing those mistakes that they make and they fix it into the next series and they do inevitably win it. Not saying that's the case. Could be.
Well, we talked about how, like, the DZ puzzle that they've put together, like, just the best possible components, best every possible category at what they do. What can Wildcard do here to kind of match that? We've talked about Cans and Baby Shark. What kind of needs to take charge here and win?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, since we were talking about it kind of earlier, I think it's Spikers. I think Spiker needs to step up a little bit here for the team. Again, we don't want to stat watch, but this is kind of that graphic we wanted to talk about and how good Spiker has been. This is all of the IGLs across the NAL, and really look at the EPS, right? It's Spiker with that 1.34 KD as well. He not only leads in EPS, but KD across all IGLs, and we typically talk about IGLs. You're not supposed to get frags, right? Look at some of the IGLs at the bottom of the list, right? Canadians down there, and is typically talked about Bino, Trebmac, JJ Blaz. But again, Spiker, he's breaking the mold. And honestly, I think it's something that it kind of gets overlooked. If your IGL is able to get frags like that, it does free up a lot of the rest of the team.
It does.
And I think that's kind of what they're missing today.
But even that's something you even highlighted going into this series. I mean, even their game versus M80. Spiker was the one that was carrying the momentum, carrying the team, made the big call to make that play, got a big 3K on that SMG-12, which was insane for the least, but we haven't seen that same level from Spiker throughout this series. And if there's any time for a player to come alive, it is in this last map with EWC on the line.
So 7-7 match point. Spiker with the call again. Yeah, basement, he drops hatch. That's what we want to see.
Well, it feels like what we're headed towards given how close that first map was, but let's not forget, DZ are carrying all sorts of momentum right now, including NJR, who has been clutching left and right. You have to imagine that also plays a pretty significant role here.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely does, but again, on some aspects and some levels of it, having that momentum is great going to the last map, but it also can be a very scary thing if you start losing that momentum, because then you regain or you refill that other team up with the momentum and they start walking away with it. So for them, it's going to be very important that probably Wildcard's going to be more aware of, especially the lurking from Newers. They aren't going to give him that, that opening to be able to expose them. So it really is going to be on DZ to be paying attention to where those gaps are and kind of where where Wildcard is moving around the map, because they're definitely going to be a lot more vigilant of those flanks and that ghost pressure that Newers applies.
All right, it is Night Haven Labs to decide our second spot at the Esports World Cup. Guz, Xenox, all you.
Yes, we thought it would probably come to this third map, Guz, and lo and behold, we will get there in the end to settle these two. Dark Zero Wildcard. It's gone to script so far in the series that we do get to this third and final map. The social predictions have been in favor of Dark Zero all the way through, from map 1 now to map 3. Will that hold true after that very successful win on Chalet? 7-2. They do take some momentum into this third and final map, but both teams statistically actually run pretty even on Labs.
Yeah, that's the thing, that the numbers suggesting that these two teams are strong on Labs and thereby evenly matched. And yeah, sure, a bit of momentum, but I mean, as the desk showed some of the clips there during the break, I don't think that the spirits of Wildcard were all that crushed. They were still very much up and about. It kind of just took that second map in stride. I'm sure when the veto played out and they planned for it, it was very much a case of unlikely at best to get the win on Chalet. So the third map felt likely, and that's where we go. As the bands play out Double Hard Breach Denial and Double Hard Breach itself, Bandit, Kaid, Thermite, and Havana. So that will keep the mirror up for Denial, and there'll be a reliance potentially on the Mav as well in helping get that IT wall opened up. Excited to jump into this one.
Our second time seeing Labs today, of course, played earlier today in the M80 100 Thieves series, and then it ended up winning that 7-4. What have you got for this one, guys? At 0-0, third map. How do you look at this from a prediction standpoint? If you had to hazard a guess, Wildcard starting on defense, that's the information you get, plus the bans. Which way are you leaning?
It's a really tough choice. Again, all of the data really does point towards this being such an even matchup, right? Like, both teams are low 50% in terms of attacking win rate, high 50s defensive win rate. There's a plethora of maps played, 6 for DZ, 4 for Wildcard. Like, the pool of data is pretty strong. I guess somewhat important to note, 57 days ago, these two did actually take battle on this map. It was the last time Wildcard did play Labs, losing to DZ 4-7. So there's a slight precedent to suggest that DZ are the stronger team heading into this one, but my opinions are mixed. If I had to pick a team, if I had to pick somebody, I'd probably go DZ, but expecting this to probably be close, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see another OT.
I was looking back at that game as well, the 7-4 that you mentioned, incredibly attacker-sided to Dark Zero. Oh, sorry, not two Darks, well, they obviously won the map, but yeah, very attacker-sided.
I should also note, though, that funnily enough, the last time Wildcard actually won this map, also against Dark Zero. So, again, it's impossible to predict this one.
Newers getting the initial tag on a Spiker. Better return serve from Kansan as he collects the opening kill. But J90 will finish off what Newers started onto Spiker by returning serve. So 1 for 1. They both land an early blow. J90 taking a bit of damage towards storage as Baby Shark continuing to contest from this top floor. This top floor is the site. But a very late opening of IT for Dark Zero has meant Wildcard have been able to play this vert game without worrying too much about a potential push in through IT, and that's going to benefit them with that kill from Baby Shark.
Yeah, that really now protects that server position where the Buck can be so powerful in flushing out close angles and alleviate some pressure electrical and start allowing the attack to think about the route towards Pillar for the plant. So that's a massive kill. And prior to that as well, shutting down the lurk from Newers, which was a powerful trait for Dark Zero to be reliant upon back on Chalet. As the desk alluded to, Wildcard needs to be better ready for it, better prepared, tackling it here on Labs. Dark Zero trailing 3 players to 4. Make it 2.
And JR gets caught. Lovely kill from Faults to get rid of Bay. Opens up Rafters, but still down a player. Forcing out the first of 3 gas babes from Adrian. 2 still remain. Faults is actually going to rotate over towards Blue. Still so much utility available though for the defense.
Oh, that's a catch.
But take away the Nitro Cell, the Baby Shark, if he stays down on that floor. Now currently a 2 versus 2. The flash actually self-inflecting. Kino allows Kenton to then swing and leaves it all down to Faults. He's got 10 seconds to try and find the 1 versus 2. He can't even get through the doorway. Wildcard will get the opening round on Labs. Perfect way to start on map 3.
Well, we saw the head-to-head Kansan v Kansan. Map 1 was very successful him on Consulate, but shut down, much like the rest of the team on Chalet. But he played a pivotal role there, opening round Labs, by pushing forward and disrupting any trade potential there from Kino Rafters. He was able to essentially confirm the round for his team, bring it into a 2 versus 1 that was always going to be very, very tricky to clutch up.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well played by him. Over to storage for the follow-up. Car would be likely to please if that result. We're going to see them again lean into this heavy info game, which we've seen them tease a little bit over the course of the series. We saw quite a bit of pulse play back on Cons. Chalet as well, not shying away from the Solace Valk combination. So it's going to be a little bit of a hybrid between the two. And on a site like Storage, which offers plenty of opportunities to deny with the quad nitro they've got for the IT breach push. You can also then rotate below for plant denial, etc. Pretty versatile lineup here from the defense.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Keep your tongue straight. I've got you covered. Jammer ready.
Yeah, I love the quad nitro here for Wildcard onto Storage and Control. As it stands, no one currently basement, but I feel like at some point they will get surely someone down there. Whether it's going to be Spiker on the pulse, who can certainly gain information. They are, of course, defending IT as well with Bay and Baby Shark around IT and Rafters. Bay contesting these Selmas of Faults. But here comes the aggression from Kino, straight through vending, down the stairs, going to basement, but no one's here. You would expect Spiker to be here, but there's no one here.
Well, sometimes no info is good info. They at least know it's clear.
Well, I mean, that space can be retaken, though. That's the only downside. Oh, almost close. Oh, and indeed will not be retaken from Kino. What a read from Wildcard. Well, they're out of start. I mean, Dark Zero, they go for the basement clear, hoping to maybe try and overwhelm a player like Spiker. The Pulse will typically sit in basement, get that information with the heartbeat sensor, play the Nitro Cell. Spiker was never down there. That was the demise of Dark Zero. And haphazardly from Kino, once he poked his head back up, instantly blown apart by that Nitro Cell. Huge round for Wildcard, 2-0 start.
Should be flawless here from Wildcard. Returning serve after getting dominated on map 2. Starting out strong here on Labs. Game plan from Dark Zero torn to shreds. Beautiful read from Wildcard. Nobody from the defense getting isolated on basement. And then as we see Dark Zero try to transition that control up cargo, probably then sensing they can start thinking about site. They know there's no nitro threat down below. Looking to get Kino in a playmaking position. It never eventuated. And for what feels like, at least the second time in this series, a very early tactical timeout call by the trailing team. This time around, though, it's Dark Zero to initiate the chat.
Yeah, and look, I know this is just a fun little silly stat. It doesn't mean anything, but the team that has won the opening round has then gone on and won the entire map. Does that bode well for wildcard? We'll wait and see. The teams that started well across Consulate, Chalet, yeah, they've pretty much gone on to do some good things. Although Consulate was a weird one, it technically was a wildcard first round win. Well, I don't know why I said technically. It was a first round win for wildcard, but then 3 straight to Dark Zero meant they did go 3-1 up, and then from there wildcard kind of got back into the game, and it was close from there on. So either way, tactical timeout will expire, and I think it's pretty evident Dark Zero are not happy with the opening 2 rounds, especially when you get flawless there on storage control. They go for the clear in basement. It doesn't work. There's no one there. And so maybe either miscommunications, misinformation, maybe followed the strat book a little too close and didn't adapt to what was actually happening in the round. Didn't actually go and get some info first up. I wasn't expecting them, to be honest, to win top 4. I still look at command server really as a defensive sided site. I know NAL has some different sided statistics on it, but
10 seconds to go.
Now we head to basement. A 3rd different site. Dogs are out of the tag timeout. This feels like it's quite pivotal early on.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, the heat is being applied to the defending major champs at the moment.
Camera feed up and running. Enemies inbound.
Dark Zero are a supremely talented team, though, and can find their way back into this matchup, and I'm sure that tactical timeout will aid them in formulating a plan going forward. Identifying what's gone wrong so far and looking to refine. It's the 0 in play for NJR this round, so a massive pocket pick. I'd hazard to guess that the 0 pick rate is extremely low, but a very versatile operator. You can gain a lot of info with the Argus launcher. You can even clear utility as well, but you need to be alive. That is a key nitro that may unhinge the entire attacking plan.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little worried now for Dark Zero. 3 straight rounds, wildcard with the opening kills.
Throwing Selma, get ready for the
lose NGR, and wildcard just looks switched on. They're just playing really good siege here on Labs. They've been in control on 3 different sites. Nothing for DZ's working, just called the attack timeout. 2 players down. Nuas, no success on the Snake. And how impactful Nuas was back on Chalet. You look at him going 12-4. Well, at the moment, he's now 0-3. So if we had the Kansan picture between games 1 and 2, right now you could display the newest picture. And it's not great viewing if you're a Dark Zero fan. They need to get themselves back into this round quickly. As Kino slipped by on the Monty, it does feel like overall in this series, the Monty play has not seen a lot of success for Dark Zero. And while it may not be the Monty at fault in this round, it's to get included where Wildcard have found success. It's only now the Monty remaining. And that's what you don't want. You want the Monty taking contact, and contact he finds, but at the very end of the round from Kansan, he's back. So a wildcard. 3 straight, and that timeout did nothing for Dark Zero. Wildcard are 4 rounds away.
Never a nice feeling when you take a tactical timeout and you fail to convert. We've seen the numbers historically. Your chances of winning typically in most settings will be increased. Dark Zero being tested here, and Wildcard are playing phenomenally well. It's the mirror to be banned out alongside the Grim. You commented on the Monty before. I've had a look back at some of the numbers across this series. It's been essentially a mixed bag. It's very close to 50-50 in terms of the Monty success rate. Obviously difficult to comment too thoroughly as to just how much of an impact the Monty has or hasn't had.
It's just too many factors, really.
I mean, when you're losing to nitros like that, the early pick to nitros like that, it's rough. The 0 unable to gain a lot of information or clear utility in that round. That was the 3rd time 0 has been played in NAL for this stage. 2nd by this Dark Zero team. Oddly enough, it was 2nd for Labs in their match against SSG. It's not a straight 1-to-1 replication, but either way, Wildcard are in a commanding position at the moment as we return to command.
10 seconds left.
Can they get 4 straight? That would be a devastating blow and
5 seconds
would essentially
left
then mean that to hit any kind of benchmark or a position which they can salvage this map, DZ would then have to hit the next 2. So the pressure is well and truly mounting right now.
I think the pressure's already been applied and maybe hitting that maximum point. 3 very crucial rounds coming up for Dark Zero. Otherwise, they face the threat of the lower bracket.
Reminds me of Mount Logan.
For Fun Esports awaiting the loser of this map. And while the loser of this map, Gus, I think it's fair to say will be the dead set favorites against For Fun Esports, you just don't want to see what happens on the day. And JR finally gets an opening kill for Dark Zero, their first one here on Labs. Maybe a sign of things to come for them as they shut down Baby Shark. No water, that gets eliminated. A big operator no longer available for the defensive wildcard. But most importantly for DZ, it's just a clean start to the round. Now you get the extra player advantage. Get a bit of information through IT. Stretch that defense. Yeah, command server is a good site typically for defense, but once you go down to 4 players, suddenly covering every avenue of the entry, it's not as possible. You get a bit stretched thin. You can't quite defend. Rafters, blue, electrical, con, meeting, the site itself. You can get overwhelmed quickly. This is a big round for DZ. Let's see what they can do as Newers hits the headshot onto Adrian. Well, that was unexpected. And then Kansan, he went for the double down. Well, this is a classic falling apart round for the defense where they just keep swinging to try and get the round back on their terms, and it doesn't work. Dark Zero should be able to win this 4th round. Spiker may be the nuisance from below inside of Lounge, but even he can't find his kill. And it's flawless for Dark Zero.
Well, that's better. But it's still a tall mountain to overcome that deficit that lays before them. 2nd flawless round so far, so 1 apiece per team. There's a big open kill from NJ. I didn't quite spot exactly how he netted it, but dropping the warden early is great. Even if that round had have eventuated into a 5-4 execute, when you don't have the warden to post up close electrical, it really makes the pillar plant very vulnerable. Ultimately, wild card where the dictators are not even allowing that situation to eventuate, as you alluded to. They aggress, they hit the gas pedal, they tried to get the round back on their terms, trying to catch a flank or catch a multi, and fortunately for them, DZ were more than clued in and able to shut down every single attempt made out of desperation there from wildcard. So a 1-3 scoreline. Dark Zero are keeping their head above water, back down to storage control.
5 seconds left.
Wall reinforced.
4 straight rounds, the opening kill has decided the round thus far. And it wasn't the case on Chalet. Chalet was a mixed bag. Consulate started off as a mixed bag and finished very strong. From round 5 to 15 on Consulate, there was only 1 round that wasn't converted. So when you kind of look at the series overall, all 3 maps, every single round, yeah, it's probably around that 70 to 75% mark as usual.
Brace yourself! 750!
As we go to control storage, it should be defended similar to the previous round for wildcard with a heavy influence on this top floor. It's a 3-2 split though, which is probably about right. Triple Nitrosol. This time Spiker again will not go to basement on the poles. It's not needed. It's not done every single time either.
REG active. Sweeping perimeter. I have you covered.
I think personally, I'm more intrigued to see what angle Dark Zero look to take, if it's more traditional IT across. Oh, Kino just looks up rafters. Oh, this is ultra aggressive. Another Nitro. Sustains it this time around.
Needs help from Volts. Well, Volts has just ran away. Jedi knows the bait. This is very sloppy from Dark Zero. And Volts ended up just dying to Adrian. Is this just a miscommunication round? I'm not sure what's happened. Kino's had to get aggressive, got backed into the corner, eventually goes down to the gas bait. That leaves the case in a horrible position. Oh, this is a nightmare of a round for Dark Zero. Complete capitulation.
This will not be fun to remember.
I would love to know what the comms were for this round. Maybe the guys on the couch could give us some insight, because that just felt like a shambolic round for Dark Zero. And credit to Wildcard for capitalizing and punishing.
Yeah, they did a really good job target prioritizing there. They didn't set their sights completely on Kino. They were able to isolate the rest of the attack, trying to support the shield, and then ultimately struck when Kino was vulnerable. Time here for Newers, but not a lot of info. Force deep. Try and sneak plant, but needs a couple of kills and not presented that opportunity. That was well played by Wildcard.
All right, there's 4. 4 is typically what you want on defense labs. Now it gives one last chance to Dark Zero to get two attacking rounds. And a free swing, a free hit for Wildcard to see if they can go 5-1 up. And it's 5 straight in terms of opening kill conversions. So that means, that's right, 4-1 in favor of Wildcard. That's where they've just been so dominant. 2-0 in terms of multi-kills. Are you kidding?
It's that site.
Why are we going to Kitchen Cafeteria in a playoff third map that's deciding who goes to EWC? This is very strange from Wildcard. This is not what I was expecting at all. And maybe, look, Dark Zero might not be expecting it either, but...
Well, I mean, they probably are expecting it, right? So I've had to look back at that last best of 3 they played. Wildcard actually opened up on this side on defense, played it a second time in round 5, and it was a 50-50 split. Wildcard defended it successfully on the first time, but presumably Wildcard with a read on the reattempt were then able to win it back, so...
What was that? That would have been back in kickoff, no?
Yeah, this was kickoff, so...
And, well, this stage, it's been played 4 times for a 100% attacker win rate across the 4 times. Defense has not won this site at all this stage. Wildcard say, yeah, let's give it a try.
Breach charge set.
Steve DZ all their bluff.
I also feel like the record for us watching this site overall is probably like a 90% attacker win rate across, what is it, 4 years or something?
Going for a drive.
I also love the fact that Kenzen's 9-1 after what was evidently a big struggle on Chalet. Just the 3 kills. He's now up to 29, 1 away from 30. Newa's 2 away from 30 on 28. Slow and steady right now for Dark Zero. They probably sense that Wildcard are up to something. Why else would they be sending them to Kitchen Cafeteria?
Adrian's in such a precarious position. Face to face with Kino.
He hasn't got really util to help himself against the Monty either, but I mean, the quick reposition is the right... Oh no, where are you going? Deployable shield. Oh, well, he just... Okay. Adrian is dead. Kansan also fell with him, and my bewilderment as to the site choice, guys, is thankfully, for at least myself, going to be validated. That is a strange decision. Of all decisions you could make from Wildcard, they give a free 1 over to Dark Zero. It's 4-2.
A Wildcard, they get that 4-2 split they were looking for. Maybe could have added a 5th round there. But what we're seeing from Wildcard right now, right? We've talked so much about the utility game as far as information goes, right? And how much that is helping a team. Talk to me about what you're seeing in terms of explosive utility, because that really is leading the way.
It is leading the way, and it's a theory that we actually call at the high level C4 maxing, or basically the more...
I've never called it that.
Okay, here we go. The more C4s you bring, you can, and this is a real stat, you can look up Grant Triple on Twitter, who's got great analytics, used to be a former DZ analyst. But yeah, the more C4s you bring on defense, the higher your defensive win rate is. And we had 2 straight rounds where Wildcard is bringing 4 C4s in the lineup, and another round where they brought 3. And it's not only just kills, which we've seen a ton of. That was a great C4 montage there. But they're getting so much damage onto the Montane that they left up, coincidentally, and they're just chucking these C4s. They're using their smokes for the utility to kind of finish off Kino as well. And again, it's not even just the kills, but even the amount of chip damage going along with the information game. Now they know where everybody's coming from, and no one on Dark Zero really has a chance to fight back.
Yeah, I mean, we also were seeing a lot of the information. We were seeing the Valkyrie, we were seeing the Pulse come into play. I mean, again, Wildcard, fantastic job on their defense. I mean, we also heard Jake ask us, you know, what were the comms from DZ on round 5 in that round specifically where Kino stuck on Raptors, and the comms were actually pretty good from Dark Zero. But the biggest thing was Kino was trying to figure out how he can get support from his team to help with the player on Raptors, the player's bottom garage. And yeah, I mean, taking 2 C4s, taking smoke grenades, but Wildcard, again, had a very good plan. Bay was keeping him distracted. They were going for the C4s on Kino. They end up killing the player outside Raptors' door, smoke that Raptors' door, and then keep applying that pressure. And then, what, we saw NJR come into Raptors, then to immediately be met by a C4. So, I mean, again, the game plan from Wildcard on their defensive half was great. Now, I could argue that last round was a bit questionable. There was no C4s. There was no C4s. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, could have went 5-1 here. Fact of the matter is they're happy on a 4-2 half. Now it's their attacking.
Right, DZ probably happy as well. They don't have to deal with maybe the same threats, the C4s, that they have to deal with on that first half, but they still have to deal with Kansan, who between map 2 and map 3 has kind of found his stride again. And I know after that second map, we said, all right, Kansan not doing so hot. So it's only fair that we highlight him again here, that now he's performing a lot better so far, better than his entire map 2 performance just in the halfway point.
We were talking about the comms, we were talking about, you know, the mentality, and, you know, he made a joke, he finally got on the board. But this is the Kansan that Wildcard needed, especially from what we saw in the first map. I mean, he dropped 17 kills. So to go from 17 to 3 to now 9, and we're now switching halves, he can easily have another 17 kill game on the board. However, we also need to see a little more from Spiker, because that's another player that we highlighted. So if Spiker can start to find his footing here, it's looking grim for Dark Zero.
Interesting to note on the bans, though, we do got the Bandit mirror going out, and this is kind of rare. We're actually going to see a... oh, we got off the cave. Okay, we got off the cave. But we're going to see that at least the 2, which is going to stall that IT wall opening up. And maybe we'll see some C4s onto that wall. We'll see C4 maxing.
It could happen. Wildcard now shift over to the attack. They have a 2-round cushion over the major champs right now. The winner of this map goes to Paris.
Well, do you think we're going to get some C4 maxing, guys? Do you want to partake in that saying, or maybe just leave the boys on the couch?
No, I like it. I'm a fan.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah. Stealing that one and taking that one back to APL. And the 2 nitros, though, at least for this defensive round. Yeah, intrigued to see the IT wall battle with this ban set. It's going to be really intriguing. Kraid not initially selected for the opening round, but will be an option later on. 2-brow for stall available, though, here for round 7. Double primary hard breach up for Wildcard. They'll lean into both the exos of the Thermite, pellets on Habana, and Thatcher for any clearance that may have been required, although shouldn't be too much of a problem here. This match finds itself in an intriguing state. Feels quite even at this point in time. Exterior con to be followed up here by IT. Wildcard just chipping through the checklist.
A really big
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, Wildcard should be very happy with that first half. They certainly gave him a freebie over to Dark Zero, closing on Kitchen Cafeteria. Outside of that, they've definitely been the better of the 2 teams on Labs thus far, but I get the sense that this is going to be defense-sided. Just have that feeling. If it was in APL, it wouldn't even be a feeling. It would be more of a known quantity, but in NAL it's a little different. Meeting side being opened up by the X-Kairos of Adrian. Delay from the Zoto canister of Fault. Still has 2 more, but still top right of that wall opens up.
This'll rattle them.
Yeah, somewhat slow pacing from Wildcard, but also very efficient. Yeah, command server is not all about quickness in its approach. It's all about doing the due diligence, go through the checklist, clear out a lot of utility, try and get some of these positions like electrical, which is usually going to be quite defended. NJR tries to time this Nitro Cell. It doesn't quite work out. Needs a bit of help towards Electrical. Big battle ensuing, and it's a lovely double clear from Wildcard. Love that push from Adrian and Baby Shark to combine. They deal with the Warden, they get Electrical control, and now the defense is under an immense amount of pressure.
Yeah, sustaining this for Dark Zero is going to be incredibly tough, and not even in a spot now where they can try and re-aggress. Good read as well for Spiker on drone, 40 seconds. It should be a pretty simple trade out for Wildcard.
All the chance for Spiker to maybe put the nail in the coffin in this 7th round. Leaves the door slightly ajar for Kino and J9O. Cancer continues the pressure with the Skeleton Key. What a lovely shot onto Newers as well, from breaking up the floorboards to breaking up those defenders. Wildcard, that is clinical. What a way to start the half. Flawless for Wildcard, and a bit of a statement as they get a very, very early attacking round. And they gain further separation on that scoreboard, closer now to EWC.
It didn't even need the trade out in the end. Clean and clinical with the vert element late. Had a whole plethora of flashbangs also available for the clearance, and a well synchronized push there facilitated by the double clear electrical side. That was really well played. Like the element there of the Thatcher on roof. I didn't quite catch if it had direct influence in the round, but still a nice consideration. The air jab though was absolutely devastating. As you can see, the push to electrical is certainly successful. There's the vert element late, and then J9O. Nothing he could do, and Wildcard are pumped up 5-2 the scoreline.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it feels like a longer way back now for Dark Zero. Probably needed to take out Command Server. It's also 7 rounds and still 100% on the opening kill conversion, highlighting Wildcard's dominance in that area. But also, we've had 3 flawless rounds on Labs so far. We also had 3 flawless rounds on Chalet, and we also had 2 flawless rounds on Consulate. There's been quite a lot of flawless rounds in this series, but for what's been largely close, I mean, Consulate was close, 8-7, Chalet certainly wasn't, and right now Labs isn't proven to be all that close either. It's been a strange old series.
Time to make a new door.
But I do get the feeling that we're not quite done yet. Still a ways to go, but a big round now. In fact, probably a big couple of rounds for Dark Zero. Storage and control. Successfully defended both times by Wildcard in the first half, comfortably.
Reloading, cover me.
Flawless in one, 4 alive in the other. Time for Dark Zero to get active early. They need to start getting these opening picks. They've got to stop playing as a 4v5.
Maybe they have to start bringing more Nitro Cells as well. It's just the one for this particular round with that vert element in play when they look to take top floor here. Wildcard, but Kino straight up gunfight onto Kansas, drops the thermite. Kansas has been on fire for map 3. Adrian's secondary hard reach will be disrupted. Baby Shark though with a delayed response on defaults. He too though gets caught. So it's advantage still for DZ at the midpoint of the round. A 2-2 split in terms of their structure. Kino's probably eager here to try and fall back. Easier said than done, and J9O now on an island.
NJR inside of storage for the Nitro Cell. I was going to say, as Adrian pushed through IT, he could have been a little susceptible, but he was able to push through and ended up finding that kill onto J9O. NJR didn't pull the trigger on the Nitro. Spiker at the window, free kill onto Newers. He half-checked that. He didn't give it the full look. And it gives Spiker the free kill. 2 versus 2, and 50 seconds is more than enough time here for Wildcard. As they've got IT control as well. NJR and Kino need to play together.
I like this position. This is a tricky position to read for the attack.
Should be a free kill. Indeed it will be. That's Kid as well onto the floor. Adrian has to now make his way out of IT. Oh, the timing. NJR gets away, escapes. Kid acquired, 20 seconds. Lovely swing. What a power play from NJR.
Yeah, that really just exuded confidence. Love that position inside of Warehouse. He would have been very unlucky to have been cleared. And as he pushed forward, was then able to reposition into useless and catches a good timing on the final swing. DZ desperately was searching for something to hit on that scoreboard and finally able to do so. I mean, I say finally, they've been seesawing rounds. It was really that 3-round head start though for Wildcard that's put them in a strong position. As DZ continue to play catch up, they go down to basement. And you finally now see that Kaid brought into play, complementary to the Tuba Rao, and Castle as well to be deployed here. So expecting Castle barricades to be distributed for the horizontal clear first floor. And anticipating DZ to look to contest a little bit here and not necessarily forfeit complete vert control across to the attack, who respond accordingly with the Ram. Spiker as well on the Snake this round, so he'll play a pivotal role in looking to gain information alongside both the Lion and the Dockery.
That was the closest round that we've had this game. In fact, it broke a streak of either 5 alive or 4 alive. From round 2 to round 7, guys, 3 flawless and 3 4 alives.
Wow. That's why this series feels a little weird.
Very weird. None of the rounds have been close up until that point. Adrian gets taken low early. First time seeing Bank this half. Saw it only the one time in the opening half as well. And still at 100% conversion, it's green ticks for 8 rounds straight. Which is maybe bad news for Dark Zero that they didn't fully convert onto the Lion of Adrian, that he stays alive. It gives Wildcard a chance. They do double down, at least from 1 Nitro in the previous round to 2. So they will increase the C4 maxing outlook into the 9th round by an extra Nitro.
Or the Yokai. Spot out Spiker and just eliminate that threat for the game's lurk.
Good info here as well.
Yeah, it still remains up as well.
Or one of those Nitro cells not connecting. One more available from NJR. Adrian, left side, wasn't expecting J90 to play that aggressive. Opening kill for Dark Zero. J90 wants to stay for more. I mean, he's still got a couple of gas babes. Why not stay and defend the position?
Wonder what the endpoint goal is for Wildcard here. Do they try and formulate Exo? Options are pretty limited for them at this point in time. Nitro still up for NJR. He hasn't burnt that yet.
Can lay out smoke.
Bolts as well is still flicking Yokai's first floor. He's going to have a perfect read as to what Wildcard posture for. Can relay that to the rest of the team. DZ in a really good spot.
Payload calls available for Baby Shark. Secondary hard breach from Bay. Again, they do still have 3 smokes available. But out of Boogie Auto breaches, so no more damage really to the floorboards. Oh. Wow, shot from NJR. This Nitro gets shot out though from Spiker, but they lose the Dockerby. And NJR is just not missing that shot, not the way he's playing at the moment. We go to 4 versus 5 on the scoreboard. Only 1 round separating these 2 teams. It's 3 of the last 4 rounds to DZ, from 2-5 down to 4-5. It's been a strange old series.
And the Thermite to join Kaid on the bench, so that's going to further limit the hard breach potential here for the attack. As in the meantime, Wildcard will extend discussions by taking their tactical timeout. Probably just sensing that DZ are having a pretty good read so far in the second half. They maybe need to look to make a couple of adjustments accordingly. DZ in that last round specifically really loved the utilization there of the Echo first floor. It meant that they had a very strong read onto the final pivot and posture for the push. NJR did his job as required in contesting Vert and Breach. And good damage done earlier on in the round with some pretty aggressive forward positions held from the likes of J90 catching Wildcard off guard. And maybe that has been a bit of a theme for them so far. DZ positionally just maybe being a little more proactive than Wildcard have been able to read into.
I'm reloading.
Do catch the tail end there of the 9th round as NJR filled his role beautifully well.
Go, baby. Come on.
Dark sounding concentrated on the comms. We return to top floor. And it's looking like with the Kaid band out and both the mirror and the band, of course, unavailable, it might be a more aggressive IT hold here from DZ. I saw the wall at least half opened initially. Maybe looking to contest that aggro.
10 seconds to go.
Reloading up.
5 seconds remaining.
Gonna see the Monty here from Spiker. First time bringing Shield in this second half for Wildcard.
Deploying mine. Gotta reload.
Activating jammer. Mine activated.
In fact, Shield play in general has been on the lower side for Wildcard in the series. You have to, I think, if I'm reading this right, go all the way back to the second round of Consulate, which was the last time that we saw Spiker play Monty. It's been a long time.
Drone activated.
IT ultimately was fully reinforced, but pretty straightforward to open up even with the mute selected by DZ.
There's so much versatility in the lineup for Wildcard. Like, when you think about the Sens, the Capitao, the Ying, they can clear rafters with that immense amount of utility, but then also, you know, the con meeting side, you think about, you know, even towards electrical. So they've got options with this lineup. They're not set on just one play. But it looks like rafters will be the play that they want to force J90 away and take that space.
I mean, the flush has been pretty good initially. Rafter now vacated, minute 30 on the clock. Spiker has not been peppered by nitro cells and raised blooms or the smoke canisters. DZ will pocket that for later in the round. It's a positive start from Wildcard. Key is to keep the attack at bay momentarily. And notably, all Candelas used by Adrian already as Kansan falls.
Swapping mags.
I mean, that's the sign if you want to keep following the stats. 100% opening kill conversion. Will that follow again here into the 10th round? It goes the way of Dark Zero. RU out from Bay through IT. Trying to break up some of the vision. Volts, though, connects immediately onto the Montang on Spiker. As J90 falls to Baby Shark. Desperate times here now for the attack of Wildcard. Baby Shark converts onto Volt, but they lose Adrian. He was down, now finished off by Kino. 2 versus 3 with 30 seconds. Still need to be reacquiring the kit as Baby Shark not only grabs it, but he pushes forward. Deep command goes for the plant towards the bomb chassis, and there's a decent cross here with Bay. This will be a successful plant, and a double stack push over towards Blue. Bay can watch that angle, but he gets off it. That allows for Baby Shark to get the kill onto Kino, and JR will clutch this up as the only one left alive. A flurry of trades go the way of Dark Zero. We are tied at 5-5.
Yeah, that was great discipline from DZ at the end there. If they got unsettled early, Bay had the perfect cross. The RU covering the opposing side. It could have gotten messy, and I guess in some ways it kind of did. And maybe Bay catching an unfortunate timing there in the post. But either way, Dark Zero able to trade out with that player advantage. Let's look back at the end of that round. Bay's attention was caught elsewhere. Baby Shark then got caught.
Knife the floor for Bob for the kill cam.
1-to-1 trade left NJR, the last man standing for Dark Zero. It's now 3 rounds in a row for DZ.
Well, I mean, it's starting to look like concerns for Wildcard defender-sided map, defender-sided rounds going the way of Dark Zero. Winning the opening kills now. Yeah, they've won 4 of the last 5. We did hit the bingo in that round, by the way, as well, Guz. It's a rare one. We got every major category stat covered. Plant, defuse,
deploying heartbeat sensor,
multi-kill, and clutch. So an action-packed 10th round sets us up, all tied into the 11th. Control storage on the first floor. Wildcard know at this point that they're going to need to do something a little desperate. They go double shield.
Double shield, yeah. Be interesting to see how that ultimately gets utilized. How much of that will be for the top floor clear as opposed to direct pressure in towards the objective.
I wonder if it might be a fake out, right? So Baby Shark could go top floor aggressive with the blitz. Not just sell from Vault's not quite gonna match what we saw in our opening series today. And then Spiker will then look to slip in. In fact, no, they both. It's literally just a double push into storage from both the Blitz and the Blackbeard. Newest goes down. The opening kill for Wildcard. Plant successful by a split second. Kino got the kill, but it was quite literally 1 second too late. The plant goes down. This becomes dangerous for Dark Zero. You still have the Blitz available in the post plant, but the numbers are with the defenders. Adrian's got the long cover. Keep a barrier certainly does help, and then throw bodies to maybe soak some bullets. The spam is too quick though. That's lovely from Adrian. Well, that was their only hope. Time expires, round is done. Fultz just gets on it. But it is not going to work out for him or Dark Zero, as Wildcard will get match and series point. 6-5 up, OT secured. It's an old classic rush into sight. The double shield works. They got plant down by literally about 0.5 of a second. Couldn't be closer. And now DZ need to win to send it to overtime.
Adrian is absolutely the MVP of that round. Not only what he was able to achieve in the post, but I can only assume that the Thatcher utility successfully landed there onto the Nitro denial attempt and allowed Spike it to stick. Desperation from J9 over the keeper barriers, but against the DMR, never stood a chance.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Hang on.
Beautiful from Wildcard. That was a very clean attack. That was well executed. And now they are just 1 round away from EWC.
Yeah, it's been a really fun game of unaired laps between these two.
10 seconds.
But an 8-7 overtime on Con still it. Maybe we run that back here on Labs, third final map of this series, end of today's broadcast. Why not? Why not one more overtime? Still 100% as well on that opening kill. I keep referencing it every single time, and at some point expecting it to falter, and it has not. Double plant, and interesting, the last 2 rounds, back-to-back plants, they're the only plants that we've seen this entire map.
Also the only 2 rounds of the half where we've seen shield play from Wildcard, but switching it up here as we return to basement.
Very horizontal. Well, there you go. There's the opening kill. Wildcard, get it. Dark Zero now need to do something that neither of these 2 teams have done so far on this map, and that's win a round from 4 versus 5. As JNO falls, the hopes of Dark Zero falling with him, and JR had to get up and close and personal. Only got the 1, and now there is only 1 left. It's Fultz. He eats the call, cannot deny the plant against Spiker. After 3 straight to Dark Zero, Wildcard have responded. And with that, they find themselves heading to the Esports World Cup. They send Dark Zero to the lower bracket and book their place to one of the most prestigious events. What a result for Wildcard. For Dark Zero, they must now beat For Fun Esports.
Wow, I mean, what a grind of a performance from Wildcard, especially bouncing back against that map 2 performance and the momentum built by DZ on the third. That was a very, very well-deserved victory, and for the major champs, they'll need to recollect themselves in that lower bracket, Jake.
Yeah, they certainly will. All right, let's head this one back over to the boys on the couch. What a win, though, for Wildcard.
Thanks, guys. What a cast tonight. What a matchup. Wildcard are headed to the Esports World Cup, something they have not done in their career as an organization, something Spiker has never achieved, but here they are. They take down the major champs, and Lax, on that third map, it felt like it could have gone either way, but Wildcard, those final few rounds, they just took that control.
Yeah, I really think it was the round prior to that, the jump into stores, that diffuser being planted, them just holding it, holding the position, getting that round into their favor. And then honestly, I never thought there was a true script that was ever written about this game, but we walked in here on that 6-5, and they had on the board here already 7-5, and then we were just seeing the numbers trickle down for these.
Wait a minute.
Inevitably, Wildcard wins it. I mean, overall, great series from both of these teams. Wildcard, like I said, when you go back to those matchups where we said, well, DZ beat them before, Wildcard would then lose, then this back and forth. Typically, the team that ends up losing ends up winning. That was the case here today.
Yeah, and I just think it was a good map for them to kind of utilize the game plan that they've had against Dark Zero with the C4s, with the vision.
The utility was strong.
The utility game was strong on the defense half, and then JJ with the call, or Spiker with the calls on attack. Why am I saying JJ? They're in last place. Spiker with the calls on attack, and yeah, like you said, you highlighted that one round with the quick bomb plant, and like even the round prior was a really good call with the sense play. That was almost something that kind of happened here, and this post plant was beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
They take down the major champs, and they do it. I mean, here, like you said, Kyle, the final few rounds, you saw the energy coming out of this team, Lax. I mean, you could tell they wanted it so bad. Every single round in those final few, huge reactions out of Baby Shark, out of Spiker. I mean, that energy that they carried in from map 2, it really pushed them through the whole way.
Which, that's why I said, it's important to focus on that mentality. Yes, Dark Zero got the win. They look good, but still, on the side of Wildcard, they were having fun. They were making light out of the situation, and then they immediately go into that half where arguably they possibly could have ended it a 5-1, maybe done it a little better. But fact is, they kept the mental right. The games got a little closer than they needed to, but then Wildcard immediately transitioned, understood how they need to approach attack, went for that fast take, got the momentum to carry it over into the very last round, and then they just isolated every player on Dark Zero, went for the solid execute, flawless in the end.
And that's why we love best of threes.
Absolutely, it tests everything.
Everything. How deep your map pool is. Yes, they got destroyed on Chalet, but yes, they won their map pick, and they had a chance to play that or the actual best of 3, the decider on Nighthaven Labs, and a map that is really close back and forth. You already highlighted DZ beat them on that map before, but yes, they did a lot of learning. It was the best of 3 to qualify for Esports World Cup, where normally these guys are battling through the lowers. I'm sure Spiker is going to love that.
They can't miss an event.
Exactly. Spiker is standing by as well, so we get a chance to talk with him after this victory. Spiker, you can breathe now. You can relax.
It's so nice.
I
It's
mean,
so nice.
what a ride this has been, and you guys qualify for the Esports World Cup by taking down what seems to be your favorite team in the entire league to play. Dark Zero, they go down to you guys yet again. I mean, talk me through your emotions right now. What are you and the guys feeling?
I mean, you know, it feels great to qualify for another event. It feels great to not have to do it in a do-or-die situation once again. I just get to watch the chaos tomorrow. But, you know, before we move on to EWC, you know, we want to win NAL. We felt like we should have done it last stage. We lost to JJ, so, you know, we still have our sights set to NAL. We're not skipping to EWC. You know, we still have more work to do next week, and that's our thought process.
Good man.
Well, luckily for you, Spiker, JJ is not in your path this time.
Yeah, thank God. We scrimmed them yesterday. Oh, my God.
Oh, they're looking good.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
I've never seen JJ flow through a map like that.
Oh, good to know for next stage. Okay. I'm curious the game plan. You guys are kind of the creators here of the How to Beat DZ blueprint. And, you know, pretend I'm a for-fun scout for a second here. I'm kind of curious on your bans for that first map. You guys banned the double shields, which we've seen going back even into the best of 1 on Cafe. But then you chose to ban the glass instead of the third shield. I'm kind of curious what was the thinking there?
it was just kind of, we didn't feel like the Monty was doing too much to us, is kind of the way we felt it. Should have banned Monty in hindsight. But, you know, hindsight is 20/20. But that was kind of our thought process. I wasn't thinking too deep about it. I was like, they're probably going to try to change what they're doing a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was thinking.
I think on the third map right there, no shield bans coming out. And instead, we were C4 maxing, as I like to call it. You guys are running so many C4s. Was that just a bait for Kino to go shield so you guys can utilize the utility on them?
I mean, the walls on labs are just so like prevalent. Same thing with club. Like the walls are just so important. Like the majority of teams ban arm breach. So you know we can ban shields too if we want to, but that's just kind of the way we felt like the game was going. We didn't feel like the shields were impacted too much in the first two maps. I know only one of them was up, but still, normally it causes more trouble, and today it wasn't too bad.
Spiker, I just want to congratulate you on yet again making another event. Arguably, I'd say one of the best IGLs in North America currently. Also, is Adrian close to you, or did he walk away?
Yeah, he's right next to me.
Could you grab him? I actually want to ask him a question.
Oh no! Oh, AD.
Come here.
Absolutely.
Max wants to talk to you.
Hello? Adrian, I want to say congratulations, but we asked Savage this. Now I want to ask you, how important is it for you to be able to make EWC and defend your title?
And I think it's important just to go anyway. Like, it's a super tournament, even if it's like in Paris. Although I would prefer to go Saudi instead for the place. But like you said, it's important to kind of defend it. Like, kind of, even if we're all separated, I think it makes it actually more fun now.
Absolutely.
With Secret, Vivas on 100 Thieves, he has the chance tomorrow. Us, M80, like it'll be cool to see if any one of us actually takes it.
And then just a follow-up question, so we haven't been able to talk to you much. How nice has it actually been to just focus on this team, not have to take a break, not have to worry about someone stepping in for you, that you've actually just been able to gel into the team, and now you have qualified for EWC?
No, it's been good. It's been good. It's like you said, no one. They don't have to play with two people. I don't have to watch from the sidelines. So we can actually work on stuff, and it kind of sticks instead of goes out after a couple of days because we're not able to work on it progressively. And I think it's showing, like we're kind of improving every day. It shows. There's mistakes everywhere that we work on, but yeah, I don't know, it's just a lot better when everyone's together always. I think.
Absolutely. Well, that's all I got for you. I just wanted to pick your brain because obviously you are the defending champion at EWC.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'll give you back. Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, give us back to Spiker so we can thank him. Yeah. Spiker, thanks for sitting there awkwardly drinking your water the whole time. I know that's a weird situation.
I didn't know what to do. I was just like sitting here. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to sit here and just like stare at the camera. Like I didn't know what to do.
I think you wanted to be in the camera. You could have got up. You could have gave him your seat.
I mean, I could have, but I didn't know. Nobody communicated if I was done. If I needed to do more.
You're right. That's honestly on us. That's on us. We should have said, get out of the frame.
Facts. I could
have told you to step away. My fault.
Yeah, that's on Lax. He'll own up to that. Spiker, congratulations on making EWC. We will see you next week as you guys chase that NAL title.
All right, thank you.
What a way to finish wild card. They close it out. The energy from that team. We got a glimpse of it again there. I was like, that's the one.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, at least we got one prediction right today.
Boom, wild card.
I'll take it. You did it.
What do you mean? We both said M80. Are we recapping that? I think we both said M80. We both said wild card.
I don't know what you're talking about. Well, at wild card, they work their way into the Esports World Cup. As Spiker said, their focus will also be on winning the NAL, and that will happen next week. We'll give you a recap, though, exactly how the day transpired. If you didn't catch our first best of three of the day, here's your result. It's M80 moving on to the Esports World Cup. They move on and face wildcard in the upper bracket final. 100 Thieves and Dark Zero to the lower bracket they go. We have a double elimination best of three bracket. So now, in the bottom half of the bracket, 100 Thieves and Shopify Rebellion will go toe-to-toe tomorrow. Dark Zero have For Fun Esports as their opponent there. Both of those matches kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, where we will send two more teams to the Esports World Cup and for the first time eliminate two teams from contention here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little worried for the side of 100 Thieves. Given the performance we saw today, it certainly was not what we were hyping it up to be. It's not what we were seeing with the progression. If anything, they regressed a little bit. And then what we've already highlighted with SR, they've always, or Troy, however, has always been inevitable. So that first one should be a very, very good series.
Yeah, it's sad to send one of those teams home,
Absolutely.
but that's just how competitive the NAL is. We just got the best teams.
Well, For Fun Esports Dark Zero, maybe it wasn't the wild card game that was predicted there. We know that they've pulled off crazy things in the past. For Fun Esports, they're never afraid of any opponent.
They're not. They aren't.
Should they be afraid of Dark Zero?
They should be.
Yeah, they should be.
Very fair.
Absolutely. Whenever Dark Zero loses, they always come back 10 times harder. And to be on the receiving end of that probably is not going to be fun, especially in the best of 3 territory. But it's also good for Fun Esports to be able to flex their best of 3s and see how they can fare up against them.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just stunned.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's Dark Zero, and they're not going to have fun. They're not going to have fun at all. And I mean, for them to even make an event, though, they have to beat a Juggernaut.
Yes, they do.
That's what we're talking about.
It's going to have to happen at some point.
It has to happen at some point.
All right, well, hopefully for them, it can be Dark Zero tomorrow. Hey, you never know. Take down the major champs, make the Esports World Cup. Could happen. Well, we will see how that transpires. Tomorrow, we start at 2 p.m. Eastern with 2 more games that will send 2 teams to the Esports World Cup. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight. On behalf of our entire studio crew, for Mint for Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow.